is why multiple talks had taken place. All of them had collapsed. There was no breakthrough whatsoever, which is why, of course, this was a military operation that was on the table and finally exercised by US and Israel.
And in fact, to bring Anjana back in on this, I want to point out another part of this statement from the Iranian Foreign Ministry, where they say that this aerial attack by US and their allies constitute a violation of Article 2.4 of the Charter of the United Nations and an armed aggression against the Islamic Republic of Iran. And we consider it the grave responsibility of the UN and UN Security Council to take immediate action to address the breach of international peace and security resulting from this overt military aggression. So now the effort is to try and start telling countries to take a position, to take a stand. And Iran here clearly saying that this is a breach and the UN must take a position on it. Anjana.
Is it for me?
Yes, Anjana, that's for you.
Yeah, see, now I think we have reached a point where, you can't go back. We've already crossed the river of Rubicon, as they say, because there was a chance for diplomacy. That is what was happening. And now I think despite all the talk, all the time and energy spent on getting a deal, even with the hope that there is a deal which is very close to de-escalating this nuclear standoff, US and Israel have gone ahead and, and now we see a full-scale blown-out escalation now. So I think the question would be that now that if Iran is approaching UN, whether the UN or other forces in the Gulf countries or other countries.
Okay. All right, I think there's a connectivity issue because let's not forget, even in UAE, because there have been some, blasts that have been reported, which is why they are also on high alert. And that input that is coming in right now that you see on your screens, where Bahrain, of course, is seeing several blasts taking place. It houses the permanent fleet, the fifth fleet of the US there. Bahrain and Qatar are where you have large American presence, military presence, which is spread out across several other areas as well in that entire region. So clearly, Padmaja, when you talk about the situation right now, when you talk about Iran's response, one thing is clear, there is now going to be heightened sense of, hostilities that may continue for some time before we see any of this leading to a longer permanent resolution.
Absolutely. And Bahrain, in fact, has said that the headquarters of the Navy's 5th Fleet, the US Navy's 5th Fleet, has been targeted by a missile attack. UAE has closed its airspace as the Israel-United States have conducted strikes on Iran. In addition to that, here's what open source intelligence is saying, that Iranian missiles have reportedly targeted the Ali Al-Salem air base in Kuwait and the Kuwaiti National Security agencies. So a lot of information there, but the target is absolutely clear, Gauri, that US military deployments, US military targets anywhere in the vicinity of Iran. And in fact, you also have an Iranian official being quoted by the media there to say that energy facilities are not off the table. Iran has announced that all US bases in the Middle East have become legitimate targets for retaliation, and Iran will actively target them. You've got energy facilities, you've got US naval bases. All of these are going to be fair targets simply because when Iran was willing to engage at that time, in the middle of that diplomatic exchange, this unprovoked aggression, that's what Iran's foreign ministry has called this, an unprovoked aggression was unleashed on them by the US and Israel together, and now there will be consequences.
Indeed. And US has been talking about some sort of a military op ever since that Iranian protest started in mid of December. So to that extent, US has been saying, and in fact, Donald Trump has actually got support from several Republican senators as well, including Lindsey Graham, who've said that, this is something that should have been taken, and now it has been done. So in fact, we also have Ollie Barrett joining us for more on this. Ollie, you are in London. Before I get into the aspect about, why isn't that you see word coming in from some of the NATO allies, I want to understand from you the extent, the scale at which these strikes have taken place indicate a fair amount of planning between the US and Israel. It also indicates that US kept out all of its NATO allies who probably were betting on diplomacy instead of, strikes leading to resolution. All right, Barzin Wagmar, who joins us from London, a Center for Iranian Studies. Barzin, let me start by asking you, how do you see this unfolding right now? Iran has said it's going to respond back, and it says that it's going to hit back with what Israel never thought is going to come its way.
Well, that's typical Iranian bluster and rhetoric for you, so nothing new there. But what they have done and fulfilled their word is this scattergun approach by roping in all other GCC members into the fight. And this time they would do it, we had predicted in Iranian studies. And the attack on Bahrain's Mina Salman and Jufair, Eastern Manama, is undergoing as we speak, but also in Kuwait and Al Udeid, Qatar and elsewhere will occur too, for the simple reason that it believes as a desperate regime that in attacking all of this, it minimizes impact on the home front, that somehow it would distract and take its best shot by roping in others and making them pay the price, including the US and its allies. Having said that, of course, Iran is paying more than a heavy price since unconfirmed reports now mention what has happened in the last few hours, that the Interior Ministry has been hit and has been relocated from Fatemi Square in central downtown Tehran. Khamenei's Supreme Leader complex, the Bait-e-Rahbari in North Tehran, has been severely hit. Not that he would have been there in any case, because he's been subterranean for quite a while. The Intelligence Ministry has been hit. And also the Iranian official news agency IRNA, along with Tasnim news agency and others, have been hacked in the last few hours, putting out reformist, anti-regime propaganda. But I suppose that will be showed over in a few hours' time. And of course, attacks have taken place southeast of Tehran at Parchin in the suburbs, where of course the military ballistic complex is located and where testing of mounting nuclear warheads has been undergoing and has been on for quite a while. Which brings us to the question of the ballistic missiles, because Iran has refused to talk about it, maintaining that these so-called talks in Geneva and elsewhere, and which was supposed to now resume on Monday in Vienna, were only about nuclear enrichment and of curtailing. But that has never been good enough for President Trump, and quite rightly so, because Iran has been fudging and fidgeting for all this time, and he has been patient with them, more than patient, thinking that they can procrastinate. But that's not good enough, and clearly it has come home to roost for them.
Barzin, the media in Israel is reporting that several senior Iranian figures have been targeted in these strikes, and they're saying there are indications of direct hits. Can you tell us something about this? Have there been some casualties among the leadership?
Major General Ali Shadmani, who is the head of the Khatam al-Anbiya headquarters in Tehran, the commander in question. The Khatam al-Anbiya is a nodal agency which oversees liaison work between the Iranian tri-services, the traditional forces, and the Pasdarane Enkilab, the Revolutionary Guards. So it's a nodal in-house clearing agency, the Khatam al-Anbiya, and he has been taken out, it is allegedly reported. But also, going back to President Trump's claim of help on its way for the Iranian population, plus his recent address, unconfirmed reports also mention that the head of the Iranian judiciary, the dreaded and much hated figure Ghulam Hossein Ejei, has been eliminated too this morning.
That's very significant. If Ghulam Hossein has indeed been eliminated, that's extremely significant, because he was the one who was actually ordering those massive executions.
And Gauri, not just the executions, which he gave a full carte blanche for, but it was on his orders, and that of Ali Larijani, who has now taken a position, as you know, from the Supreme National Security Council, in pulling out wounded protesters from their hospital wards and dragging them out, as medical faculty have attested. They've been taken out for either execution or for imprisonment. And he's a dreaded figure, and you can be sure that Iranians will be lauding his departure, and nobody will be shedding a tear on that.
All right, just to clarify for our viewers that in Abu Dhabi right now, there are no sirens going off. It is only an alert that has been issued. But across the images that you see right now, in fact, are from Bahrain, where Iran has launched an all-out attack. But I think the really big story that we are breaking over here, what Burzeen Wagmar just told us, the fact that two very senior figures in the leadership in Iran, right now there is no direct confirmation, but local media or local open source intelligence is suggesting that these two senior figures, one from the judiciary, other who was coordinating between the tri-services, could have been taken out in those strikes by America and Israel early in the morning. I think we also have Aditya Rajpal joining us live now from within Israel. Network extremely patchy there. But where are you, Aditya, and what can you tell us about what's happening?
Aditya, I'm currently inside a bomb shelter. This is in Tel Aviv. Even as we can hear, loud explosions. I can give you a glimpse of people, who are stranded here right behind me. These are ordinary people here in Tel Aviv who were marking Shabbat and did not expect these explosions to take place. But even as an attack has happened from Iran against Bahrain and Kuwait, the Fifth Fleet of the US Navy has been attacked in Bahrain. There are explosions that I can hear even today, right now. There are explosions that are taking place, right now, above the sky right now. These are missiles that are being intercepted, and the Iron Dome is working its own magic. And there are no casualties or any explosions that have been happened on the ground right now. But what I can tell you is that the situation is very, very fluid. All across Tel Aviv, it almost looks like a ghost town right now because people are inside. It's Shabbat, as well as there are emergency warnings. Since morning, there have been three different explosions, that have been marked here on the sky, even as the Iron Dome intercepts the missiles. And there have been three alerts that have been issued by the Home Front Command here in Israel, asking people to be vigilant and near bomb shelters. So every time there's an alarm, people are rushing inside the bomb shelters all across Israel, from northern to central to southern Israel, but particularly in central Israel, where Tel Aviv is. The Ben Gurion airport is completely shut. There are no operations currently underway. The Indian flight that was on way to Tel Aviv was sent back to Bombay. But currently, even as I speak, the Iranian retaliation against the US and Israeli attacks is currently underway. It's likely that because senior government officials were targeted and several ministries and government buildings were targeted in Tehran officials, there could be heavy casualties that the Iranians could be facing.
But Aditya, which also then brings me to ask that Iran has said that they are going to hit back already about 30 to 50. In fact, some reports are indicating 75 missiles have been hit by Iran. You tell us what's the situation right now on ground?
That's right, Gauri, you are right in analyzing that 75 to 80 missiles have been sent out from Iran. This is not just towards Israel, but also towards Bahrain and Kuwait. There are some reports that over the skyline of UAE also, some of the missiles have been intercepted. But no untoward incident as of now has happened in UAE. What we can tell our viewers is that the situation is very, very fluid. The Americans and the Israeli Air Force and Army are very much prepared in Israel and several other bases all across the Middle East to counter such attacks. While earlier it was being said that these are preemptive strikes, but it's unlikely that this is preemptive. This is a full-scale war that we are expecting that is happening, unfortunately. There are several areas, more than 5 locations in Iran that have been targeted, multiple government buildings that have been targeted in Iran. And Donald Trump also came out with a very strong statement that this is certainly a call for a regime change. And he is asking the people, common Iranians, to come out on the streets and take back control of the government. Whether that will happen or not, we'll see in the next few hours. But currently, situation very, very volatile. As I can tell you, in bomb shelters all across Israel, people have taken shelter, even as missiles are currently underway and being intercepted.
All right, the images that you see right now on your television screens, viewers, are from Bahrain, where military targets of America have been struck by Iran. Right now, NDTV is the only channel which is getting you the coverage from all sides. The view from Iran, the view from Israel. Aditya Rajpal, the only Indian journalist who is right now present inside Israel. This picture is of a plume of smoke rising from one of the targets that Iran says it has struck in Bahrain. Of course, significant American naval assets present in the entire region. And already the Foreign Ministry of Iran has said that this is going to be fair game. We were the victim of an unprovoked aggression by Israel and America, and now we are going to retaliate. Every American asset in the region is going to be on our radar. And these pictures are from Bahrain. Aditya right now, in fact, is in a bomb shelter because we are learning that sirens continue to sound in Jerusalem area across the north of Israel. Blasts are heard, and the IDF is currently working to intercept any of the missiles that are coming in their direction. But so far, and that is significant, so far, there are no reports of any injuries or any casualties anywhere from across Israel. Aditya.
Well, that's right. What I can tell you right now, the video might have just gone because I'm reading from a message that I've received from one of the sources. And he says that Iran has now planned attack in 5 different locations. One is the US 5th Fleet Naval Base in Bahrain that we are reporting on. The second is the Al Salem Air Base in Kuwait. The third is the Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar. And then, of course, the Al Darafa Air Base in the United Emirates. So these are 5 locations that we are talking about right now where Iranians are targeting. Not all 5 locations is where the blasts have been heard till now. There are 2 locations in Bahrain and Kuwait where blasts have been heard, but Qatar and UAE are also on the radar of the Iranians. That's what we are being told. And perhaps there could be an imminent attack because these are the locations where the US air bases are currently. And there's a strong deployment of the US Navy, the US Air Force, and of course the US Army in these locations. So we are looking at a full-scale kind of a conflict that is developing at this stage. Earlier, it was being said that this was a preemptive strikes to convey a strong message to Iran, even as the dialogue was underway. Remember, we had a dialogue take place yesterday in Geneva where no commitments were made by Iran, as per Donald Trump. And now we are expecting dialogue to take place in Vienna, where the technical details in Austria would have been discussed. But before that comes this full-scale kind of an attack where the nuclear arsenals and, of course, the missile technology and, of course, the government buildings are the main target of the Americans and the Israelis in Iran. The government here in Israel is very much prepared. That's what they are saying. They've been preparing for this day since weeks together. While the message from Donald Trump is that they're looking at a regime change, but will that be possible? Because the regime in Iran is also in a very, very strong position. They have pledged retaliation, which is underway right now. On your screens, there are visuals coming in from Bahrain, but there could be possibly visuals coming in from Kuwait and Qatar also, where possibly there could be, US bases under attack by the Iranians. Well, we haven't seen the most lethal attack from US yet. These are just a first wave of attacks that are taking place, but a more brutal, a more lethal wave of attacks could possibly come in the next few hours. Even as NDTV continues to report from Israel, I'm inside a bomb shelter, staying safe because of the missiles that are coming underway. There are explosions taking place right above the sky where I am right now in Tel Aviv. But situation very, very fluid, very dramatic out here. People are not taking precautions. People are taking precautions and not staying outdoors here in Tel Aviv.
Aditya, while we are talking about the big picture, you are, inside a bomb shelter on a day like today, Shabbat. What it's like to be an Israeli on a day like today, inside a bomb shelter, looking at probably a long-drawn conflict. Have you been able to speak to anybody behind you? What are they saying about what's happening right now?
Well, I'll try and speak to someone out here. Avi, if you can join me for 2 minutes. I have a friend, Avi, here inside a bomb shelter. Just to explain, briefly, Avi, what is it for a common Israeli to be inside a bomb shelter? How difficult is the situation? You're used to it, perhaps for years together since your childhood. But what is going through your mind right now?
It's not just because what you said, practice, but it's not for childhood. It's like only recent times.
Yeah.
We did not have bombings towards Tel Aviv. I'm used to that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What goes through your mind now that there are attacks against Iran and Iran is launching these missiles? What would a common Israeli, you or a common Israeli want?
My opinion is that we shouldn't have joined on the first, like with the Americans on the first strike.
Okay.
I mean, then retaliate, that's fine. But I'm not sure it's wise for us just to jump in at the start, because it brings upon us this that go to the shelter. So look at the other repercussions. I don't know. They're going to be blamed in the US for, I don't know, instigating wars.
All right, fair enough. So Avi is giving his opinion about the current war scenario that is underway. That's one of the views that is coming in from an ordinary Israeli stuck inside a bomb shelter. And of course, this is significantly important because there are thousands and thousands of Israelis currently who are stranded inside bomb shelters, waiting for the next command to come in from the Israeli government, the Home Front Command, to see what the situation is. Many people, of course, do not want war. They do not want bloodshed. They do not want provocations. But this is the times that we are living in. This is, of course, unpredictable right now. And there has been a complete geopolitical mess over the recent years with the Russia-Ukraine war and the Israel-Hamas conflict. And now a new kind of a conflict which has been going on for years and decades together between Iran and Israel, which has taken a new shape clearly in the recent months with clear warnings from the US. But here at the NDTV, we continue to report from the bomb shelter here in Tel Aviv, where thousands of people are stranded inside bomb shelters waiting for what will happen next. Remember, shops, restaurants, government offices, everything is shut right now because of the Shabbat, but also because of the current situation out here. The airport is completely frozen. It's not operational. All operations at the Ben Gurion airport have been suspended. And the visuals on your screens are from Bahrain, the strikes that have happened in retaliation by Iran. Will this continue over the next few days is something that we'll have to witness and wait and watch. But with the words that came in from the Israeli government and particularly from US President Donald Trump, it's almost clear that this seems to be a long battle and US will not stop until there is a regime change, because there were expectations from the Iranian people who were protesting and Trump had raised their expectations dramatically. So clearly, I heard a new explosion that just happened, seconds ago here. That is perhaps, missiles being intercepted even today, even right now. So it is a very fluid situation, Padmaja and Gauri.
It's remarkable the kind of equanimity with which people evacuate to a bomb shelter, unlike what one would imagine, because it's just become a part of your life. People saying, I'm used to it, I've seen this since childhood. Is just a part of something that we are used to for a while now. Qatar's defense ministry, in the meantime, has said that it has successfully intercepted all the missiles targeting the country. The Israeli media is reporting damage to a house in north of the country, but no injuries reported so far. Shivarur plugging back into the broadcast. It's a fast developing and fluid situation, but neither side letting up the pressure. Shiv.
That's right. There are videos dropping every 5-6 minutes depicting what appears to be a 360-degree retaliatory operation by Iran at this point of time. Padmaja and Gauri. In fact, we have Anjana Shankar, who is a journalist and a war reporter in her own right, joining us live from Abu Dhabi, where some explosions were heard. There was some confusion a little earlier about some sirens, but some advisories and warning messages have in fact gone out. Abu Dhabi is in the United Arab Emirates, a place where lakhs of Indians live. Anjana, can you tell us what's going on there? Because it looks like Abu Dhabi, which has the Al Dhafra base, which houses a lot of American assets, as well as Qatar, as well as Bahrain, they are targets at this point of time.
Yeah, thank you, Shiv. First of all, I want to make a clarification that, because we don't want to fearmonger people, there is no official confirmation of anything that has happened in Abu Dhabi. There are no sirens that went off like what we've seen in Bahrain, and there are clear videos and confirmations coming out of what is happening in Bahrain. So there is Al Dhafra Air Base, where the US military base is in Abu Dhabi. And as I mentioned in the earlier hit, is that, I did hear, and I'm getting messages from people. I can see social media tweets of people talking about, there was a bang that they heard from their balconies. They felt it, but we are not sure what happened. And, unless there is an official confirmation or clarity, at this moment to talk about it is misinformation. organization, so I don't want to do that. But there are precautions and messages of alerts coming out of organizations, and UAE Ministry of Interior has put out a tweet as of now asking people to take care and that the country is in safe hands. So that's a message that is playing out on the UAE social media scene now, telling people that everything is under control, the country is in safe hands, there is no need to panic. There's a lot of reassurances being given to people, which I think is very important, especially, as I said, there is a vast Indian expatriate population living in the UAE, nearly 3 million people, and also in the region. And, if I can pull out the latest tweet I saw from the Civil Aviation Authority saying that the UAE airspace has been, the General Civil Aviation Authority, temporary and partial closure of the UAE's airspace as an exceptional precautionary measure aimed at ensuring safety of flights and crew. So that is the latest that we have from Abu Dhabi.
Okay.
So just to make sure for your audience that there is no reports of blasts or whatsoever from Abu Dhabi.
No, that's a very important clarification that's come in from Anjana, and on NDTV we take that very seriously because we don't want to put out any information that may be misinterpreted or misused at this point of time. Very clearly, no explosions confirmed of any kind in Abu Dhabi, making that clear here. But they have been in Bahrain for sure, and you're seeing some of those images right now, as well as Qatar. I've got some information coming in, and I've just been speaking to my contacts in the American system, who've shared with us some information about the nature of the weapons being used. Padmaja and Gauri, I just want to take our viewers through that list of weapons, because as we look at these images of the attacks taking place, and welcoming Brahma Chelani also into our coverage, and I'll go to him in just a moment. Just for context, you're looking at this steady stream of images of explosions, of projectiles hitting buildings, and large plumes of smokes and fireballs. Some of the weapons we can confirm are being used at this point of time, and they've been captured on camera as well. Tomahawk long-range cruise missiles. The Israelis have their F-35 stealth fighters in the air. F-15 strike fighters are very likely conducting some of those longer-range airstrikes. Air-launched cruise missiles like the Delilah and the Rampage are incidentally also being used. Just as a side note, the Rampage is an Israeli weapon that India used during Operation Sindoor as well. Spice precision-guided bombs, bunker buster penetrator bombs called the GBU-28, and armed long-range strike drones are being used from the Israeli and the American side, also from off the coast in the Persian Gulf. The Iranians are striking back. It is not known just yet. There is less information about the weapons that are being used by Iran right now, but the Shahab-3 medium-range ballistic missiles, Imad precision-guided ballistic missiles, and a whole bunch of Shahid 136 and Shahid 238 attack drones are apparently being used in the retaliation at this point of time. Dr. Brahma Chelani is with us. Dr. Chelani, your opening comments on what we're seeing playing out in real time right now. This has become a proper exchange of missiles at this point of time. We're looking at it, update practically every 4 or 5 minutes.
You're right. Any operation and Trump's publicly defined his political goal is to change in a.
Dr. Chelani, can you hear me? I think you may be on mute, sir. Just go ahead and unmute yourself if you can.
Okay, I think there's a bit of a network issue there. We're going to try and connect with Brahma Chelani in just a bit. But Shiv, while you were talking about some of the weapons and the kind of weaponry that has been used, may have been used, what does this imply, from a preparatory point of view, from their vision to take this from here, a point of view? Because that really essentially sums up the picture, the big picture.
Look, the escalation matrix from here on, Gauri, is a very clear one. And the fact that there is an enormous military imbalance between Israel and the United States on the one side and Iran on the other. And remember, Iran, should this escalate to a much greater extent, there are all kinds of permutations that get involved. You've got Russia Don't forget that Russia stands firmly behind Iran in what's going on right now, even though there have been some noises this way and that Gauri, you've been reporting quite closely. But this is going to be a limited exchange. This is not going to spiral completely out of control. Iran is the key in that. Iran is aware of that. Iran knows better than anybody else that preparations, since you use that word, for this kind of strike have been going on for the longest time. Israel's entire military is basically predicated on offensive and defensive action centered around Iran. The United States deployments in the Persian Gulf and the Mediterranean are about Iran. They're not about any other country, frankly. And therefore, Iran has been fully aware, not dimly, but fully aware of the offensive power that both these countries can bring to bear if it is really going to be a shooting match. There is not going to be any doubt about who the winner of that is going to be. But at this point of time, the outcome, the actual outcome, which has been enunciated by Donald Trump, is what hangs in the air and shapes this entire conflict. He has made it absolutely 100% clear, even if we are to discount some of Trump's mannerisms and the way he says things, he says that the outcome of this is going to be regime change. He's called upon the people of Iran to basically say, look, take care of yourselves, stand back, get into shelters. We're going to level this place. We're going to remove your leadership. And then we're going to call you out of your bunkers and ask you to take over the government. In a very crude manner, that's what Trump has asked the Iranian people to do. How that's going to play out on the ground is what's on our screens right now.
Indeed. And let's rope in Burzin Wagmar also on just that aspect about Trump's call for ordinary Iranians to come out on the streets. They've been doing so for some time now, but Trump wants that, you know what, you got to come the whole hog, ensure that there is a regime change. Will that call, that clarion call that Donald Trump has made, will that actually happen? Do you see that happening right now? How do you see this likely to pan out from here?
We will have to see if it happens on the streets of Tehran in the coming hours or days. Exactly last Saturday, Gauri, campuses reopened for the new academic semester, as you remember, and protests with clockwork regularity started on campus. And we saw that happening on Tehran's 3 campuses, including the notable varsities like Sharif University Technology, Azad University, and the Tusi University. Also last Saturday, Iran test-fired a seabed missile. And this while talks were ostensibly going on with the US. So that tells you where one stands with the regime and why President Trump is completely put off. Regardless of what Omani Foreign Minister Badr al-Busaidi mentioned to CBS Evening News in his long drawn-out interview last evening, that there is light at the end of the tunnel, I discounted it because obviously it added up to precious little in terms of actual details of enrichment, of dispatchal, of fully capping, so on and so forth, and no discussion of the ballistic missile complex program at all, which Iran steadfastly refuses to entertain, but which is part of the package that Washington has proposed for discussions. So the question is, we will see if the people are emboldened enough to come out. But if it's proved that Ghulam Hussain Ejei of the judiciary has been taken out, that will be something of an impetus to the protesters to see a much vilified, hated figure taken out. And it only once again confirms to ordinary Iranians in Iran, never mind those in the diaspora, that this is a paper tiger regime, that it can barely survive. The fact that its radar complexes have been fully exposed with these incoming aircrafts and these early morning strikes, to think that they never got around to doing anything in terms of repair or damage control after the 12-day June war from last year.
Okay.
And speaking of missiles and radar installations, fixed radar installations that have been taken out, I can also inform that the Financial Times 2 or 3 days ago revealed a leaked report that Iran has purchased 500 million euros worth of handheld shoulder infrared guided missiles from Russia.
That's very important. That's very important, Burzin. I'm going to ask you to hold that thought. And I want to get in, Shiv, on just that aspect. What we were talking, Shiv, about, the Russia-Iran military collaboration. And as Burzin is saying that there has been a purchase, that has taken place in the last fortnight. So you could see this escalating, becoming not just about US, Israel on one end and Iran on the other, but spreading to the other countries as well.
And remember, those supply chains that Burzine is talking about, they've been significantly squeezed for obvious reasons in the last few months and years progressively. So the fact that Iran has been able to get its hands on significant amounts of defensive armament, for instance, the infrared shoulder-fired air defense systems of a short-range variety, are the kinds that the Iranians would presumably be able to use against, aircraft and low-flying helicopters, perhaps even drones, expecting, there to be some kind of a swarm attack, means that Iran is all in as far as a defensive posture is concerned. Iran, remember, has large stockpiles of ballistic missiles. Exactly how large these stockpiles are, how many waves of ballistic missile attacks it can actually sort of execute against Iran has been the subject of conjecture for a long time, especially if you consider that Israel has claimed to have destroyed some of these missile depots and manufacturing sites in the last two exchanges. But the fact that Iran continues to have some measure of this supply chain that Burzine mentions very correctly means that Iran obviously has been wargaming this for a very long time. They don't see this as is this or if this is going to happen. It's always been about a when this is going to happen. And that's what we're seeing play out right now. I don't know, for instance, whether any of these airstrikes, whether any of these missile attacks, have been challenged at any level. It doesn't look like it. I wonder what Burzine thinks. It doesn't look like Iran's air defenses have worked at all, Burzine. What does that say to you?
It hasn't, because it's abysmally destroyed, as it were, but not completely. Having said that, Gauri, I wanted to just finish my thought before Shiv's intervention. The said leaked report of the export deal from Moscow to Tehran will see the tranches of these Weber unit missiles delivered between 2027 and 2029. They've not yet started. It was only inked sometime before Christmas in Moscow, and the FT has obtained a leaked report of the same, which I reported to you. Point number one. Point number two, having said that, we did see during the days after the riots broke out, after 28th December onwards, that certain tranches of Ilyushin 76 transporters, the Gajraj, which even the IAF uses, Shiv, as you know, were making sorties between Russia and Tehran by Puya Air, which is, of course, just a front organization for one of the Pasdaran, the Revolutionary Guards. And they have been bringing in some equipment. Not that we've been privy to what has been coming in, but videos do attest to that. They would not have necessarily been these Weber units because, of course, Russia itself is reeling from an arms shortage with the Ukraine war. So I don't think they would be able to completely supply everything to them at the spur of a moment with their backs to the wall as they are currently in Iran. But some supplies are taking place. But it is slightly distinct from what I just mentioned of this scoop that the FT carried, that this arsenal is supposed to be delivered. And you quite rightly mentioned, Shiv, because if fixed radar installations are destroyed, which clearly Israel has been taking down like 9 pins, the Iranians are going to have recourse to these portable rapid action force units that can fan out anywhere with these missiles on their shoulders to take out low-flying aircrafts and other drones as such. So that is what they've signed up for, but they haven't yet received them, so to speak.
Burzine, even as all of these visuals, very dramatic from across the Middle East with Iran, very clear that they're going to target every single American base in the region. Interesting reports coming in from within Israel, because now a TV report from there says that strikes have achieved a high success in targeting Iran's president and senior commanders. So while a lot of focus will be on these very dramatic visuals coming from, from Bahrain, from other places, the fact is that Israeli media are now reporting that when it comes to targeting Iran's president and senior commanders, they have achieved significant success.
Yes, and quite rightly so, because their homework is second to none. It is absolutely peerless. And why would that be so? One must pause and ask too. It is because of excellent ground intelligence from Tehran itself that is being fed to the Israelis by disgruntled Iranian local elements. who are obviously fed up with the discredited regime. It is one thing to talk about Israeli stunning military success, but never forget the human intelligence aspect. And Israel, to a certain extent, can fulfill that, but it is only possible due to Iranian collaboration on ground. We saw that during the 12-day war. We see it again here with these multiple drone strikes back in June that were launched and were all over the city. And Tehran's police inspector general was telling citizens not to, pander to such rumors and this, that, and the other last June. And we see it this time too. And Gauri, if I may, although Anjana rightly mentioned about no air warnings in Abu Dhabi, Al Dhafra base, which is 20 miles south of Abu Dhabi, there has been some alleged attacks according to certain Persian news channels which I've been following, like Shafaq Monitor and others. They say that there has been allegedly, I repeat, allegedly an attack at Al Dhafra base, which of course it should be known to your viewership, because that's where the ill-fated Indian Airlines also landed the Christmas Day hijacking back in December 1999 before making its way to Kandahar. I just thought I'd throw that in too.
Okay. Shiv, all right, before I get in Shiv, let's get in Anjana as well for more updates on this. And as Burzine is saying that there are some local media outlets that seem to be indicating that there could be some possible strikes that could have taken place at the airbase that we were mentioning earlier. Anjana.
Yeah, so we have an official confirmation from the Ministry of Defense in Abu Dhabi that there was a Iranian ballistic missile attack on Abu Dhabi, which was dealt with by the UAE air defenses. And it says a number of missiles were successfully intercepted. So I guess that was the blast that I heard and a lot of residents heard and spoke about earlier. And the UAE authorities also say that they also dealt with the fall of a shrapnel on a residential area in the city of Abu Dhabi, which resulted in some material damage and the death of a person of Asian nationality. So first casualty in the UAE. He's an Asian national, according to government authorities. And they also confirmed that the security situation is under control. So I think that is an official confirmation that we were waiting for. At least a half an hour ago, there was 2 rounds of the similar blasts and explosions that we heard. And there are pictures and videos doing the rounds on social media. But now we have a confirmation that there is at least 1 casualty and a barrage of missile attacks on Abu Dhabi.
And Shiva, I want to bring you in on just that aspect. Till now we've been talking about strikes, but the human toll of any war is now beginning to finally be seen. First casualty that Anjana is talking about, we have now reported. It's confirmed.
And we don't even know what the casualties are in Iran and Israel yet.
Yes.
The attacks began in Iran. There is no information just yet about what the casualty numbers are in Iran, in Israel, in any of the other places. So this is Anjana is literally reporting the first casualty in this entire exchange so far. I just want to remind all of our viewers, Gauri, that NDTV is reporting this unfolding situation from all of the key points. We're the only network with a reporter, Indian network with a reporter on the ground in Iran and in Israel. We've got Anjana in Abu Dhabi. We'll have a reporter up in Bahrain in a very short while from now. I'm told we've got our correspondent from Qatar plugging in shortly as well. So this is a 360-degree view as to the best of our abilities of a situation that is clearly in escalation. Each picture coming in is escalating. We've also got the best voices, including Burzine, Dr. Brahmachalani and others who are helping us and our viewers decode what appears to be a familiar situation, but one that seems to have a tinge of inevitability in terms of what that outcome is going to be. We've seen what's been happening on the streets of Iran for the last few weeks. You had Trump just quantify the number of deaths in Iran as tens of thousands. We don't know what that figure is, but the people of Iran right now have basically gotten a message from Trump. They've gotten a message from Netanyahu. What's going to happen in Iran is I think, key to what we're reporting right now. We don't know yet where the leadership of Iran is. They've issued very traditional boilerplate statements saying Iran is not going to sit around. There will be a crushing response, etc., etc. Nothing new about that. We can confirm that the Al Khamenei has been taken to a hideout or a safe house or a bunker of kinds. There's been an attack on a ceremonial residence of the Al Khamenei, as Maral was telling us a little earlier. Unfortunately, we've lost that link with her because there's a complete internet shutdown in Tehran at this point of time. But the leadership of Iran, is this escalating or has it already become a decapitation strike? We don't know just yet, and I don't want to conjecture just yet. But all the contours that Trump and Netanyahu have given us about, Roaring Lion and Epic Fury, basically sounds like that's exactly what they're aiming for this time. It doesn't look like it's going to stop before they achieve that. I'm just wondering what that red line is going to be.
All right. In fact, as we focus on all of these visuals coming in from across the Middle East, from Israel, from Iran, the latest updates, and in fact, we'll bring in Aditya Raj Kaul now. IDF has begun large-scale reinforcement of troop presence at borders. It has boosted, the presence of IAF, Navy, home front search. Blasts have been reported, says Israeli media, in Riyadh. An airstrike has hit an Iraqi base which was hosting pro-Iran militia. And all of these are reports coming in from within Israel. But let's actually get a sense of what is happening there on the ground, because Aditya is right there. It seems, at least for the time being, it is slightly calmer than earlier. The sirens have stopped and you're out of the bomb shelter. Aditya.
Well, this happens during conflict. There are moments when, it's calm, but you never know. Sirens could be blazing again. Since morning, there have been 3 different times when sirens got blazing. People ran off to the bomb shelters. And even as NDTV continues to bring in exclusive reportage here from Israel and from Iran and the larger Middle East, it is a very, very significantly dramatic situation that is developing. It is very, very fluid right now. I'm now being told that US President Donald Trump will be addressing the nation again in a few hours from now to update about the latest developments, because this is nearing a long-term format, because earlier we were reporting since morning these could be preemptive strikes. But what we have witnessed since is that 5 different locations in Iran under target, including several ministry buildings and very senior security establishments. We do not, of course, know, as Shiv was pointing out, the fate of the leadership of Iran at this point in time. There could be some casualties, possibly, yes, high casualties because of the kind of the magnitude of the attack that happened. As of now, here in Israel, there hasn't been any kind of damage that has been reported as such. There are multiple missiles that did come in, but the Iron Dome did its work. It intercepted most of those missiles above the sky. I heard those explosions while I was at the bomb shelter here. The airport, as I said, is completely shut. People are inside their homes because this is Shabbat as well, and they are not outside. I'm standing right now in one of the neighborhoods of Tel Aviv, where people are completely inside. They are, focused on news channels here in Israel, as well as the Homefront Command app, because they are keeping us updated about the latest developments that are coming in. But it is a huge regional conflict that we are looking at, which is being witnessed right now. What I can also tell you, Padmaja, Shiv and Gauri, is that multiple air bases have come under attack. There are no official confirmations from Iranian side right now, but apart from Bahrain and Kuwait, we are hearing reports of Qatar and UAE also under attack. We are waiting for official confirmations on that front, but all these are US bases, basically, in these countries, and the US bases have come under attack. Whether there has been any damage on ground or not, again, no official confirmation on that. I'm being told that Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister, is keeping a very, very close watch along with the IDF chief and the Mossad chief about the latest developments that are coming in. But we are likely to see more action in the next few hours.
In fact, Aditya, update has in fact come. Go ahead, Shiv. That's what we're talking about.
Aditya, I just had one question. Iran's missiles that have either landed or been intercepted over Israel have been in open areas. Are you hearing any reports from the ground in Israel of any targeting of cities? The last exchange that happened, when the escalation took place towards the evening, cities were targeted as well, including where you are right now, Aditya.
Well, as always, Shiv, and you've been here on ground, the first target always becomes central Israel, which is Tel Aviv, which is hub of the economic action in many ways. And the Ben Gurion airport, where not just the civilian aircrafts, but also the military aircrafts are parked, also becomes a target. Well, there was a huge thick smoke that I witnessed right outside the Ben Gurion airport. We thought that it could be a missile or a rocket that could have landed up there, but it was a fire. So there is no missile that has touched on ground as of now. There are multiple explosions. I can't put a number to it, but there are multiple explosions that have been seen on the sky right above me, or meters away from me. And these are basically Iron Dome and other, anti-air defense mechanism that is under play out here. But many of these missiles have also been intercepted in several different countries, from UAE to Bahrain to Kuwait and other locations as well. Whether there's been damage out there, because we did see visuals coming in from Bahrain out there, and there have been alerts that have been issued, and there are a fresh wave of strikes that are happening from the Israeli side right now against Iran.
In fact, Iran has attacked US base in Abu Dhabi. UAE has released a statement saying it's a blatant attack by Iranian ballistic missiles. Iranian missiles successfully have been intercepted successfully, and these visuals first broken to you on NDTV. These explosions reported not just in the UAE but Kuwait and Bahrain as well. The military operation against Iran has spilled over into a much wider region, and these dramatic pictures coming in from Bahrain, from UAE and from Kuwait. All right, so the very latest, in fact, that we are getting to you. Let's continue to stay with Aditya over there. And very important piece of information that Donald Trump is likely to address his country again. One, where he basically said that this was a regime change operation. Aditya, what is likely to be the content? What are you hearing about? Why, within a couple of hours, he has decided to make another address to the nation?
Well, we'll have to wait and watch what exactly is at play, because there is a message that Donald Trump has sent out through the military action and the strikes to the common people in Iran, but that sees this moment. This is the moment for you. Do you want democracy to be restored? Then you will have to certainly physically snatch that democracy away, and we can only aid in this entire process. But will that happen? Because there's a significant population that also is behind Ayatollah Khamenei, Pezeshkian, and several other Iranian leaders right now. We do not know the status of the top leadership, but we do know that they are all in hideouts right now, keeping safe away from these attacks that are happening in Tehran. It is certainly a regime change operation that Israel and Iran have been planning for a very long time. But I've been speaking to Israeli diplomats as well as intelligence who tell me that it's not easy. They do not expect instantly an Iranian takeover to take place, because there's no substitute out here. Yes. There is Reza Pahlavi, but he is not out there. And there's no democratic substitute right now who can take the leadership or who has mass following right now in Iran. So it's not going to be physically, diplomatically, politically, or militarily easy for the US or Israel to just click a button and have perhaps a regime change out there. There has to be a successive military, operation.
Absolutely, and when you talk about a change to what? What follows that change? If the current regime is to be dislodged, what comes after? Zamir Jafri, scholar at the Al Mustafa University, is also joining us live now. Thank you very much, Mr. Jafri, for speaking to us. How do you see this panning out over the next few hours? Donald Trump has told people of Iran the hour of your freedom is at hand. What happens after that hour of freedom?
Are you with me?
Yes.
Are you talking to me?
Yes, Mr. Jafri.
Okay. Thank you very much for having me on the show. Your voice was not very clear, but what I understood was America is trying to bring about democracy in Iran. Wow. It makes me laugh. 34 million people came on 11th of February to support an Islamic government. Okay. And somebody sitting outside in other side of the world thinks that they know Iran more than what the Iranians know. And those 34 million people who came on the road were not Iranians, they were aliens. Secondly, they want to bring about democracy in Iran, but they want to establish a terrorist in Syria as the head of the state. And they want all the kings in the Middle East and the West Asia to rule the country where there is no democracy. All these lies and all these propaganda, till when are we going to repeat the Western propaganda like copy-paste things. First of all, let me start with the first thing is this is an attack on Iran, which proves again the world is a jungle Raj. There is no international law. According to all international law, according to United Nations, this is an act of terror. This is an act of war against a sovereign nation. This is the second time that Iran was in conversation. Iran was negotiating. The foreign minister of Oman was yesterday in United States. In the Face the Nation, one of the shows in United States of America, he clearly stated that Iran has agreed to maximum demands of America and Iran is ready to negotiate. Let's give it time. And he knew that this barbarism is going to take place. So let's break it down. What does people of Iran want? They want an Iranian government. It's not a regime. There is a regime in United States which is against the Supreme Court of United States, which is taking unilateral actions, which is taking Maduro from Venezuela.
All right.
There's jungle Raj and a regime in United States. In Iran, there is a government, there is a democratic government, there is a president, there are votes, there is election. This is all Western propaganda. Yesterday, India Today released a news in which their reporters came. I invite the NDTV reporters to come to Tehran as well.
Okay.
Come and walk on the street, speak to people. What kind of propaganda is this? What is regime change? What is this regime change drama?
Okay.
What is regime change?
Okay, but Mr. Jaffrey, what do you anticipate some kind of reaction from the people of Iran? Because every statement up till now has been addressed to the people of Iran saying this is the kind of support that you had sought from the world all of this while. You did not get it, but now it is in your hands to seize your destiny.
Well, there is something called daydreaming, and America has been daydreaming this since last 40 years. Iran has progressed in 40 years. Iran is now in a capacity that Iran can strike back. This whole Western, there was a report on Al Jazeera which stated there were 40 million bought on Twitter and X, which were being used to project as if the Iranian people are against the Iranian government. This is an official news on X. So all these social media revolution are sitting outside in a cozy AC room and thinking that, Iran is about to collapse. Tehran has collapsed, Mashhad has collapsed. This is all nonsense which is going on in the Western propaganda, multi-million propaganda.
Mr. Jaffrey,
which are trying to portray Iran is about to collapse. It's absolute nonsense.
No, we haven't said any of that.
Yes.
We have been objectively asking, and we continue to report objectively about how the situation is unfolding. The question was about what happens next post.
Now, one of the panelists recently said this.
Okay,
that it's about regime change and the people of Iran. Yes,
okay.
I was responding to them.
My question to you, sir, is that there is a strike that has been launched by Israel. It is backed by US completely. And it seems like both sides are prepared to take this forward and for it to prolong for more than just a couple of days. I want to understand from you the impact this will have on Iran because of the disproportionate scale and disproportionate and complete inequality in terms of how the US and Israeli military assets exist and with regard to Iran.
I would like to just add one point, and that point is very simple. That during the 12 days war, the same question was there. Iran in that 12-day war proved two things. One is Iran's missiles can penetrate the air inside Israel and any point in West Asia. One. Two, Iranian missiles have pinpoint accuracy. And Iran had only used Khorramshahr in the last 2 days of the war, which is and they have not even used Sijil, which is one of the latest ballistic missile and hypersonic missiles that they have. So it's not that America can attack, Israel can attack, and Iran cannot respond. Those days are gone. Ayatollah Khamenei has clearly stated, "Ni zani ni khori." If you think you can hit and run away, hit illegally, criminally, and run away, those days are gone. Iran can respond back. Iran has clearly said that this will be a regional war. Ayatollah Khamenei clearly stated this will be a regional war. And on day one, within hours, Iran responded by attacking six air bases in 6 different countries inside American bases in the West Asia. What does it prove? It proves that Iran has the power to respond.
Okay.
And Iran is not going to back down or not going to capitulate or not going to submit to these imperialist and colonialist power. I, as an Indian, I expect all Indians to stand up against this colonialist and imperialist mindset. These were the people who ruled us for 150 years. We as a country were 23% of the world economy. They looted us, and when they went, they left us with 3% of the world economy.
Okay.
They are the people who are trying to put tariffs on us. They are we as Indians, we need to stand up based on principles.
But Mr. Jafri, Iran has said that UN needs to step in, the UNSC needs to take cognizance of what they have called an unprovoked and unilateral attack. But I haven't so far seen anyone actually speak up and respond to that. In fact, we have Anthony Albanese, who is, I think, one of the first few world leaders who has responded to this. And he said Australia stands with the brave people of Iran in their struggle against oppression. For decades, the Iranian regime has been a destabilizing force through its ballistic missile and nuclear programs, support for armed proxies, and brutal acts of violence and intimidation. Iran directed at least 2 attacks on Australian soil in 2024. These appalling acts target Australia's Jewish community, were intended to create fear, divide our society, and so on and so forth. Why is Iran then not getting the support that you say everyone across the world, including India, should be giving them?
Well, we live in a jungle, Raj, and what happened when Maduro was captured? Greenland is being attacked. All the countries of the Europe, they were sitting like the classroom students, and the principal United States was dictating to them what happened when they were trying to attack all the. So, is there any doubt that we live in a jungle, Raj? Is there any doubt in anybody's mind? Is there any doubt that there is no international law, there is no United Nations?
Okay.
So there is only one way in which we say jiski lathi uski bhaise. That is the kind of world that we live in.
Okay.
And Imam Ali alayhi salam says a very beautiful quote. He says the world is like a jungle in which the bigger animal is trying to eat the smaller animal. Till the time you remain a smaller animal, somebody is out to hunt you out.
Right. But to use to stretch your analogy a little further, agar jiski lathi uski bhaise, that at this time, what will be decisive to determine who actually wields the bigger and the stronger lathi?
Military might.
Whose military might is going to outlast this? For the time being, thanks very much, Zamir Jafri, for having...
I just want to add one more point.
All right, just 10 seconds, please.
Just one more point I want to add. Yes, one more point. Look, Iran is a country which believes in the ideology of Imam Hussein. We are Shia Muslims. We are taught never oppress anybody and never accept any oppression. We believe dying on the knee is dying on standing high, your head high is much better than kneeling down to an oppressor. Iran is ready.
All right, we're going to take a very quick break at this point, but this ongoing coverage on the biggest story of 2026. Don't go anywhere. The most incisive analysis, updates right here on NDTV. Back in a minute.
Across the country, he has tracked the pulse of power. From Washington to Korea, witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones, brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else, only on NDTV Network.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindoor.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live, unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Centre.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France. In Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
Sound check हो गया? Visuals ready? Lights okay? Everything is ready? Wait, are you ready? ये सिर्फ एक कॉन्सर्ट नहीं है. This is my life. This is my story. One night, no repeats. Book your tickets now.
From 1983 to now, I have seen cricket evolve, but the mindset to win never changed. I tell you that what win matches and what doesn't. This T20 World Cup, let's talk cricket, controversies and more on NDTV.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
expert advice, the latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decisions. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and
NDTV is the only Indian media network that is reporting live. Fighter jets and transport aircrafts that are actually lined up. The Israeli side, there's a state of emergency that has been declared.
Good afternoon. We begin with fast-moving and deeply consequential developments in the Middle East. Israel and the United States have carried out coordinated strikes on Iranian targets, describing them as preemptive and necessary for security. Iran now has responded with missile and drone attacks and has warned that American assets in the region are now legitimate targets. President Donald Trump has spoken of major combat operations. Prime Minister Netanyahu says Israel acted to neutralize an existential threat. Tehran calls it aggression and promises retaliation. Now, the critical question is not just what happened earlier today, but what happens next. Does this remain contained, or are we looking at a widening regional confrontation involving proxies, Gulf states and global energy markets? We'll break it down for you. I'm Vedika Sood, and here are the headlines we are tracking at the top of 4 p.m. Big escalation in West Asia war. US-Israel strike Tehran. Top Iranian officials and Khamenei residents targeted. Trump says aim of strikes is regime change in Iran.
Happened from US.
NDTV reports from Ground Zero, Israel. Iran retaliates by launching missiles. Sirens go off in Tel Aviv. Aditya Raj Kaul brings you all the updates from Ground Zero. West Asia war theatre expands. Iranian missiles hit Bahrain, Abu Dhabi and Kuwait. Reports of Khamenei's home and office targeted. The Iran supreme leader has been taken to a hideout as Israeli military attacks Tehran. Israeli Prime Minister releases statement, says that Israel, together with the United States, launched a military operation against Iran to eliminate what he described as the existential threat posed by the Ayatollah regime. We start with some breaking news coming in. We believe a person of Asian nationality has been killed in the UAE. This is the first confirmed casualty in the strikes that have taken place. We'll try and get a reporter to get you more details on this, but that's the latest. We're starting 4 p.m. with explosions, remember, were heard in UAE's Abu Dhabi and Dubai, Qatar's Doha and Saudi Arabia's Riyadh hours after Israel and the US conducted joint attacks on Iran, plunging the Middle East into a new conflict. Two Abu Dhabi residents told the news agency AFP that they heard blasts. There are eyewitness accounts also coming in, but the latest that we have for you is a person of Asian nationality has been killed in the UAE. Like I said, this is the first confirmed casualty in the strikes. In Abu Dhabi, the UAE Air Force and the US Air Force share the Al Dhafra Air Base. Dubai's Jebel Ali port is the US Navy's largest port of call in the Middle East that regularly hosts American aircraft carriers and other vessels. There are people who have also spoken out saying that they've heard these explosions. That's the latest that we have for you. It's not just Abu Dhabi and Dubai, Qatar's Doha and Saudi Arabia's Riyadh also. There have been explosions that have been heard. Person of Asian nationality has been killed in the UAE. We'll try and get you more details on this casualty as well. But that's worrying news coming in because it now seems that this conflict, of course, is widening in the region, as we had even earlier reported. What happens next is the bigger question after the explosions, after the targeting that we've seen by Israel and the US on Iran. There have been retaliatory strikes as well. US bases also have been targeted, naval bases in the region. We'll get you more on that as well. Aditya Rajkol is the only Indian reporter in Israel to report on the big developments. We very shortly will get him live as well. The US reportedly, let's also just tell you, has several air bases around the area. We'll also bring maps up for you in a moment from now to show you where the strikes have taken place, both in Iran as well as Israel. A lot of the US Navy vessels have also been docked in and around the region. I have Aditya Rajkol live with me at this point. Aditya, we're getting news that there has been a casualty in the UAE, but from where you are, first I want an update. And of course, Aditya, at this point, you must remember, if you feel at any point that you are in harm's way, you need to pull out.
I will have to pull out. Actually, there is a fresh siren that has just...
Yes, please go ahead, Aditya.
The equipment with me, and as you can see, there is a siren that has just gone on. And this is the fourth siren of the day that has just gone in. And people are actually rushing into the bomb shelters. This means that there are incoming, missiles that are coming in. So, of course, this is the fourth siren across Israel. Right now, I'm reporting from Tel Aviv. This is a neighborhood out here, and people are actually rushing into the bomb shelters. There are fresh incoming Iranian missiles that might be just coming in. So I'll head towards the bomb shelter as you continue the broadcast.
All right, Aditya, we'll come back to you in a moment from now. I need you to be safe. That's priority at this time, Aditya. Aditya reporting there that the fourth siren of the day has gone off in Tel Aviv. He's been reporting from there. This is not the first time he's hearing that siren. He was at the Tel Aviv airport when the first strike took place. When he heard the sirens go off in Tel Aviv, he's trying to get to a safer location at this point. And of course, we don't want him to come in harm's way. What you see on your screens are also the smoke emanating from Bahrain some time back. But smoke on distant Doha skyline as Iran launches counterattacks over Israel-US strikes. More and more videos are coming out at this point. This one is from Bahrain. But let's also just take you through some of the most important videos that we have put together for you today on this story. We're also getting information obtained from two regimes that their operations will continue in Tehran and some other cities. That's some news also coming in at this point. All right, so the big story, let's just bring you those visuals now. Israel, along with US, launched a preemptive strike on Iran today. Israel launched a daylight attack on Iran's capital with a cloud of smoke rising from the city's downtown. An explosion was heard in Tehran, the capital of Iran, at a time when tensions between Iran and the United States of America were already rising over Tehran's nuclear program. Explosions were heard in central Tehran. Images of smoke rising over Tehran's Hassan Abad Square can be seen there on your screen. Also in Tehran's Pasteur Street was also one among the multiple explosion spots in the capital city of Iran. Smoke was seen in the sky above Tehran's Jamhuri Street as well. I'm going to go back to Aditya Rajkal, who I believe is in a more secure location. Aditya, over to you. Just tell us what's going on. You say this is the fourth siren you've heard since this morning.
Well, that's right. We're now back in bomb shelter. There are hundreds of people out here. This is one of the neighborhoods in Tel Aviv. Remember, this is the fourth time that sirens have gone off blazing all across Israel. It's a very, very fluid and dramatic situation. Of course, people in Israel in the last few years have been used to it because of the incoming attacks from Hamas terror organization and, of course, the Iranian side as well. This time around, after the so-called preemptive strikes that we were told have happened this morning, there have been attacks that the Iranian, IRGC has also done against at least 4 to 5 US bases all across the Middle East, from Bahrain to Kuwait, to Qatar and UAE as well. And now, even as I sit inside this bomb shelter, after the fourth siren went off, I can hear some of the explosions that are taking place on the skyline. These are interceptions that are happening from the Israeli side. The domes, the Iranian dome, the Iron Dome that is playing its role to intercept these missiles. Just to give you a glimpse of it, right? There are these bomb shelter, which is there are innocent children out here, civilians out here trying to save their lives. They, of course, know the protocols and the SOPs that need to be followed. And that's what is being done by the ordinary civilians out here. They are sitting out here. They are inside the bomb shelter and they're waiting for the next command that can come in from the Home Front Command and the Israeli government so that everybody can be safe and secure at this particular moment. So we'll have to wait and watch when the next wave of strikes really happen. But we are being told that the second Israeli wave of attacks is happening right now, even as the Iranians are pledging that they will strike back against the US interests, the US bases, the US Air Force, and of course, the Israelis at this particular stage.
Aditya, you also have Netanyahu, the Prime Minister, saying that Israel has acted to neutralize an existential threat. Tell us more.
But of course, there have been warnings that have gone out from United States and Israel towards Iran continuously that they will not tolerate, Iran enriching nuclear, arsenal and nuclear weapon and nuclear sites. But there was no assurance that really happened from the Iranians. There was a dialogue that was held earlier. Even yesterday, there was a negotiation that was held in Geneva with Oman acting as a mediator. But certainly there was no headway that was reached out here. And finally, we did see now strikes happening this morning. And the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu has given out a warning that Iran remains an existential threat because their target seems to be attacking and killing the Jewish population and killing the your common Israelis out here. And that's why, since Iran hasn't changed its modus operandi or plan, the attacks will only continue. The same kind of message came in from the US president, who said that this is a regime change. The objective is a regime change, and he's asking the people of Iran to stand up and actually overthrow the government and restore democracy. Whether that will happen, whether that will be easy, is certainly something that we need to monitor and watch. Because it's not something that has just happened today. It has been going on for a very long while. We had a 12-day war just a few months ago. And now, even as NDTV continues to report from ground here in Israel, one thing is very clear, that this is expanding to a larger regional conflict, something that Ayatollah Khamenei and the Iranian government had warned. How long they can sustain this is something that we need to also monitor. But certainly, a major escalation and a regional conflict currently underway here in West Asia.
Aditya, I'm going to come back to you in a moment from now. We have some breaking news coming in. Iran's Supreme National Security Council has now issued a statement urging citizens to try to leave Tehran and major cities that face an attack. According to information obtained, they say from these two corrupt regimes, their operations will continue in Tehran and some other cities. Therefore, as much as possible while maintaining calm, travel to other centers and cities if possible to stay safe from the malice of these two regimes, is what Iran's Supreme National Security Council has said through a statement. Aditya Rajkol live with us from a bunker there in Tel Aviv. Aditya, now you have Iran's Supreme National Security Council also asking people to move while they try and remain safe to cities which are relatively safer than others.
Well, it does seem to be a long-term conflict at this particular stage, because of the kind of preparations that the Americans and the Israelis have made over the many weeks, be it the Air Force jets or the refuelers or the kind of missile stockpiles that have been kept out here. It does seem that the Americans and the Israelis are ready for a long play out here. This is not a short-term preemptive strike and over in 24 hours. This is a long-term play which seems to be at play. Multiple cities have been attacked in Iran. There's a statement now that has come in from the Iranian Security Council, and they are asking people to take shelter in safe locations, in safe cities. But which city is safe? Because Tehran has been attacked, Qom has been attacked, we've seen attack in Isfahan and several other localities as well. So it is going to expand, is what we are being told. Now, Iran is a large country, but certainly there are major city centers, security establishments and ministries that are direct target of the Israeli and the American attack right now. Even as a fresh wave of Iranian missiles are heading towards Israel and are being intercepted, this is a major conflict that has erupted. While several countries have issued statements, most of them supporting this action by US and Israel. We'll have to wait and watch how things expand as of now. Here in Israel, there is a complete chaos. The Home Front Command is asking people to be vigilant, to be near bomb shelters. And as a fresh wave of Iranian missiles have, gone towards Israel, they are being intercepted right now. And people are waiting for the next message inside the bomb shelters.
Aditya, you're going to stay with us, but again, I can't stop reiterating this: stay safe. As soon as you feel that this area is being unsafe, plug out. But I'm going to even give our viewers an update on what has been happening in the last couple of hours. Middle East has been pushed into a renewed military confrontation with Israel and the United States of America launching what they described as a preemptive attack on Tehran. Now, as per the Iranian media, strikes which began early in the morning were reported in different parts of Iran, including capital Tehran, where smoke was seen billowing. President Donald Trump confirmed major combat operations in Iran, which the US is calling Operation Epic Fury. Trump claimed that Iran has continued to develop its nuclear program and plans to develop missiles to reach the United States of America. He also called on Iranians to seize control of their government when the operation concludes. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has also spoken out. He also held that the strikes were being carried out with the aim of removing what he called was, quote-unquote, an existential threat. He vowed that Iranian regime will never be allowed to obtain nuclear weapons. Israel has named this operation Operation Lion's Roar. Amid the joint US-Israel strikes, exiled Iranian Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi has also called the current situation a decisive turning point, saying the aid promised by the US president has now arrived.
לפני שעה קלה יצאו ישראל וארצות הברית למערכה משותפת, מבצע שאגת הארי. מטרת המבצע, לשים קץ לאיום ממשטר האייתולות באיראן. בשעה זו תוקף צה"ל מטרות של משטר הדיכוי, מתקנים של משמרות המהפכה והבסיס, ויחד עם צבא ארצות הברית, אתרי טילים בליסטיים שמאיימים הן על ישראל והן על כוחות ארצות הברית. מבצע זה יימשך ככל הדרוש. בחודשים האחרונים הרודנים באיראן זוממים לבנות מחדש את יכולות הגרעין והטילים שלהם ולהטמין אותם מתחת לאדמה, ושם לא נוכל לפגוע בהם. אם לא נעצור אותם עכשיו, הם יהיו חסינים. ולשם כך, הנציגים שלהם במשא ומתן מנסים להרוויח זמן במשא ומתן עקר ושקרי עם ידידינו האמריקנים. ולכן יצאנו כעת למבצע שאגת הארי, פעולה שהיא עוצמתית הרבה יותר ממבצע עם כלבי, שהיה מאוד עוצמתי. אנחנו עושים זאת בשילוב זרועות מלא עם ידידינו בארצות הברית, תחת ההנהגה האמיצה של הנשיא טראמפ. יחד עם ארצות הברית, נכה קשות במשטר הטרור. ניצור תנאים שיאפשרו לעם האיראני האמיץ לפרוק מעליו את עול המשטר הרצחני הזה. כל מי שיניח את נשקו, כולל בקרב כוחות המשטר, יבטיח את שלומו ויבטיח את עתידו. העם האיראני על כל חלקיו, הפרסים, הכורדים, האזרים, הבלוצ'ים, האפחזים וכל שאר אזרחי האומה הנפלאה הזאת. זאת ההזדמנות שלכם, להקים איראן חדשה וחופשית. קחו את גורלכם בידיכם.
Now we have a big decision to make, you know that. Not easy. Not easy. We have a very big decision to make. We have a country that's been, for 47 years, blowing people's legs off, arms off, the face. They've been knocking out ships, killing people, lots of people, not only Americans, lots of people. It's been terrible. 32,000 people killed over the last 2-3 months, protesters. 32,000. That's some number of people. 32,000. They want to make a deal, but going to make a deal that's meaningful. I spoke with Ted Cruz, John, all of them. On the way here, I said, well, you got to make a deal that's meaningful. We hit them real hard, as you know, with those beautiful B-2 bombers recently, knocked out their nuclear capability. But I'd rather do it the peaceful way, but they're very difficult people. I want to tell you that. They're very dangerous people, very difficult people.
هم میهنان عزیزم، لحظاتی سرنوشت ساز پیش روی ماست. کمکی که رئیس جمهور ایالات متحده به مردم شجاع ایران وعده داده بود اکنون رسیده است. این یک مداخله بشردوستانه است و هدف آن جمهوری اسلامی دستگاه سرکوب و ماشین کشتار آن است، نه کشور و ملت بزرگ ایران. اما با وجود رسیدن این کمک، پیروزی نهایی همچنان به دست ما رقم خواهد خورد.
Time to introduce our panelists who've been patiently standing by. We have Kabir Taneja, Deputy Director and Fellow Strategic Studies ORF. We have Stav Cohen. He's with the IDF. He's a current IDF soldier, Special Forces Israel. We also have Dr. Wael Awad, Middle East expert. He's joining me live as well. Manish Rai, Middle East expert, editor at Views Around. And Michael Feller, co-founder, chief strategist, geopolitical strategy, also joining me live. I want to start with you, Stav, because you're in Tel Aviv, I believe. Before we ask you questions on the geopolitical ramifications, on the regional ramifications, I want to understand from you what you've seen around through the morning.
I'm outside of Jerusalem, ma'am. Thank you for having me, first of all. And what I've seen since 8 a.m. this morning is ongoing sirens, enormous explosions taking over all over across Israel. I've seen elderly that are trying to make their way into safety. I've seen women who are holding their babies and running towards shelter, seeking shelter, because the Iranian terror regime is targeting indiscriminately 10 million people, 10 million Jews, Hindus, Christians, Muslims. Israelis, tourists, they don't care who is it that they'll get as long as they're hurting someone. This morning is a turning point for the West, not just for Israel and the US. This is a turning point that the Western world is telling jihad enough. In 2026, there is no more room for your 7th century mentality. There is no more room for terror. There is no more room for indiscriminate targeting civilians with ballistic missiles.
All right. I want to go across to Kabir Taneja as well at this point. Kabir, we have crossed from shadow war into open interstate conflict. Correct me if I'm wrong, but does what we're seeing on our screens from this morning indicate that?
Yeah, definitely. I think the movement towards that started a while ago. So we are just seeing a continuation of that progression that had been taking place since last year, specifically when both Israel and US targeted Iran's nuclear program. But I think, the bigger story that we are witnessing right now is not just that the strikes have taken place in Iran. I think there was a level of expectation that is an eventuality in the near future. I think it is Iran's response has been to target American bases in neighboring Gulf countries. And that I think there could be multiple reasons for that, but the immediate reason that comes to my mind is that within their missile capabilities, considering Israel is still a little bit further out, they have to cross the Iraqi airspace and they have to cross the Syrian airspace and so on and so forth. But targeting American bases in Gulf countries is sending a bigger, answer, or raising a bigger question maybe, that the idea of regional deterrence of what the Gulf countries were constructing for themselves, that they could sort of take half a step back and not be party to the ongoing confrontations. That idea of deterrence has been shattered. So what comes next from a regional perspective, I think, is as big a question that it will need answers in the near future than just the Iran-Israel rivalry and sort of the conflicts surrounding that.
All right. Manish, I'm going to bring you in now. Is this a regional inflection point?
Thanks for having me on your program. Yeah, definitely. This is a regional war because Iran is not Syria or Lebanon. It won't be, the conflict won't be restricted only to Iran, as Iran is a big elephant of Middle East. And they have proxies. Still, their capacity is deteriorated, but still they are very much capable of launching the attack. So I think there's going to be a regional conflict, and also there is no element of surprise in this attack. So the Iranian regime was well prepared for this. They have the contingency plan. They have their proxies, especially the Iraqi proxies, which they have, which are in the near vicinity. Kitab al-Hajbullah, Badr organization, and Hashd-e-Shahabi. They are already in Iran, assisting the Revolutionary Guards and Basij militia of IRGC. That's taking care of the cities for the civil, keeping law and order in place. So I think this is going to be a war of attrition. They can definitely, with the airstrikes, what US and Israel is doing, they can definitely deteriorate the military capacity of the regime.
Yeah.
But change of the regime can't just happen with the strikes. It has to be a ground forces. Ground commitment is very much required.
All right. Also bringing in Michael Feller, who is joining us live from Melbourne at this point. Michael, zooming out at this point, I want to understand from you, from a global strategy lens, does this really redraw Middle East power equations?
Absolutely, and thanks for having me as well. This looks like another third Gulf War. This seems very different from the strikes that we saw mid last year. Already, Iran has retaliated in, to a fuller extent than it did. The retaliation is not as staged and as symbolic as it was last time. And certainly by Trump mentioning regime change as the goal, it doesn't really give many off-ramps at this stage. And I agree with the gentleman who just spoke that this looks like it will turn into a war of attrition, which, doesn't really suit the United States, doesn't really suit the global economy. And maybe it's in Israel's strategic interest that there be a regime change in Iran. But I don't think the rest of the world necessarily sees it that way. They see this as an unnecessary war, as a potential debacle and a distraction for the Western alliance.
All right. Do stay with me, our panelists, because I want to just draw up a map that we have for our viewers to understand more about the U.S. military deployments. Remember, they've been on target as well in the region. So let's just bring it to you. These are the U.S. military deployments near Iran that we're bringing to you. Let's start with Jordan. There on your maps, you see fighter jets deployed. Bahrain, destroyers and combat ships have been docked. In Qatar, you have new air defenses stationed. fleet led by USS Abraham Lincoln and USS Gerald R. Ford. You also have US military deployments near Iran, like we're saying. So there you have those deployments on that map there for you to understand how far and how wide the deployments are. We've been hearing about how Iran is trying to target some of these bases. We'll bring you all the updates on that. But I want to go back to Stav, who is live with us from Tel Aviv at this point, and I want to understand if Aditya Rajkol is also with us. But Stav, coming back to you, the reserves have also been called in, we believe, by the government?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question, please? You were cut off. I couldn't hear you.
If you can hear me, we believe that the reserve forces have also been called in.
Yes, the reserve forces are being called in. I'm currently waiting for the call. I've been informed that I should be available for that call-up order. May I please state that this morning is, just as I said before, it is a pure history for negotiation. Here in the Middle East, you cannot ask someone politely, invite them politely to the negotiation table. You gotta punch them, slap them, put them against the wall, put a knife against their neck, and then make them sit and come for that negotiation table. Because democracy, or you know what, Western state of mind will have negotiation for a better future or to prevent damage or putting civilians in harm's way. But this is exactly the core of existence. This is the end goal of the Islamic terror regime of Iran, hurting civilians. And this is why they would never come to negotiate unless they'll have to. So this attack could very much be a great strategy to make them understand that they have to negotiate, because there is no more room in 2026 to tell women to put hijab, hair cover on their face, on their head, just as it's been going on in Iran. And
Stav, I want to understand from you, Israel has faced missile retaliation before. So how prepared is the IDF for sustained Iranian strikes directly?
Very much. We're prepared. Me as Special Forces, I cannot give you any details about what I do, but I can tell you that we've been trained for years and years for the golden hour. We're very prepared. We have everything that we need. And if and when I'll be called into, this will be the 5th time that I'll go into the battlefield since the October 7th. Basically, I fought all of the proxies of Iran in the different fronts, and all they seek for is damage, murder. And I have no problem with, I'm actually eager to fight them, because the only solution that we can have is to take the terror regime out of power and negotiate with the new, the new person that will take that throne.
All right, so Stav is a current IDF soldier. He is speaking from his point of view clearly on the show right now. But before we move ahead,
my personal opinion.
Yes, absolutely. We're going to go back to a panelist in a moment from now. But before that, let's bring you more visuals also. A U.S. Navy headquarters in Bahrain has been struck. Iran has reportedly struck U.S. Naval Support Activity Base in Bahrain, which is the U.S. Navy's headquarters in the Middle East, home to U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet in Manama. That's the latest that we have for you. Several missiles have reportedly struck the U.S. Navy Support Activity Base in Bahrain. Huge plumes of smoke were seen rising over the skyline, and even confirmed by the Iranian embassy in India. A barrage of Iranian missiles in Bahrain could be seen. Residents also caught on camera the impact of these missiles from Iran. Remember, at standoff range, Bahrain is only about 300 kilometers away from the Iranian coast. Now, captured from multiple angles for the first time, Iranian missiles have struck a U.S. facility in Bahrain, which is the headquarters of their naval command in the Middle East for the 5th Fleet. Not just Bahrain, in Kuwait, state media and eyewitnesses indicated missile strikes or explosions near Ali Al Salim Air Base too. All right, I'm going to go back to Michael Feller, who joins us live from Melbourne at this point. Is this escalation something in the days to come that can be contained, Michael, or do you think this is structurally now destabilizing?
Definitely destabilizing. I think the words regime change say it all. It makes it much harder for either side to back down. And as we heard from the IDF soldier, if there is a sense in Israel that Iran needs to be punished before talks, well, like the logic of that just doesn't stack up. You're just going to get into a protracted war that way. The time for diplomacy is before war, not after war, and I think history bears that out. We saw that during the period when the JCPOA was intact, there was relative calm. We saw after the initial strikes in mid-2025 that there was calm. I really just don't understand the logic of the strikes today. I know that they weren't surprising, but they're still shocking, considering that, at least from the perspective of the US government, there doesn't seem to be a real day after plan here. I know that there is the son of the former Shah waiting in the wings, but that's a big if that he can take power. Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is almost 86 years old. You would think that regime change would be coming anyway, and you don't need to force it at the barrel of a gun, but here we are.
Breaking news also coming in that you can see on your screen right now. We're being told that the Iran Revolutionary Guards commander has been eliminated. Mohammad Pakpour eliminated in Israeli strikes is what we're being told. We'll try and get you a report on this as well. But he's a top commander who has been killed in the strikes. And this claim has been made by Israel. I'm going to go back to Kabir Taneja as well. Kabir, I want to talk about the wider question here. You've had the US naval bases also in the region being targeted. Now, with this happening, fundamentally, does this really change the escalation ladder?
I think it changes the escalation ladder immensely. But if you see President Trump's video that he posted online sort of announcing this operation, I think he's at some level prepared for it. Some of the co-panelists mentioned that it may be a war of attrition. Seems to be going that way, and seems to be that at least President Trump is prepared to sort of push this for weeks or months. If required. The larger problem is, when we're talking about an alternative political system coming into play when it comes to a post-Islamic Revolution Iran, there are no inclinations or sign of how that will happen. If let's go back to this sort of similar tactics being used on a much smaller scale between Israel and Gaza. Hamas is still in Gaza, and it is much less smaller and much less powerful. It's just using military might hasn't really worked out the way that it has been envisioned. The Taliban in Kabul, just next door to Iran, is a damning example of that. So I think a little bit more clarity on what are going to be this, what is this war of attrition going to lead to politically. I think that needs equal amount of thought right now, along with the military power that is being displayed.
All right, I do believe I have Fleur Hassan joining me live. She's the current Deputy Mayor of Jerusalem. Thank you for joining me on the show right now. We want to understand from you what you can share with our viewers currently on the situation there in Israel.
Well, since 8:30 in the morning, we have been in shelters. I just got out of a shelter now 10 minutes ago and have been able to have a shower and get dressed because we've been literally running to the shelters since we woke up early this morning.
I want to understand from you, Israel has called these strikes preemptive as well. What was the imminent threat according to you and according to the government there?
Well, the imminent threat is that Iran has capabilities to throw very nasty rockets, as we have experienced a number of times in the last 2 years. They attacked us in April 24, 300 rockets. They attacked us again in September 24, and then last year we had a full-on war with them in July. So we know what they can send over. We know how deadly it can be. And we also know, I'm sorry.
Can you hear us?
No, there's been another alert. We're running to the shelter now. We're running to the shelter.
I need you to be safe while you speak to us. If you feel you can't, do let me know, but you stay safe.
We're running to a shelter right now, so I can't speak. I'm very sorry.
No, that's all right. So there you have the current Deputy Mayor of Jerusalem, Fleur Hassan Nahum, who was with us till about a second ago. She's also trying to get into a shelter because she has heard some sirens go off and perhaps explosions as well. But that is Fleur there. We will try and reconnect with her. Aditya also in a bunker. You have Fleur there also getting into a safe space for now. Let's go back to our panelists while we also bring you the latest on the ground. The situation in Israel also seems to be extremely tense. Manish, coming to you now, do we risk Lebanon, Syria, Iraq and Yemen also being active theaters simultaneously?
Yes, for sure. That's gonna be there. We have already seen that, like Hezbollah and Houthis, Ansarullah in Yemen, they have started launching the projectiles towards Israel. So I think that's even in the initial phase of the conflict, it's taking a regional shape. That's definitely happening, and it's already such a volatile region. Middle East, with a lot of conflicts happening in Kurdistan, Syria, Lebanon. Now this is gonna be a catalyst that's gonna throw the whole region in turmoil.
All right, do we have Stav with us? I want to understand if Stav is also with us. He is currently with the IDF. All right, it seems that we don't have Stav with us. I'm going to go back to Kabir Taneja, also Deputy Director and Fellow Strategic Studies, ORF. Kabir, this is going to be a long, sustained conflict that we're going to see, and this is going to widen by the day, unfortunately.
Yes, seems so. I mean, that's what we are gathering with the kind of, as mentioned before, the kind of military power that has been amassed across the Middle East, but also now that it is being utilized. I mean, I think, as I said, before, the bigger problems now are what are the Gulf countries going to do? Because I think they spent a lot of political capital over the past couple of months to try and stave off this eventuality. They, if you see the UAE, Qatar, they all sort of thrive. Their economies thrive on the concept of security. That they are not embroiled in these kind of conflicts, and sort of the waves have changed in the Middle East over the past couple of years, and it's not about just conflict. Now we have sort of entered a similar stage once again, where we don't know where this is going to take us and how long will it be. If you remember the 2003 Iraq War, it was announced soon after 9/11, and it was announced as finished or mission accomplished in May 2004. So technically, it did not run that long, but of course, as we know, it ran for almost 2 decades. It's now it depends of how much stomach does President Trump have and the U.S. have to go into another sustained conflict. As my co-panelist said, without boots on the ground, the sort of the old term of having soldiers on the ground, installing a regime change doesn't function that way. Because right now what the US is saying is that we have this immense air power which we are utilizing, and they have given the onus to the public on the ground to come up with a new political leadership. As they try to eliminate the older one. That's unsustainable. I don't think anyone from the street can just walk in and try to become president or prime minister. So, what is the long-term game? I think the lack of clarity of that is probably more concerning right now than just the immediate military implications taking place.
All right, I'm going to now put up a graphic for our viewers to understand, after which we'll go back to our panelists for you to know how the shrinking circle of Khamenei now looks. You have to understand this with the help of those graphics. We're going to start with Ayatollah Mohammad Beheshti, the Chief Justice of Iran, killed in 1981 in the IRP headquarters bombing. Then you have Qasem Soleimani, commander of the IRGC force, killed in 2020 in the US drone strike in Baghdad. Then you have Khamenei's most trusted military lieutenant, Mohsen Fakhrizadeh, senior nuclear scientist, assassinated in 2020 near Tehran again. Considered the architect of Iran's nuclear program, which also seems to be one of the main reasons why you have Donald Trump also coming out and making that speech today on this attack on Iran, this conflict that is taking place along with Israel. Then you have Hassan Tehrani Moghadam, founder of Iran's missile program, died in the 2011 explosion. You then have Syed Khudai, the IRGC colonel, shot dead in Tehran in 2022. Then you have Ali Shamkhani, senior advisor to the Supreme Leader. He was killed in 2025 in the airstrikes. And then you have Brigadier General Amir Ali Hajizadeh, the commander of the IRGC Aerospace Force, head of Iran's missile and drone program, killed in Israeli airstrikes in 2025. So that's what it looks like, viewers. This is the shrinking circle of the man on your screens. A lot has been happening since this morning. We're going to recap that for you in this report.
Plumes of smoke over Tehran's most secure district. Multiple strikes reported near the political nerve center of the Islamic Republic, the zone housing the presidential compound and the National Security Council. Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz called it a preemptive strike. Reuters reports the 86-year-old Supreme Leader was moved to a secure location. US President Donald Trump announced that regime change in the aim of the strikes.
People of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations.
With every escalation, a deeper pattern is emerging. For decades, Khomeini relied on a tight ring of military commanders, nuclear architects, and political confidants. One by one, the circle has thinned. The killing of Qasem Soleimani in 2020, under orders from US President Donald Trump, was seismic. Soleimani was not just a general, he was the architect of Iran's regional strategy. His loss left a strategic vacuum. Mohsen Fakhrizadeh was central to Iran's nuclear ambitions. His killing in Tehran in 2020 sent shockwaves through Tehran's scientific establishment. Ali Shamkhani, senior advisor to the Supreme Leader, a key strategist and diplomatic channels, is also gone, killed in Israeli airstrikes 2025. The man overseeing Iran's missile and drone arsenal was also eliminated last year amid intensified conflict. The men who formed the very backbone of Khomeini's power structure have been systematically removed through bombings, drone strikes, assassinations, and air raids. Now, as Israeli strikes edge closer to the very heart of Tehran, the question is no longer just about retaliation, it's about survival. Bureau Report, NDTV.
Going back to our panelists, we still have Kabir Taneja, we have Manish Rai and Michael Feller. Michael, I'm going to come to you, and then I have the same question for the other two people on our panel this evening. Is this about nuclear deterrence, Michael, or is this really about regional power balance?
Well, it was about nuclear deterrence until it wasn't, and then it became about missiles, and now it's about regime change. So it's very hard to keep up. Allegedly, the nuclear facilities, the nuclear program had been obliterated, and then Steve Witkoff said that Iran somehow was a week away from a nuclear bomb, and then President Trump came out again during the State of the Union address on Tuesday, and he said that, no, they had been obliterated, but now here we are on Saturday, I think it is, with a war. So look, I think there is a little bit of that at play, and certainly the Iranian regime, I think, was nasty, and I think that it did pose a threat to Israel, but that probably isn't a reason to go into another Gulf War. As we've heard, wars start quickly, but then they grind down, and they can, what looks like would take weeks, can take years. And that's not just with large countries like Iraq, but with very, very small places like Gaza. That war has been going on for 2 years. And we saw many, many senior Hamas leaders die in the early stages, but they kept on going. And Iran is a country of 90 million souls. And whilst the US is the world's leading superpower, that does not mean that it's going to be easy for them.
All right, and Manish, is this ultimately about nuclear containment or reshaping the Middle East order?
I don't think that's only to do with the nuclear deterrence. It's, as you said rightly, it's about the changing altogether the geopolitical landscape of the Middle East. And it goes much beyond that, only the nuclear deterrence. As my co-panelist rightly said, it was like about the nuclear deterrence, then it was also about the enrichment, then it was about the allies of the Iranian regime, then it's about the missile program. So there is a lot of, I don't think its only objective is this. It is one of the things that it has to be told to the domestic audience, both in US and Israel. And this regime is, if it's not depending on an individual, it's not only about Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, it's a theocratic regime. It's being governed by a sort of a ecosystem. So Wilayat-e-Faqih is there, even if in a worst case, or the top leadership is taken out, still there is plans that who gonna succeed him. It's already was in the media that there are many potential candidates for the position of supreme leader. That's Ayatollah Ali Reza Arafi, then Ayatollah Mohsen Araki.
Yeah.
These were people who can succeed Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. So it's not about nuclear deterrence anymore. It's about changing the whole geopolitical scenario in Middle East. But that won't be easy because we should be very much remember that this regime has fought 8 years Iraq-Iran war. And they know how to take casualty. They can take casualties. They have appetite to fight longer battles or wars. So that should be taken into the account as well.
Michael, my question to you before we go ahead and get more news on the channel and a ground report. If Iran activates proxy networks fully, how does the West respond without perhaps an overstretch?
So it looks like some of those proxy networks already have been are in theatre, are in play. Hezbollah in Lebanon is the big question mark, though, because the Lebanese government really can't tolerate any more hits, and that to me is the big thing to watch. But you know, Iran at this point doesn't need its networks. It has already it's gone beyond a proxy war. Let's put it that way. This is a direct war now. So we're beyond that sort of grey warfare under the threshold type of conflict now.
All right. And I want to understand from you also at this point, Manish, could some of the regional countries, the countries in the region rather, be forced out of this quiet balancing act with what we've seen this morning?
I think so. There will be repercussions in the region, and the countries again going to recalibrate what their strategy going to be.
Yes.
Because some countries, most of them, they don't want to be part of this conflict. In Middle East, except from Israel, there is no other country which want this conflict to be happening at this point in time. So everyone in the region want this conflict to stop or be of less calibration, but that won't happen. So the countries, they're gonna again relook what should be done. And I think that as there is a very imminent threat, it's not only gonna be about the Israel. If IRGC has a capability, especially the naval force of IRGC, that they can stop or blockade the Strait of Hormuz.
All right.
Strait of Hormuz is one of the very important commercial artery of the world. 20% of the oil passes through Strait of Hormuz. This is going to be a pain point for the whole world. So I think there are a lot of apprehensions, a lot of worry, and countries, regional countries, and also the global powers soon going to intervene. Or again, they're going to, I won't say pressurize, but they're going to throw some weights on either side to have the temperature lower down.
All right, Michael and Manish, thank you so much for joining me here. I'm going to slip into a short break. The fourth siren was heard in Tel Aviv. Our correspondent there on the ground, Aditya Rajkol, has been bringing you updates. He's right now inside a bunker with others. We'll bring you all the updates here on NDTV in moments from now.
After the roaring success in Delhi, Hyderabad and Mumbai, the NDTV DP World PGTI Golf Pro-Am now travels to Ahmedabad. India's finest professionals, the city's most accomplished business leaders. Great golf, great company. NDTV DP World PGTI Golf Pro-Am. The course of champions, the conversation of leaders. 8th March, Kalhar Blues and Greens, Ahmedabad.
इनको यहाँ से जाना ही होगा।
जय मां दुर्गा!
There is no bigger battle in 2026. And nobody has reported Bengal like I have. Buckle up for an unforgettable election thriller. Will the BJP breach Mamta's fortress?
TMC जावे, BJP आसपे।
Can Didi fight off her life's biggest challenge?
BJP double engine সরকার এই লড়াই বাঁচতে হবে।
Battleground Bengal with Manogya Loiwal.
First India tour in your city. Rag on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets.
Straight from the heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world. Join me, Gargi Raut, as I track all the developments as they break. Live from the NDTV newsroom, weekdays at 4 p.m.
Across the country, he has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Rajkol, covering international affairs like no one else, only on NDTV network.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind. I pause. I reflect. I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindoor.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live. Unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Center.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France, in Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
Sound check हो गया? Visuals ready? Lights okay? Everything is ready? Wait, are you ready? ये सिर्फ एक कॉन्सेप्ट नहीं है. This is my life. This is my story. One night, no repeats. Book your tickets now.
From 1983 to now, I have seen cricket evolve, but the mindset to win never changed. I tell you that what win matches and what doesn't. This T20 World Cup.
Good afternoon. We begin with fast-moving and deeply consequential developments in the Middle East. Israel and the United States of America have carried out coordinated strikes on Iranian targets, describing them as preemptive and necessary for security. Iran has responded with missile and drone attacks and has warned that American assets in the region are now legitimate targets. U.S. President Donald Trump has spoken of major combat operations. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says Israel acted to neutralize an existential threat. Tehran calls it aggression and promises retaliation. The critical question now is not just what happened earlier today, but what happens next. Does this remain contained? Are we looking at a widening regional confrontation involving proxies, Gulf states, and global energy markets? I'm Vedika Sood. We'll be breaking this down with our panelists and with our reporter in Israel on the ground, Aditya Rajkol. But first up, a quick check on the headlines at 5 p.m. Big escalation in West Asia war. US-Israel strike Tehran. Top Iranian officials and Khamenei residents targeted. Trump says aim of strikes is regime change in Tehran. NDTV reports from Ground Zero. Iran retaliates by launching missiles. Sirens go off in Tel Aviv. Minute-by-minute update from the man on your screens, Aditya Rajkol, reporting live from Israel. West Asia war theatre expands. Iranian missiles hit Bahrain, Abu Dhabi, as well as Kuwait. But the big question remains, where is Khamenei? There are reports that his home and office have been targeted. The Iran supreme leader has been taken to a hideout as Israeli military attacks Tehran. Statement from Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister. He says that Israel, together with the United States of America, launched a military operation against Iran to eliminate what he described as the existential threat posed by the Ayatollah regime.
NDTV is the only Indian media network that is reporting live. Fighter jets and transport aircrafts that are actually lined up. The Israeli side, there's a state of emergency that has been declared.
Middle East has been pushed into renewed military confrontation, with Israel and the United States of America launching what they described as a preemptive attack on Tehran. As per the Iranian media, strikes which began early in the morning were reported in different parts of Iran, including capital Tehran, where smoke was seen billowing. You have all those images on your screens, viewers, where you can see the huge spread of this attack. Tehran, where smoke was seen billowing, is one of them. President Donald Trump confirmed quote-unquote major combat operations in Iran, which the US is calling Operation Epic Fury. Donald Trump claimed that Iran has continued to develop its nuclear program and plans to develop missiles to reach the US. He also called on Iranians to seize control of their government when the operation concludes. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu also held that the strikes were being carried out with an aim of removing what he called was quote-unquote an existential threat. He vowed that Iranian regime will never be allowed to obtain nuclear weapons. Israel has named this operation Operation Lion's Roar. Amid the joint US-Israel strikes, exiled Iranian Crown Prince Reza has called the current situation a decisive turning point, saying the aid promised by the US president has now arrived.
לפני שעה קלה יצאו ישראל וארצות הברית למערכה משותפת, מבצע שאגת הארי. מטרת המבצע, לשים קץ לאיום ממשטר האייתולות באיראן. בשעה זו תוקף צה"ל מטרות של משטר הדיכוי, מתקנים של משמרות המהפכה והבסיס, ויחד עם צבא ארצות הברית, אתרי טילים בליסטיים שמאיימים הן על ישראל והן על כוחות ארצות הברית. מבצע זה יימשך ככל הדרוש. בחודשים האחרונים הרודנים באיראן זוממים לבנות מחדש את יכולות הגרעין והטילים שלהם, ולהטמין אותם מתחת לאדמה, ושם לא נוכל לפגוע בהם. אם לא נעצור אותם עכשיו, הם יהיו חסינים. ולשם כך, הנציגים שלהם במשא ומתן מנסים להרוויח זמן במשא ומתן עקר ושקרי עם ידידינו האמריקנים. ולכן יצאנו כעת למבצע שאגת הארי, פעולה שהיא עוצמתית הרבה יותר ממבצע עם כלבי, שהיה מאוד עוצמתי. אנחנו עושים זאת בשילוב זרועות מלא עם ידידינו בארצות הברית, תחת ההנהגה האמיצה של הנשיא טראמפ. יחד עם ארצות הברית, נכה קשות במשטר הטרור. ניצור תנאים שיאפשרו לעם האיראני האמיץ לפרוק מעליו את עול המשטר הרצחני הזה. כל מי שיניח את נשקו, כולל בקרב כוחות המשטר, יבטיח את שלומו ויבטיח את עתידו. העם האיראני על כל חלקיו, הפרסים, הכורדים, האזרים, הבלוצ'ים, האפחזים וכל שאר אזרחי האומה הנפלאה הזאת. זאת ההזדמנות שלכם, להקים איראן חדשה וחופשית. קחו את גורלכם בידיכם.
Now we have a big decision to make, you know that. Not easy. Not easy. We have a very big decision to make. We have a country that's been, for 47 years, blowing people's legs off, arms off, the face. They've been knocking out ships, killing people, lots of people, not only Americans, lots of people. It's been terrible. 32,000 people killed over the last 2-3 months, protesters. 32,000. That's some number of people. 32,000. They want to make a deal, but going to make a deal that's meaningful. I spoke with Ted Cruz, John, all of them. On the way here, I said, well, you got to make a deal that's meaningful. We hit them real hard, as you know, with those beautiful B-2 bombers recently, knocked out their nuclear capability. But I'd rather do it the peaceful way, but they're very difficult people. I want to tell you that. They're very dangerous people, very difficult people. Just imagine how emboldened this regime would be if they ever had and actually were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated.
همیهنان عزیزم، لحظاتی سرنوشت ساز پیش روی ماست. کمکی که رئیس جمهور ایالات متحده به مردم شجاع ایران وعده داده بود، اکنون رسیده است. این یک مداخله بشردوستانه است و هدف آن جمهوری اسلامی دستگاه سرکوب و ماشین کشتار آن است، نه کشور و ملت بزرگ ایران. اما با وجود رسیدن این کمک، پیروزی نهایی همچنان به دست ما رقم خواهد خورد.
I'm going to go across to NDTV reporter Ricky Rosen, who joins me live from Israel. Ricky, tell us where you are, what you're hearing around you. We want all the updates, everything that you've witnessed in the last couple of hours.
I am in front of a neighborhood bomb shelter in the neighborhood of Bat Yam, which is right outside of Tel Aviv. During the war with Iran, the 12-day war with Iran in June, a building just about 100 meters from here was hit by a direct hit from an Iranian missile. 9 people were killed, and the entire neighborhood was filled with destruction. Now, since 8 o'clock this morning, there have been alarms every 20 to 30 minutes. Hundreds of people are crowding into the local bomb shelters, like this one behind me. And right now there's a slight lull. So we're just waiting for the next round of alarms indicating that an Iranian missile is on its way to this area. Most of the missiles have been shot down by the Iron Dome system. There is word of one man who was injured moderately in the north of the country.
I want to get a sense from you, Ricky. Also, you've been speaking to people around that area in Bat-Yam. I want to understand what they're sensing, feeling right now. Of course, they would be nervous. There's also this, it's unpredictable when you're going to hear the next siren go off. Tell us more about the people around you you've been interacting with.
I have to say that people are a little less panicked than they were 8 months ago when there was the last war with Iran, and it was the first time that we were actually under direct bombardment. Even though this neighborhood itself saw a direct hit, people are pretty calm. When there have been alarms, you see everybody running or walking quickly to the bomb shelter, but there isn't the sense of panic that there was before. It's also a Sabbath day, so a lot of people are staying in their houses and hoping for the best and not going out to the bomb shelters.
Understand from you, is this something that the people of Israel were expecting to happen today?
Absolutely. Everybody was calling each other because yesterday the American embassy announced that their staff should leave immediately yesterday before waiting for today. So everybody knew that something was probably coming in the next 24 hours. Luckily this time it started at 8 o'clock in the morning rather than 3 o'clock in the morning, which was the norm in the last war when everybody had to get in their pajamas and run down the street to the bomb shelter.
All right, Ricky, thanks for joining me live there. We have some breaking news also coming in. The news coming in is that Iran has claimed that Israeli missiles have struck a school. Around 30 students have been killed in the Israeli strikes is what we're hearing. Iran has said that around 30 students have been killed and 60 injured. This is a school in southern Iran that was hit in the strikes, according to Iran. Iran's IRNA news agency has reported this. And about 30 female students have been killed in that unfortunate strike in a school in southern Iran following a US-Israeli airstrike, and 60 have been injured. Southern Iran has been hit in the strikes is the latest that we have for you. Reporters on the ground telling you about the situation since this morning. Multiple sirens have gone off inside Israel. We've also tried to get you all the reports possible from Tehran on the big story. This is now, of course, blowing up into larger regional tension, if I may say so, in midst of this conflict. But I want to bring to you some of the strongest images that we've put together for you. Let's just start with Iran striking US's naval support activity base in Bahrain, which is the US Navy's headquarters in the Middle East, home to US Navy's 5th Fleet in Manama. Also, several missiles have reportedly struck the US Navy support activity base in Bahrain. Huge plumes of smoke were seen rising over the skyline and even confirmed by the Iranian embassy in India. A resident has also caught on camera the impact of these missiles from Iran. Remember, at standoff range, Bahrain is only about 300 kilometers away from the Iranian coast. Ya Allah! Captured from multiple angles for the first time, Iranian missiles have struck a U.S. facility in Bahrain, which is the headquarters of their naval command in the Middle East for the Fifth Fleet. Not just Bahrain, in Kuwait, state media and eyewitnesses indicated missile strikes or explosions near Ali Al Salam air base as well. Explosions were heard in Iran's capital Tehran early morning as Israel along with the US launched a preemptive attack, pushing the Middle East into renewed military confrontation, further dimming of hopes for a diplomatic solution anytime soon. Iran reported explosions in the east and north of Tehran, where Supreme Leader Khamenei resides, with his offices being targeted as well. We don't know as of now where he is, but reports say he's been taken to a safe location. Israel is calling its strikes on Iran Operation Roar of the Lion as people were seen running for cover in several parts of Tehran. Mobile phone services have been cut in eastern and western Tehran. Multiple explosions have been heard in Iran's capital, while blasts have also been reported in several other locations across the country. Smoke clouds were seen rising from an area of southern Tehran after Israel launched an attack on Iran's capital. Following a major Israeli-US military strike in Iran's territory, some more visuals coming in that we're bringing to you. As tensions with Iran increase, many Israelis have moved to bomb shelters inside the country. Visuals have come in from a bomb shelter in Israel with citizens singing and dancing. Remember, that is also the Shabbat morning, which is essentially a religious day for them. Visuals also coming in from Galilee, Israel, where Iranian missiles have reportedly reached. Galilee is a region located in the northern part of Israel and is seeing attacks from Iranian missiles. With reports emerging of Iran retaliating and hitting out Israel, visuals have come in from areas inside occupied Palestine. The occupied Palestine area is seeing a barrage of missiles as Iran hits back sharply. As Iran ups the ante and hits back at Israel, Israeli ADS is intercepting missiles coming in their way from Iran. One of the areas that Iran has struck is Haifa in Israel, where you can see plumes of smoke billowing out after the airstrike in the region. Also, the United States of America President Donald Trump spoke out a couple of hours back where he had said and called this major combat operations.
People of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. Imagine how emboldened this regime would be if they ever had and actually were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. It's been mass terror, and we're not going to put up with it any longer. From Lebanon to Yemen and Syria to Iraq, the regime has armed, trained, and funded terrorist militias that have soaked the earth with blood and guts. And it was Iran's proxy, Hamas, that launched the monstrous October 7th attacks on Israel, slaughtering more than 1,000 innocent people, including 46 Americans, while taking 12 of our citizens hostage. It was brutal, something like the world has never seen before. Iran is the world's #1 state sponsor of terror and just recently killed tens of thousands of its own citizens on the street as they protested. It has always been the policy of the United States, in particular, my administration, that this terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon. I'll say it again, they can never have a nuclear weapon. That is why in Operation Midnight Hammer last June, we obliterated the regime's nuclear program at Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. After that attack, we warned them never to resume their malicious pursuit of nuclear weapons, and we sought repeatedly to make a deal. We tried. They wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. Again, they wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. They didn't know what was happening. They just wanted to practice evil. But Iran refused, just as it has for decades and decades. They've rejected every opportunity to reach their nuclear ambitions, and we can't take it anymore. Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland. Just imagine how emboldened this regime would be if they ever had and actually were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests.
To understand what is going on in the Middle East better, we have our guests lined up for this evening. Let me introduce them to you. We have Shishir Priyadarshi, President, Chintan Research Foundation. James Bowden, Middle East expert, joining me live from Washington, D.C. Abhijit Iyer Mitra, also joining me live. He's the Senior Fellow at the Institute of Peace and Conflict Studies. And we have Lital Shemesh, Israeli journalist. Lital, let me start with you. And do correct me if I haven't pronounced your name correctly here. But I want to understand from you at this point, what has been happening around you? Where are you right now? How many times have you heard the siren go off? Just give us a sense of what has been happening around you.
Yeah, well, thank you for having me. From the first siren went off around 8 in the morning here in Israel. I have to say what I did was taking my family and going down south because I'm living in Tel Aviv. From the recent escalation round, we know that the Iranians were striking Tel Aviv pretty hard, taking down buildings, entire buildings in Tel Aviv. So what I did was, first of all, evacuated myself and my family outside of Tel Aviv. From 8 in the morning till now, in the recent few hours, we've been hearing sirens throughout, alongside Israel, from the north to the south. We know of a private civilian house in the north of Israel that is being attacked by a missile. And the recent news was just now, Iran has sent a message that they've launched drones towards Israel. Most of the rockets were intercepted beforehand, before even reaching the Israeli territory. We've seen it also beforehand on the Midnight Hammer operation, the 12 days of war between Israel and Iran. Most of the missiles have been successfully intercepted, but the people of Israel know that there is going to be a few days, it's not going to end soon, a few days that will need to be near bomb shelters.
Lital, I also want to understand from you, how is the Israeli government explaining the necessity of these strikes to its people?
Yeah, so to be honest, Israel has been screaming to the world for so many years, telling them to recognize the Ayatollah regime as a terror funding regime. Only now, in the recent few years, after the enrichment of the uranium of Iran, only now after 3 rounds of negotiations between America and the U.S., and only now, after seeing the Iranian regime killing tens of thousands of its own civilians, I think the world has started to understand that this Ayatollah regime just cannot stay in power over the Iranian people. So it's not just a problem of Israel, it's a worldwide problem. It's a Middle East problem. The Iranians is the #1 terror funding country. They're funding Hamas down south in the Gaza Strip. They're funding the Houthis in Yemen. They're funding Hezbollah. All of these different terror entities that for so many years have been firing towards Israel. And as Trump said, and he said it very clearly, the purpose of this operation is to take down the regime and to help not only the Iranian people, but to help the world.
Stay with me, all our panelists, because we have some breaking news coming in. I'll come back to you in a moment. But the news coming in is that there's been a strike on missile launchers in Iran. Israel has struck Iran ballistic missile launchers. The attack on missile launchers has been caught on camera. The footage of the attack on the missile launchers has been accessed. You see it there on your screen. That's the latest that we have for you, that inside Iran, the missile launchers have been struck by Israel. I'm going to go now to James Bowden, who's been standing by. He's a Middle East expert, and he joins me live from Washington, D.C. James, I want to understand from you, President Trump has called this major combat operations. But for our viewers, if you could just break this down for us and tell us, is this limited or open-ended?
Well, that will have to be seen in how long this lasts. So far, everything that we have seen fits perfectly with the opening phases of an operation, of a strike. But how much longer this will go on is very uncertain. It really depends on how many of the initial goals that they're able to achieve in the initial phase. I would conservatively estimate that we should be in for a 4-day to 5-day ride here. Anything beyond that will be exceptional. And honestly, I think that it can be limited in one sense. We are not putting any troops on the ground, as far as I know, at this point. And so there is a limited amount of things that you can accomplish by relying strictly on airstrikes. You cannot get into some of the most important sites, and you cannot always get some of the most important targets as far as government control is concerned. So without ground control, there's always going to be a certain aspect of uncertainty, and I think that's part of what the U.S. is hoping to do, as far as weakening the regime to the point where they can hand it over to the Iranian people, giving them a chance to further develop.
Right. I'm also going to draw in Abhijit Iyer Mitra, Senior Fellow at the Institute of Peace and Conflict Studies. Abhijit, thank you for standing by. My question to you is, was this strike strategically necessary from Israel's point of view?
I would say yes. Look, the Iranians keep making commitments and they keep breaking those commitments, or they keep goalposts shifting, right? If you looked at the JCPOA, what was called the Iran nuclear deal, it had a sunset clause, so they won't be able to make a bomb for 15 years, but after 15 years, you can go ahead and make it. Now, that being the case, and when a country continues to keep cheating and, actually playing the card. I don't know if you saw the interview of, I think, Masume Ebtekar, who was the vice president of Iran, the first female vice president of Iran last month. She was quite clear that, we're using the enrichment in part of a dual game. Now, if you play games like this, the problem is you end up paying a very high price if you can't back up your decisions. Now, there is a time out to how much strategic patience Israel can have. Remember, Iran was boasting also about this ring of fire it had created around Israel. Hamas, the Houthis, Hezbollah, and Syria, the Assad regime being the land bridge, and Iraq being a further Shia land bridge. Cumulatively, what 7th October did was Israel was very happy to take, it wasn't happy, but it was dealing with it in a very non-reactive manner till 7th October happened. And once 7th October happened, it's become a much more proactive country in dealing with that Iranian ring of fire. So it was strategic, it is strategic, and I think from an Israeli perspective, it's very much a strategic strike. Decapitating the leadership, which is what we're seeing today, as opposed to removing the nuclear program. Degrading the nuclear program that we saw the last time round is what's happening now. So it's part of a strategic process.
Okay, let me also draw in Shishir Priyadarshi, who is standing by and has been very patient. Shishir, thank you for being with us. I want to understand from you, Shishir, are we witnessing the collapse here of deterrence architecture in the Middle East?
Look, certainly. I mean, there's no doubt that so far there's been a lot of focus on deterrence being the first, line of, let's say, resolution. But listen, from a global perspective, I think this escalation was not entirely unexpected. It had been building up beneath the surface for quite some time. Critically, this tension of the line between Iran and Israel stands at the intersection of unresolved nuclear tensions. I mean, that's been going on for some time. The proxy conflicts, but importantly also a fragmenting global order. But if I tell you, where my concern, and perhaps this may have come up earlier too, is that we've seen conflicts obviously in the past, and more than one set of nations have tried to step in and try to resolve it as quickly as possible, at least before it spreads wide. But at the moment, as you see, this crisis is unfolding at a time when diplomatic bandwidth, I must say, is thin. Europe's completely consumed with Ukraine. Indo-Pacific, there's a certain amount of instability. China always prefers to be just a little out of it. So I'm seeing the danger of a conflict which, as has already been said, could very soon become a regional conflict, and then has absolutely the possibility of perhaps a retaliation too strong, yes, a miscalculation too wide, and just subsumes a lot of global trade and economy too.
All right, I have Padmaja Joshi also joining me on the broadcast. Before I even hand over to her, I want to ask James a very important question. James, we've been hearing about how these US naval bases have been targeted in the region. Now, what will this lead to in terms of Washington, D.C.'s perspective? Will they escalate proportionately or overwhelmingly?
We will see is a proportional escalation at this point. I don't see any reason for it to go into overwhelming force. That would be a result of either a choice to attack the Strait of Hormuz or some other extraordinary attack, I think, against Israel, maybe like somewhere along the order of a subatomic to atomic. But at this point, I think that we're just in normal escalatory phases, and I would not anticipate that anything is going to shatter that trajectory.
All right, so the people joining us right now, the big news we have at this moment is that U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane, are monitoring Iran operation from Mar-a-Lago in Florida. This is what is being broken right now. 3 military sites in Isfahan have been targeted. Iranian media has now confirmed that at least 3 military sites in Isfahan have been targeted. In a while from now, we are expecting the U.S. President Donald Trump to speak yet again. So a close eye is being kept on this entire operation, even as it unfolds so far. And we'll take this across to our guests also, James Bowden, Middle East expert, Abhijit Iyer Mitra, along with Shishir Priyadarshi, all live with us right now. But if we are expecting the US president to speak again, what do you think, Mr. Priyadarshi, we can expect from his fresh speech? A first image also now of the compound of Khamenei. This is the fresh image that we are going to get to you. Satellite images that show the full extent of the damage at the house of the Iranian Supreme Leader's house that has been targeted in that strike. Let's put out that satellite picture. There you can see the extent of the damage. So they're really going after the top leadership. How successful are they? Still remains a topic of debate, because there are at least 3 to 4 prominent figures in the Iranian leadership that Israel says they have either taken out or they have managed to successfully target. But at least one thing is for sure, that substantial damage has been caused to the compound of Khamenei. However, Iranian reports say he wasn't present there.
And let me put that question to Lital also, who's still with us live from Tel Aviv. Lital, what are you hearing about this, about Khamenei's hideout, where he is, about his compound being targeted from the Israeli side?
Yeah, so we still haven't got a confirmation about the death of Khamenei. But looking on the picture, looking on these footage, if Khamenei was indeed inside that house, I doubted if he would survive such an attack. So it had to be a combination of a really good intelligence and a successful airstrike in order to take down Khamenei. So I think if he indeed was in that facility, the chances for him to survive is really low, and we're just waiting to get some sort of confirmation from the Iranian side on that matter.
What do you think, Shishir Priyadarshi? Where is Ayatollah Ali Khamenei? There's still a lot of suspense about his actual whereabouts. Was he present at the residence when this strike was carried out? Because conflicting reports are emerging from both sides.
Look, it's very unlikely he would be there. This is not a sudden preemptive strike. There's been enough saber rattling on both sides, literally. And I'm fairly certain, given what the US asked its embassy nationals in the region to do yesterday, it was very clear. So he's not there. But, you also asked, what are we likely to see President Trump stating? And I think you'd have to relate this to what we should not lose sight of, the fact of what are the US objectives as far as this conflict is concerned. And I think that is what President Trump will continuously either, kind of talk about, even oversell, or very strongly show success to the domestic and international constituency. And the first clearly is the annihilation of all nuclear capabilities as far as Iran is concerned. I think this is something the United States had wanted to do last June, but clearly it had not succeeded, because if it had, then you wouldn't have President Trump also saying now very recently that in this interim period, Iran has, continued to stockpile. But the second also very clearly is that the US wants a regime change. This is where I think there's just the possibility of a prolongation of the crisis, because a regime change by these kind of strikes is rather difficult. I mean, if you look at it, and again, probably as an analyst, you probably need boots on the ground for that kind of a thing to happen, and I don't think the US is putting in that. So you think you have to watch out for these two things. And sorry, apologies. Just let me add one more thing. You'll have to add a third objective, because as far as Israel is concerned, they have been very clear that they also wanted a similar kind of taking down of Iran's ballistic missiles. They'd initially wanted it that the ballistic conversation be part of the ongoing US-Iran talks. Iran had clearly said no. So you're going to have an added dimension of the conflict related to the objective of Israel wanting to take down the ballistic force within Iran.
Ali Khamenei may have escaped, Abhijit Iyer Mitra, but what about the others? Because there are military figures, there are senior commanders of the army, which Israel is claiming were in their crosshairs and that they have been eliminated.
Right. Remember, they took out a whole bunch of military figures. Almost the entire Air Force command structure was taken out the last time round. This time I have Barak Ravid, a Israeli journalist who's quoting senior leadership sources saying that they are taking out the entire political and judicial and religious leadership, current, past, and future. That's an exact quote. So basically what they're trying to do is get rid of the leadership and get rid of anyone that can step in to a governance vacuum and control the different parts of the armed forces. Personally, I don't feel that's going to work because, you just need AK-47s to control the ground. It's not like they need tanks or anything to control the streets of Tehran and so on and so forth. But look, I expect that if a large part of the leadership goes, what you are going to see is very significant social strife, may not be a complete removal of the government.
All right, and let me bring in James Bowden once again. James, I want to understand from you at this point, is this really only about Iran's nuclear program, or is this about the broader regional dominance as we're seeing the explosions, we're seeing the attacks and the counterattacks?
Well, it's been my position from the very beginning that this has been a solution in search of a problem. The way that the Trump administration has sought to justify this, we've seen three major issues floated in the last, month and a half. I mean, it's been regime change, then it was suddenly to the nuclear program, then it was ballistic missiles. Now we're kind of going back to the ballistic missiles. It's all very fungible, and it reflects a lack of clear strategic thought and clear goal setting. I was immediately concerned when I heard that Netanyahu was going to speak to President Trump on the ballistic missile issue in January. I was like, uh-oh, here we go again. I've been through a lot of conflicts in my lifetime now, and I have seen just a very few that had a very strong, settled justification, and this has not been one of those. And when you start hearing so many possible things to accomplish, then you really ought to get afraid.
Breaking news coming in, after which we'll go back to our guests on the show this evening. There has been a strike on a southern Iran school, is what we're hearing. About 30 students have been killed in the Israeli strikes.
Absolutely. In fact, around 30 students killed and 60 more have been injured. This is an elementary school in South Iran that has been hit. And, we're still to come to a final figure of the kind of human cost that today's conflict could finally result in, because you've got massive strikes on both sides. In fact, the IDF now also providing new details of those simultaneous airstrikes that took place this morning, targeting senior Iranian political and military officials. At least 5 to 6 locations were targeted. The army has said, the Israeli military says it developed this plan over months, and it included a major intelligence effort which was led by the Intelligence Directorate to identify an operational opportunity at the moment when senior regime officials would convene. So it again boils down to what we were discussing earlier, that this was a decapitation exercise, a regime change exercise, where the effort was to identify when all of the officials could be identified at one place and then to take out as many of them as possible. Now, how successful they have been in this effort, Vedika, still remains to be seen, because remember, officially so far, I don't think any statement has come from Iran just as yet on the casualties. What they have done through their media is to contradict many of the reports coming out of Israel. At least 2 to 3 senior members of the leadership from Iran are being claimed as eliminated by Israel. However, Iran has contradicted that, saying they are alive, they are well. Ali Khamenei hasn't been injured. A senior member of the judiciary there were reports in the Israeli media, has been eliminated. That also subsequently was contradicted by Iran.
So let's also once again, Padmaja, bring in Lethal because she's live with us from Tel Aviv. Lethal, we want to understand from you about any casualties on that side within Israel at this point that you're hearing of. What is the Israeli government saying about the possible casualties even in Iran, if you've heard from them in the last couple of hours?
Yeah, so in Israel, thank God we don't have any casualties at the moment. There was a civilian house up north that was being hit, got a direct hit, but the people living there were inside the safe shelter, the bomb shelter. We don't have any information about casualties in Iran, and I suggest taking with a pinch of salt any information coming from the Ayatollah regime regarding hitting civilians, because both the Americans and the Israelis made it clear that they're striking military bases. They're striking heads of the Iranian regime. They never aim towards population, civilians. That's not the case. That's not the purpose of this operation. This operation purpose is to take down.
Sorry to interrupt you, because we're getting an update that the death toll, according to the media in Iran, in that particular strike has risen to 40. So that elementary school that was struck, the death toll in that has risen to 40, according to what media in Iran there is reporting. Yes, please continue your point.
Yeah, again, the media in Iran was also spreading lies when the Iranian regime were butchering people on the streets of Iran. When Trump was talking about over 30,000 people of Iran who were being shot dead by the Iranian regime, the Iranian regime were putting out numbers of 2,000 people, so I would take everything that is coming out from the Iranian media, which is not a free media, which is not a free journalism, and just wait for the true facts that are coming from Iran.
It's also going to boil down to that, Abhijit. On the one hand, you've got the actual military conflict that is taking place, and on the other, in the court of public opinion to the international audience, because already you have Iran, which has appealed to the UN, saying this was an unprovoked attack. We were having a dialogue, and this is for the second time in the middle of a diplomatic exchange that we have been attacked in this fashion by the US and Israel, and the UNSC must step in. So all of this, while yes, we are reporting the information that is being given out, the fact is it's also a battle of perception in the court of public opinion.
It is, and Iran might have done a lot better had they kept the channels of communication open back home. They would have done much better if they went attacking Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, the UAE, and apparently, as of now, from 2 minutes back, I hear they've also attacked an airbase in Jordan. Look, if you want to expand the war like this, you're not going to get much public sympathy. One of the reasons you get public sympathy is have an active media voice, broadcast your image at home. And third, the Iranians have done no favor, their diplomacy has done no favors to themselves in building bridges with everyone. You look at every single one of their neighbors, Padmaja. Tell me one who has not been alienated by Iran. Nobody is willing to stand by Iran. Nobody is willing to, give them any support or help. Sure, they will condemn this strike as confusing the lines between preemptive war, which is permissible, and preventative war, which is not permissible in international law. But that doesn't mean there is support. There is, of course, always going to be a subculture which supports everything that happens in the world. There is a subculture that supports Hamas doing October 7th. There was a subculture that supported, the Mumbai attacks in India and the Pahalgam attacks in India and things like that. But subculture isn't the predominant narrative. The predominant narrative is that Iran is very much a revanchist power that is trying to upset the balance every single place it goes. And there's simply, you'll hear a lot of tears, but you're not going to get any concrete support. Where are, say, for example, China and Russia? If Iran had any strategic value, China and Russia should have pretty much come to their support by now. Nobody's willing to lift a finger to protect them.
In fact, since we are speaking about international reactions, there are a few of them that have come in. Australia has reacted. The latest is, in fact, from Spain, where the Prime Minister has said, we cannot afford another prolonged and devastating war in the Middle East. We reject the unilateral military action by the US and Israel, which represents an escalation and contributes to a more uncertain and hostile international order. So now countries are forced to take a position on what is unfolding in front of us.
Yes.
But we have to take a very, very quick break at this point. Which country stands where? How are the NATO countries reacting? We'll tell you about that and much, much more back in a minute.
करियर से अर्ली रिटायरमेंट हो या नए करियर की शुरुआत, रहो दोनों के लिए रेडी। पीएनबी मेटलाइफ रिटायरमेंट प्लान्स के साथ लॉक करें 10.2% गारंटीड एन्युटी रेट फॉर लाइफ। पीएनबी मेटलाइफ, ऑलवेज रेडी फॉर लाइफ।
After the roaring success in Delhi, Hyderabad and Mumbai, the NDTV DP World PGTI Golf Pro-Am now travels to Ahmedabad. India's finest professionals, the city's most accomplished business leaders. Great golf, great company. NDTV DP World PGTI Golf Pro-Am. The course of champions, the conversation of leaders. 8th March, Kalhar Blues and Greens, Ahmedabad.
को यहाँ से जाना ही होगा।
जय मां दुर्गा।
There is no bigger battle in 2026. And nobody has reported Bengal like I have. Buckle up for an unforgettable election thriller. Will the BJP breach Mamta's fortress?
टीएमसी जावे, बीजेपी आसपे।
Can Didi fight off her life's biggest challenge?
বিজেপি ডাবল ইঞ্জিন সরকার এই লড়াই বাঁচতে হবে।
Battleground Bengal with Manogya Loiwal.
First India tour in your city. Ragon with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets.
Straight from the heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world. Join me, Gargi Raut, as I track all the developments as they break. Live from the NDTV newsroom, weekdays at 4 p.m.
Across the country, he has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else, only on NDTV network.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most...
Welcome back. News just coming in. Iran has launched a drone attack at Israel. This is a large-scale attack, we're being told. Iran has launched that large-scale drone attack at Israel. We'll get you more details on this, but also we had got to you just some time back also images, satellite images that we had seen of the supreme leader of Iran's house and residential area that had also been targeted, but these are fresh visuals that we're getting to you. The damage there can be seen on your screens. This is inside Israel.
In fact, a fresh round of attacks is now being reported where a large-scale drone attack, and this is the latest wave of attacks. Remember, since morning, and I think it's been about 6 to 7 hours now since the beginning of the operation by America and Israel. In fact, Israeli media is now reporting that the strike specifically targeted the president. It targeted Khamenei, and Benjamin Netanyahu has said very clearly that the two countries aim to remove the existential threat that is posed by Iran. What are the latest updates that we are getting? UAE says it has intercepted a second round of Iranian missile attacks. A fresh round was directed at UAE and that has been intercepted. IDF says it planned this campaign over months and it was basically timed to ensure that the leadership of Iran was at one place when they got human intelligence, when they got ground-based local intelligence about the leadership in Iran being at one place. They caught the regime by surprise. That, they said, was the entire intent of this operation.
Also, Padmaja, at this point, we don't know about the casualties on both sides. There's no official figure that has come out. Of course, the strikes are ongoing on both sides, and it will take a while before both the regimes come out with a confirmed figure. But bit by bit, we're getting you more and more visuals of the impact, the damage there on the ground, both in Israel as well as Iran. You have Donald Trump saying US military campaign is massive and ongoing. You have Iran striking into Israel after Israel struck Iran earlier this morning. Bit by bit, like I said, you will be getting these visuals coming in to understand the widespread damage that we're seeing on both sides, both in Israel as well as Iran. We leave you with these visuals. We'll be back in moments from now, but this remains our continuous rolling coverage through the day today on NDTV. Thanks for watching.
करियर से अर्ली रिटायरमेंट हो या नए करियर की शुरुआत, रहो दोनों के लिए रेडी। पीएनबी मेटलाइफ रिटायरमेंट प्लान्स के साथ लॉक करें 10.2% गारंटीड एन्युटी रेट फॉर लाइफ। पीएनबी मेटलाइफ, ऑलवेज रेडी फॉर लाइफ।
साउंड चेक हो गया? विजुअल्स रेडी? लाइट्स ओके? एवरीथिंग इज रेडी? वेट, आर यू रेडी? ये सिर्फ एक कॉन्सर्ट नहीं है. This is my life. This is my story. One night, no repeats. Book your tickets now.
From 1983 to now, I have seen cricket evolve, but the mindset to win never changed. I tell you that what win matches and what doesn't. This T20 World Cup, let's talk cricket, controversies and more on NDTV.
After the roaring success in Delhi, Hyderabad and Mumbai, the NDTV DP World PGTI Golf Pro-Am now travels to Ahmedabad. India's finest professionals, the city's most accomplished business leaders. Great golf, great company. NDTV DP World PGTI Golf Pro-Am. The course of champions, the conversation of leaders. 8th March, Kalhar Blues and Greens, Ahmedabad.
को यहाँ से जाना ही होगा।
जय मां दुर्गा।
There is no bigger battle in 2026. And nobody has reported Bengal like I have. Buckle up for an unforgettable election thriller. Will the BJP breach Mamta's fortress?
টিএমসি যাবে, বিজেপি আসবে।
Can Didi fight off her life's biggest challenge?
বিজেপি ডাবল ইঞ্জিন সরকার এই লড়াই বাঁচতে হবে।
Battleground Bengal with Manogya Loiwal.
First India tour in your city. Rag on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets.
Straight from the heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world. Join me, Gargi Raut, as I track all the developments as they break. Live from the NDTV newsroom, weekdays at 4 p.m.
Across the country.
He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else, only on NDTV network.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines.
NDTV is the only Indian media network that is reporting live. Fighter jets and transport aircrafts that are actually lined up. The Israeli side, there's a state of emergency that has been declared.
Good evening and welcome. Thanks very much for tuning in to this special broadcast on NDTV. I'm Padmaja Joshi, with me Gauri Dwivedi, and on NDTV we've brought you the most comprehensive 360-degree coverage of Operation Roar of the Lion, Operation Epic Fury.
Indeed, and in fact it seems like it's just getting started, because the West Asia war is now engulfing more countries. There are reports coming in of continued strikes, even as civilian deaths, those of young girls, are now coming to light. What happens next? What are the possible scenarios? We've got our reporters and our team of reporters across every aspect of the entire region. We get you all those details, but first up, a quick check of some of the big headlines that we're tracking for you. Big escalation in the West Asia war as US-Israel strike Tehran. Top Iranian officials and Khamenei residents have been targeted. Trump says aim of strikes is regime change in Iran. NDTV reports from ground zero in Israel. Iran retaliates by launching missiles. Sirens go off in Tel Aviv. West Asia war theatre expands as Iranian missiles hit Bahrain, Abu Dhabi and Kuwait, leading to massive response coming in from these countries. Reports of Ayatollah Khamenei's home and office being targeted are coming as the Iranian supreme leader has been taken to a hideout as Israeli military attacks several areas in Tehran. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu releases statement, says that Israel, together with the US, launched a military operation against Iran to eliminate what he described as the existential threat posed by the Ayatollah regime.
next 60 minutes, we are going to give you the most comprehensive look at what has happened so far, what lies ahead, and how do we make sense of the mostly conflicting reports that are emerging from Israel and Iran. And taking us through that will be Vishnu Shom, joining the broadcast now as well. Welcome, Vishnu.
Padmaja, thanks very much. Gauri, it is catastrophic. And you know what so many of us felt would never really happen, that there was a path perhaps for diplomacy, that Iran did appear to be negotiating. You know, diplomacy has failed. This is an attack by Israel and the United States on Tehran today. Various parts of Iran have been struck. Iran has counterattacked. It's hit not just Israel, or attempted to hit not just Israel, but also struck a US base in Bahrain, the Al Jufair base, which is the US 5th Fleet Command Center. In Qatar, the Al Udeid Air Base. In Kuwait, the Arifjan Camp, the Ahmad Al Jaber Air Base, the Mubarak Air Base. In the United Arab Emirates, they've struck using ballistic missiles the Al Dhafra Air Base, the Jabal Ali Port, one of the most important ports in the world, the Fujairah Air Base. And in Saudi Arabia, several places, whether it's the Emir Sultan base in Riyadh, the Tabuk base, the Khamis Mushahid base, and a western base in Jeddah, in Jordan, and also in Erbil in Iraq. That gives you an idea of what this is happening. Never, to the best of my recollection, have we seen this range of attacks and counterattacks across this many regions in West Asia. It's fairly unprecedented. The attacks are going on. The drone strikes are continuing. The ballistic missile attacks are going on. As Iran attacks now, there are attempts to shoot down incoming ballistic missiles. That's the battle at this stage. But in all of this, I think what the worst part of war, the humanitarian loss, is something that we must always remember. The death toll has risen in an elementary school attack in Iran. 51 students, kids killed, 60 were injured in the Israeli strikes, an Israeli missile striking that elementary girls' school. It is absolutely horrific.
Absolutely. And although that death toll is being contradicted by Israel, because right now, none of these reports can be confirmed by the other side. Israel would argue that this is an attempt to try and tell the world that this was an unprovoked attack. It is a humanitarian disaster. So this toll of 51 students, remember, it was an elementary school that has come under attack. 60 more children are reported injured, and this after an Israeli missile struck at an elementary girls' school. That's the initial information that we are getting right now. But certain defining images, Gauri, that we must get to our viewers, because this is one of the biggest conflicts, the biggest escalation we've seen in West Asia in the recent past. Iran has hit back with a wave of missile strikes after the US-Israel strikes on Tehran, and some of these defining images that we are going to get to you now. The very first one is a satellite image that was accessed by the New York Times. It shows the damage inflicted by Israeli strikes on the secure compound of the Iranian Supreme Leader, Ali Khamenei. Reports, though, suggest that he, at this time, was not in his residence.
And some of the other images that are coming in, again, the most defining of what has happened so far, the retaliatory strikes conducted by Iran. US Navy's 5th Fleet at Naval Support Activity was struck in Bahrain today. Earlier, those are videos of exactly the moment when a ballistic missile struck the US naval base in Bahrain. It is a very large presence there, and it has been impacted and hit.
Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Okay. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God.
And you can imagine, with a strike that big, massive fires continue to rage in Bahrain after a wave of those missile strikes took place. Multiple targets across Bahrain. Dramatic images coming from across the country.
And then Israeli forces have also targeted Iran's ballistic missile launchers. Thermal images show the exact moment when Iranian missile launchers were hit. Those are images of just that moment.
While considerable success is being claimed right now by Israel, they have received plenty of pushback, the backlash, the retaliatory action from Iran. A bus station in Tel Aviv was engulfed in flames following missile strikes, retaliatory strikes by Iran. Israeli media reported that the fire did take place, but so far no further details of whether there was any human cost, whether there were any casualties suffered. But let's bring Vishnu back in on this. And that very first image, Vishnu, that of the compound of Ali Khamenei. Where is Ali Khamenei? Where is the supreme leader? Because what is Israel saying right now? And let me just quote from an Israeli media report where the IDF said that we hit several sites in Tehran where senior officials in Iran's political security echelon had gathered. This plan was developed over months and it included a major intelligence effort to identify an operational opportunity at the very moment when senior regime officials will be convening. So they are saying we identified such a gathering and that's when we struck. Where is Ali Khamenei?
Padmaja, this, and just for the benefit of our viewers, what is this all about? This is a regime change operation undertaken by Israel and the United States to get rid of Ali Khamenei and his entire leadership in the Revolutionary Guard, to encourage a popular uprising, which we've already seen happening now for several months in Iran, and to ensure that there is a new government in place. The point that everybody makes is, can airstrikes alone and no boots on the ground actually enable America and Israel to do that? That's an open debate, and we're going to have to wait and see what happens. But where would Ali Khamenei be in a situation like this? As I see that footage, I can tell you that this was a bunker buster explosive which was used. If it was Israeli, there are a bunch of weapons that they use. In fact, the same Spice weapons which India has used in the past, the Spice 2000 could have been used over there. A weapon called the Crystal Maze could have been used over there. They could have used a missile system called the Rocks to actually hit that. But basically what they try and do with these bunker busters, and I'm certain in looking at that this was a bunker buster, is to penetrate. The weapon penetrates the surface of this particular structure, in this case Ali Khamenei's home. It goes to a certain depth before the explosion actually takes place. And when the explosion actually takes place, it doesn't just obliterate the structure, but there is an air pressure which is created, as a result of which anybody in that area is actually it's killed. The air is literally sucked out of their lungs. But the Iranians would have been preparing for this scenario, which is why they would have multiple bunkers all across the country. And in as much as Israel claims that the head of the Revolutionary Guard in Iran has been killed, there is no real word on the fate of Ali Khamenei at this stage.
Indeed, and I think that is something that we have to wait and watch out for, even as more news is coming in, and let's reflect that as well. You know, there is a very substantial amount and figure of Indians who are present in this entire region. So what is happening here impacts us at many levels. First and foremost, India has issued an advisory for its nationals in Bahrain as well. This comes in after those reports came out, those videos came out about that attack on the US Navy fleet. And now the Indian embassy in Bahrain has asked the Indian national to exercise caution and has said, do follow all news and advisories, and said, do take care. And this is extremely important because, in the midst of all this, as we've been talking, let's not lose sight of the fact that whenever there is a conflict, whenever there is a war situation, you have casualties that are taking place. We've already seen that, a sizable number when it comes to those young girls in that school that has been struck, even if the figure is disputed. But the fact is, lives are at stake, and that's exactly what the Indian embassy in Bahrain has also cautioned Indian nationals about.
In fact, this entire region, Vishnu, is one where there is a substantial presence of Indians. So that is going to be of prime importance. 3 advisories have already been issued, to my mind, by India to all of its citizens, especially in Iran, asking them to evacuate. And for India, this particular conflict will be of concern.
No, Padmaja, I think that's a very important point. We have lakhs of Indian citizens across that entire region, whether it's Qatar or Oman or Bahrain, certainly Saudi Arabia or Kuwait, not to mention Tehran, not to mention Iran and Iraq. Jordan as well. All of these areas have seen attacks taking place. Now the point is, and as I mentioned this just 30 seconds back, I got an update from the Civil Aviation Ministry warning all airlines to be very mindful of where they operate their flights, to ensure that NOTAMs, notice to airmen and sailors, are monitored and enforced. In other words, if there are places you cannot fly, do not fly. I know all Indian airlines are being careful right now. Some time back, Air India Express, for example, said they are ceasing all operations to the Middle East for the moment. So to your question, Padmaja, and very briefly, how do these Indians come back now? Air traffic has ground to a halt. There are very narrow corridors now. This is one of the busiest air routes in the world, one of the largest airlines in the world. Emirates has stopped operations. Think about that. One of the largest airlines in the world, Emirates, has stopped operations right now. And therefore, what happens to the lakhs of Indians in this entire region, they have to follow what the government says. They have to follow what the local government says, our government and the local government, and be very careful. But in terms of them coming back to India, it's not going to be easy. And given the numbers, it's not as if we can deploy military capability and bring them back instantly. That takes time.
And it's not a single country, right? But it's not a single country. You're talking about an entire region with many countries, at least a dozen odd. So it's not going to be a simple, you go in and, you can get your people out. So it's a complicated situation, and it may last for some time.
But, we've covered this on NDTV, and in the recent past, whether it was Ukraine, whether it has been Iran, India has carried out a number, scores of such operations where in the toughest conditions possible. I remember when the entire face-off was taking place in Ukraine, the manner in which Indian citizens, Indian students were taken out, plenty of sneering about that, about how there was actually a pause for a couple of hours. But the fact remains that, yes, they got out, and along with them, plenty of students from our neighborhood as well, Pakistani students from Bangladesh, Nepal, all of them also evacuated by India. Let me bring in...
Padmaja, I'll never forget that.
Yes, Vishnu.
As those Indian students were getting out, I was getting in. But that's part of the job that we sort of end up doing. But I think, you make in fact, I was interviewing the people going home thinking I've left my home to come here. But I think to the point that you're making, Padmaja, India holds a record in terms of numbers of the evacuations that it's managed. That was during, I believe, Gulf War I, when all sorts of things were done to bring back Indian nationals. We aren't yet in that stage, but we'll have to see how long will these military operations be sustained? Because a couple of points. Number one, Iran has only a finite number of ballistic missiles. They've got hypersonic missiles as well. When the strikes took place, Iranian strikes on Israel last year and the year before, the most successful weapons they had were hypersonics, but they don't have that many of them. So does this essentially ground to a halt? And who wins in that sense? How many ballistic missiles does Iran have versus how many interceptor missiles do the US and Israel have? It is an and you can't just build these overnight. They take months to be built and deployed in the scale that you want. That's what it's going to boil down to. And what adds to the complexity of this is that when you have drones, and each drone might cost $15,000, $20,000. In fact, you can get drones which are just a few $100s, but they'd be using larger drones. So, that is what's going to deplete surface-to-air missiles as well.
How long can this be dragged out? I think Aditya Rajkol is joining us live from Tel Aviv. Aditya, over to you. What's happening right now?
Well, again, this is the 6th round of siren that has just come in. It's buzzing all across the central region of Israel. This is Tel Aviv. This is always the first target, really. It's been a drill since morning. It's the 6th time that I'm rushing towards a bomb shelter now. And, we've been told that most of these missiles have been actually hit. There is some report that in Haifa, perhaps one missile did hit ground. But most of the missiles that came in, rockets that came in towards Tel Aviv have been intercepted. Clearly, as of now, this is a fresh wave of missiles that have come in from Iran. That's the message from the Home Front Command. It's not just Israel, but several other countries in the entire wider region that have been targeted as well. Most of them have been intercepted, but there have been some that have hit the ground in several other US bases or around those areas. So obviously, it's a very, very fluid situation right now. We've been reporting continuously since morning, and the siren is off, but I'm being asked to go inside the bomb shelter.
Aditya, any word yet of any casualties? Because Iran is now saying that close to 51 to 55 people may have been killed, at least just in one particular strike on an elementary school. What about Israel? All right, so we seem to have lost the line. The sixth wave of missiles directed there at Israel, people rushing into the bunkers, people rushing to safety, Gauri.
And even as, there are now reports coming in of strikes spreading. Iran has struck several other countries in the neighborhood. I believe Aditya is back with us. Let's get in a word from him on the fact that several other areas, several other countries nearby have been struck, and they've all responded. They've condemned Iranian efforts to enter their airspace, whether it is Bahrain, whether it is Qatar, several others. What is it that, you can tell us and add on to what we have so far?
Well, the unfortunate development is that there are casualties, not in Israel, but in several other locations like UAE. The formal confirmation on the exact number of the casualties is not clear yet, since this is a very fluid situation. Remember, many of these missiles have been intercepted over the skylines of UAE, over Saudi, over Kuwait and Bahrain, but many have hit many civilian areas also. In UAE, we had reportedly development about one missile actually hitting on ground, and there was some kind of a chaos. And unfortunately, one person lost their life there. But the exact nature would be clear in the next few hours when an analysis would be done of the kind of damage that has been done overall. But as of now, there are reports of a fresh wave of the Iranian ballistic missiles that have been launched from Iran towards Israel. And as of now, as I speak, there are explosions going in the sky every few minutes, because these missiles are being intercepted now. So it's a very fluid, very dramatic situation coming at this hour. Most of the locals here are used to it, but they didn't expect this to happen too soon, because the talks were underway in Geneva, and now they were saying that talks will happen in Austria. So it is a very dramatic situation out here. People are taking precautions because of Shabbat also, are mostly inside in their neighborhoods. But it looks like a long haul because of the kind of dramatic developments that have come in and the kind of statements that have now come from the Iranian regime that they will not stop, and the fresh wave of revenge is coming. There seems to be some high-level casualties also that we are reporting from Iran, not just in Tehran, but other cities as well. So slowly and steadily, it seems that this is heading towards a regional conflict completely. Even as I continue to report from this bomb shelter, NDTV is the only network.
And while you do that, I want to interrupt you for just a second, because we've got the first response from the foreign minister of Iran, where he has said, and I quote, Netanyahu and Trump's war on Iran is wholly unprovoked, illegal and illegitimate. Trump has turned America first into Israel first, which always means America last. Our powerful armed forces are prepared for this day, and they will teach the aggressors the lesson they deserve. So you've got the foreign minister of Iran speaking for the first time ever since the beginning of this Operation Roaring Lion.
Official word coming in on exactly what the operation has been so far. That Iranian foreign minister saying that this is America last, and they're very clear that this is unprovoked, illegal, illegitimate, and they will fight. When they say that they will teach the aggressors the lesson they deserve, you're looking at retaliatory strikes coming in from Iran. There have been several drone attacks. Vishnu, there have been several drone attacks that have taken place. Israel has said that, and this messaging from the Iranian foreign minister indicates that they are, of course, going to push the pedal, so to say.
You know what, Padmaja and Gauri, the key point over here is that one should not underestimate the capability of Iran's ballistic missile forces. They have refined ballistic missiles to a point where a lot of these missiles, as video clearly shows, are hitting their targets. This means that this is a much more deadly sort of war that is taking place, and by no means, I repeat, by no means is it one-sided at this stage.
In fact, what's also interesting, and let's bring Aditya in on that, the fact that you have the foreign minister of Iran saying, in fact, almost saying it in as many words, that Donald Trump has surrendered the interests of America to Israel, where he's saying that instead of America first, today the US president is putting Israel first, making America last, Aditya.
Well, that's right. That's a very important statement, actually, from the Iranian foreign minister, because if you look at the 12-day war that happened, there was the American president, US president was hesitant. He did not want to enter the war. He repeatedly said that there need to be negotiations and talks. And, while the threats came in from the US repeatedly, during that 12-day war, he was not interested, at least the narrative was that he was not interested to enter a kind of a conflict. But then came the attacks from the US B-2 bombers that came in during that 12-day war. Yeah. And this time around as well, while the talks were underway, while the talks were happening, there was no conclusion. There was no defining conclusion that had really happened. Again, we have a similar situation that in midst of the talks, after the Geneva talks ended, and they decided to hold the talks in Austria, in Vienna, now we have these attacks taking place. Now, the Oman foreign minister who was mediating in this has also sent in his questions on this. He's upset, he's outraging, and he's saying that this undermines the entire effort of the talks process, that the US has chosen to attack at a time when talks were still underway. So certainly, I think talks have gone for a toss as of now, and it is a military conflict that we are looking at.
All right, and for our viewers who were wondering what is the pictures that we are playing out, that basically is a home video, a video being recorded by a man in Qatar, even as a missile flies overhead. That's the picture that we were showing. If you can go back to that video, I think that was the one. Okay, this is the one from Qatar. Let me bring in our guest also joining us now. Vishnu, of course, will help us decode that in just a bit. Natasha Hostorf, British barrister and lawyer, joins us along with Varun Krishnan, who is stuck at the Doha airport. Ravinder Sachdeva, Director of India Affairs at US INPAC, and Sierra Claire, foreign policy commentator. But I want to start with you first, Natasha. Talks are over. Where do we head next? Because this cannot be infinite. This exchanging of missiles or this firing of missiles at each other, how long does this go on?
Well, I think the statements from the President of the United States and the Prime Minister of Israel were very clear. This is to deal with the threat that the Iranian Islamic regime is posing, not just to Israel, not just to the United States, but frankly, the entirety of the civilized world. And Iran's response across the region, including with respect to Qatar, Saudi, the UAE, underscores that issue even further. So in light of the statements, the clear statements that we've had from the United States and from Israel, this is dealing with the existential threat that is posed by the Islamic regime in Iran, and it is opening up, if you will, the opportunity for the people of Iran to free themselves from that regime also. Okay. I don't anticipate that this will be a matter of today. This is going to continue, I'm sure, over the next few days and perhaps even weeks, in light of the enormous buildup of US military infrastructure in the region and the careful planning around this. The suggestion, though, that negotiations were progressing, I think is perhaps somewhat overly optimistic. We need to be able to take statements from the Iranian Islamic regime in their proper context. And those protestations of illegality are not based in a proper analysis of international law. The suggestion that negotiations were bearing some fruit is flatly contradicted by Iran's, this is the Iranian regime, its refusal to abandon its nuclear ambitions. And many other allies of Israel and the United States have been perfectly clear that Iran cannot obtain a nuclear weapon.
Okay, Natasha, I want to talk about exactly the video that we see, and I want to bring in Vishnu on just that part, which is that there is that rocket attack that has taken place in Qatar, the earlier video that we were showing, which is the latest set of visuals coming in. And to that, Vishnu, this is something that I'm sure everybody watching this broadcast would be wanting to know. How long can Iran fire these rockets? How many does it have? What's the effectiveness of this kind of a military strategy? So I think those are questions that, if we sort of put some sort of a perspective to, would help everybody understand Iran's response that they say it's going to be formidable.
All right, so I'm just going to explain this in as quick a way that I can. Number one, Iran operates a whole series of ballistic missiles. They have various ranges, but they now operate missiles which cover large parts of the Middle East and all of the American air bases, which are significant, all of Israel as well. As I mentioned, some of these are more sophisticated than others. What exactly do I mean by that? They are more accurate for starters. They are more difficult to be intercepted. But those are ballistic missiles. Ballistic missiles have a ballistic trajectory. They basically go up and then they come down. And they have a predictable trajectory in most cases, and it makes intercepting them much easier. That said, intercepting a missile with a missile is like shooting a bullet with a bullet. It's extremely difficult. But where Iran now has an edge, and we've seen this over the last couple of years, is in what are called hypersonic missiles, which have a skip-glide trajectory. So instead of going up and coming down, they actually go like this at extremely high speeds up to Mach 8, Mach 10, 10 times the speed of sound, and they maneuver in their terminal phase, which means hitting them, right, bullet for a bullet, becomes that much more difficult. And in many cases, as we've seen in the last couple of years, it's these hypersonics that are able to penetrate Israel's missile shield, which is the most sophisticated in the world. Now, the others, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Oman, Kuwait, have their own missile shields, but it's not as sophisticated as the Israeli one, and it relies almost exclusively on American systems like the Patriot.
All right, before Gauri takes us through the scenarios of what happens next, I also want to bring in Varun Krishnan because he is stuck at the Doha airport. Varun, first tell us what happened, where are you? First of all, I hope you're safe, people around you are safe. Tell us what's happening.
So yes, I am safe right now. I'm at the Doha Ahmad Airport. So what happened was it was a normal day, and I took a flight from Chennai to Doha, and after that I had a connecting flight to Barcelona. I'm traveling for Mobile World Congress, and I just had a layover, and everything seemed normal. And we took off from Doha on time, a little bit of delay actually. And suddenly I noticed that the plane started circling. And then the captain came on board and said that we are actually returning to Doha due to security reasons. And that's when I figured out that, okay, maybe something is brewing in this region. And thankfully, there was internet on the aircraft, so I could see Twitter and see, okay, what was happening. And we took a lot of time, almost 2 hours of snorkeling, and then we finally landed. And even after we landed, we couldn't get out of the plane because of some stay-in-place measures which were in effect. So we had to wait for almost 30 to 40 minutes on the ground inside the plane before we could be let into the terminal. And yeah, so we have no idea what's going on. And all flights in Doha airport are at a halt.
Are there many people from India at Doha with you?
Yes, there are a lot of, in fact, I met a couple of friends as well here, so who are also stuck. And yeah, so there's no idea as to when the operations will resume and when we would actually, I'm just wondering if I should head towards Europe or head back home. So I'm in two minds as to what next, because
any word from the authorities? Anyone reach out to you? How are you placed in terms of food, connectivity, mobility?
Yes, there is Wi-Fi and there is food options as well, and I believe they are going to be giving hotels or figuring out the stay, because this is not going to be resolving in a few hours, or I think it would probably take a few days to resolve from what it looks like. So, but the authorities or even they themselves, even the flight crew aren't aware of what's happening.
Indeed.
Because everything is unprecedented. And yeah, so hopefully the things calm down a little bit and we could have some connectivity resuming. So.
Indeed, and there are multiple airspaces that are shut. You have Dubai airport, which is shut. All airlines have issued advisories. Vishnu, you wanted to come in there?
Yeah, just a key point, Gauri. I'm looking at Flight Radar 24 right now, and here's the problem for Indian carriers, Air India Express, Air India and Indigo. If they are to travel west to the Middle East, most of not all the airports are operational. Dubai airport, one of the most busy in the world, you need to check the status, but some time back it had been shut for operations. Air India faces a rail problem because the flight routes across the Persian Gulf, which they used to follow, they used to fly south of Pakistan, south of Afghanistan, and then steer up over India. They're flying through Pakistan and they're flying up towards Afghanistan and then into Turkmenistan, right? And into Turkmen airspace, Azerbaijan airspace, and then they're traveling west. Indian carriers, Indigo and Air India primarily, do not have this. Yeah. So if you are an Indigo passenger traveling west, or particularly an Air India passenger traveling west, speak to the airline. Let's see if they've got alternate routes, because at the moment, for Indian carriers, it seems to be a real mess.
All right, but I think it's also important to underline that there should be no panic. Varun is there, he's stuck, but people will reach out to you. You're safe. Varun, thanks very much for connecting with us. Hope you get back home or wherever it is that you are progressing onto quickly and safely. Right now, there is no to panic, just stay safe. But the important question now is, Gauri, what happens next? What lies ahead of us? Is this going to stretch out over several days, weeks, months? Can it really be carried on by either side interminably?
Indeed, and I hope not. It's not for months, because there is a certain toll to it. But we've just sort of put forth in terms of what could be the possible scenarios as to how it plays on from here. The first scenario that could be is that America is able to strike at the heart of some of those military targets, whether it is IRGC. There are some reports indicating that the IRGC commander-in-chief has been killed, but we don't know that for certain. But probably eliminates several other highly prominent military targets, ensuring that the regime actually collapses. And the best case scenario could be that it leads to minimal civilian casualties and a possible transition to democracy. I mean, the fact that it could happen is something that we are putting out. Its likelihood is a separate issue altogether. The second possible scenario that exists is that post-US strike, the chaos, it leads to some sort of a military government coming into form, and that could lead to top IRGC officials, in fact, taking over Iran instead of, the Guardian Council and all. It could be the IRGC taking over, and that could mean that there could be some different set of people to have that communication with, that negotiation with. That's the second possible outcome that could be there. The third possible scenario could be, there could be massive retaliation that could come in from Iran. They've already said that they are going to respond, and Iran decides to target those critical US bases and allies, and the entire energy link there, the Hormuz Strait, is actually impacted. That could mean global energy lines, supply lines are at risk, and of course that could mean more escalation. The other scenario could be that Iran actually sinks a US warship. Again, a possibility that you cannot rule out, though of course it looks highly unlikely. And that could mean a swarm attack that could be through the use of drones, a potential capture of even American sailors, for all you know. And that could mean, of course, those months and possibly stretching into years, as Padmaja was talking about, could actually happen. Something that we do not want. But then we're just putting out those likely scenarios. The last could be worst case scenario, where US strikes actually leads to a larger prolonged civil war in Iran, and that could mean more chaos, possibly a large humanitarian crisis, and most importantly, regional instability that is building and spreading, something that nobody wants, absolutely nobody. But as things stand right now, nothing can be ruled out.
All of this is a very real possibility. Which one is most likely? That is what we are going to be asking Sierra Claire and Rabinder Sachdeva in just a bit. Right now, nobody can say for sure what is going to happen over the next 24 hours, leave alone the next few days or months. In fact, all eyes are going to be on the second address of US President Donald Trump. We're expecting it anytime now, the second such address to take place within, a matter of 12 hours. Taking a very, very quick break. What lies ahead? We'll talk about that in just a minute. Don't go anywhere.
करियर से अर्ली रिटायरमेंट हो या नए करियर की शुरुआत, रहो दोनों के लिए रेडी। पीएनबी मेटलाइफ रिटायरमेंट प्लान्स के साथ लॉक करें 10.2% गारंटीड एन्युटी रेट फॉर लाइफ। पीएनबी मेटलाइफ, ऑलवेज रेडी फॉर लाइफ।
Sound check हो गया? Visuals ready? Lights okay? Everything is ready? Wait, are you ready? ये सिर्फ एक कॉन्सेप्ट नहीं.
But the mindset to win never change. I tell you that what win matches and what doesn't. This T20 World Cup. Let's talk cricket, controversies and more on NDTV.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
expert advice, the latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decisions. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your Automate.
After the roaring success in Delhi, Hyderabad and Mumbai, the NDTV DP World PGTI Golf Pro-Am now travels to Ahmedabad. India's finest professionals, the city's most accomplished business leaders. Great golf, great company. NDTV DP World PGTI Golf Pro-Am. The course of champions, the conversation of leaders. 8th March, Kalhar Blues and Greens, Ahmedabad.
को यहाँ से जाना ही होगा.
जय मां दुर्गा.
There is no bigger battle in 2026. And nobody has reported Bengal like I have. Buckle up for an unforgettable election thriller. Will the BJP breach Mamta's fortress?
TMC जावे, BJP आसपे.
Can Didi fight off her life's biggest challenge?
BJP double engine সরকার এই লড়াই বাঁচতে হবে.
Battleground Bengal with Manogya Loiwal.
First India tour in your city. Rag on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets.
Straight from the heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world. Join me, Gargi Raut, as I track all the developments as they break. Live from the NDTV newsroom, weekdays at 4 p.m.
Across the country, he has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else, only on NDTV network.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
More updates coming in. Now, Donald Trump has spoken out. Even as we wait for his second full address, he's come out with a statement to a media outlet where he has said freedom for Iran is the operation's goal, essentially saying it's regime change and nothing else. That's what Donald Trump has told a news outlet. Freedom for the people of Iran. Padmaja, I think the Trump administration is absolutely clear that they want it to be regime change and nothing else.
All I want is freedom for the people of Iran. I want a safe nation, and that's what we are going to have. That's what we are going to give them. But Ravinder Sachdeva, when and how? So far, whoever has spoken out from Iran, they are saying that this is an effort by a Zionist regime to try and foist their own narrative upon the people of Iran. There is no spontaneous uprising. There is going to be no revolution. So this regime change, where does it go? Of all the scenarios that we've spoken of, what do you seem is going to be the most likely?
As you and Gauri and Vishnu have highlighted, I think that to a good extent, the days ahead will depend on how much havoc Iran is able to cause in the Arab countries where there are American interests. See, Israel is too far, for its missiles, and even if it sends them off, the Israeli air defense is much, much more, ironclad. These countries, be it Qatar, Emirates, Saudi, are comparatively nearer Bahrain. So instead of, let's say, firing 100 missiles towards Iran, out of which only in Israel, by Iran may be, from a pure cold calculation point of this thing, would maybe achieve better returns if it targets only these regions, if not only most of these regions or these bases. Also, the air defenses, though, have been beefed up, but would not be to the scale at which Israel has. And if Iran targets, of course, the army bases, if it targets also the oil facilities, it has been talking that oil facilities owned by Americans. So if there is Chevron and Exxon in Iraq and Qatar and downstream in Saudi, etc., if Iran starts striking them, then that would be a little bit of a game changer, because then these nations would feel either they will have to retaliate, they should also attack Iran because Iran has violated their sovereignty. Or these nations, that is what Iran would be, I think, banking on, these nations would exert pressure on Trump to stop or pause the war because they are getting hurt. So that would be one game.
Ravinder Sachdev, even in the midst of the hostilities last year, global oil supply lines were not checked, were not disturbed, they were not hit, because that leads to a very serious level of escalation that frankly involves the entire world. Are you saying those bets are off this time around?
I do think those bets are off this time around. What else would be more this thing when your supreme leader is being targeted for killing, when, let's say, the head of the Revolutionary Guard or the chief of defense of the army has been killed, what else is remaining? So for Iran, this may be the moment when they realize it's a existential moment for them, and they have to go down all fighting. Otherwise, Iran can keep on taking the hits, let's say the Israeli bombings or the American bombings, because Iran does not have any air defense system to say. All it has is drones and missiles. And these drones and missiles can be directed at Israel, sure, but their strike rate would be less. Iran could achieve a much better strike rate, shorter range drones, shorter range missiles towards these Arab countries where American interests are there. You got American embassies also there. Iran could say that, American embassy is America, and America is attacking us, we are attacking them back. That could be the only thing which could give Iran some game in the play. Otherwise, Iran will keep on taking the hits and go down the various scenarios that we can anticipate.
Today morning, Donald Trump...
A couple of points to what Rubinder is saying.
Go on, Vishnu, yes.
Points to what Rubinder is saying. I disagree somewhat in terms of, Rubinder's assessment of Iranian ballistic missiles. They've got missiles which can target any part of Israel. They've had them for the last 7 to 8 years. The question is the number of missiles, and I agree with Rubinder over there that the number of missiles that Iran has left is what is going to determine the outcome of this battle. But I would also like to stress that this entire American and Israeli belief that airstrikes alone is going to result in regime change is something that we need to wait to see if that's actually going to happen.
Yes.
Because I think it's important to mention that in as much as people on the ground in Iran have been protesting against the Ayatollah and the regime, it's not as if they've gone completely pro-America and said America is our greatest sort of help. Not at all. So therefore, they could be feeling, and quite rightly so, that where is America coming into this? Why are they taking away our sovereignty? Why are they hitting targets on the ground? But that calculus of airstrikes without boots on the ground, taking out an entire country's regime, that's something that America has staked a lot on. So we're going to have to wait and see how that works out. We'll take a short break at this stage, come back with the very latest.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
expert advice.
करियर से अर्ली रिटायरमेंट हो या नए करियर की शुरुआत, रहो दोनों के लिए रेडी। पीएनबी मेटलाइफ रिटायरमेंट प्लान्स के साथ लॉक करें 10.2% गारंटीड एन्युटी रेट फॉर लाइफ। पीएनबी मेटलाइफ, ऑलवेज रेडी फॉर लाइफ।
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
expert advice,
the latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decisions. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your Automate.
After the roaring success in Delhi, Hyderabad and Mumbai, the NDTV DP World PGTI Golf Pro-Am now travels to Ahmedabad. India's finest professionals, the city's most accomplished business leaders. Great golf, great company. NDTV DP World PGTI Golf Pro-Am. The course of champions, the conversation of leaders. 8th March, Kalhar Blues and Greens, Ahmedabad.
को यहाँ से जाना ही होगा।
जय मां दुर्गा! आज क्यों नोए?
There is no bigger battle in 2026. And nobody has reported Bengal like I have. Buckle up for an unforgettable election thriller. Will the BJP breach Mamta's fortress?
टीएमसी जावे, बीजेपी आसमे।
Can Didi fight off her life's biggest challenge?
बीजेपी डबल इंजिन सरकार ए लड़ाई बास्ते होबे।
Battleground Bengal with Manogya Loiwal.
First India tour in your city. Rag on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go, grab your tickets.
Straight from the heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world. Join me, Gargi Raut, as I track all the developments as they break. Live from the NDTV newsroom, weekdays at 4 p.m.
Across the country, he has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else. Only on NDTV Network.
even as West Asia war continues to escalate, all eyes now on Donald Trump's second address. It is expected that he will be speaking soon. And to get a sense of what could be the kind of messaging that we should be prepared for, looking out for, Sarah Claire joins us on the broadcast. Sarah, what exactly is it that you would be watching out for from Donald Trump's second address?
Well, I think that Donald Trump, he wants to be very transparent. There's a lot of panic, a lot of misinformation that has been going around about this deployment, and especially right now. So he wants to update the American people. They've already put out statements that say they expect this strike to last days, not weeks. So I expect he'll be reiterating what the timeline looks like. And I believe he has an update on the operations, the successes, maybe some of the lists of people who've been eliminated. So I'll be looking out for that as well.
Sierra, also, Iran has really ripped into America and Israel, talking about the strikes today. They're saying this is a human casualty that you have inflicted upon the country, other than the fact that this has been unprovoked. It has come at a time when, they were talking to your country. The foreign minister saying that the destroyed building is a primary school for girls in the south of Iran. It was bombed in broad daylight and it was packed with young pupils. Essentially, Iran now telling the world community that you've committed a war crime.
Well, Iran, as we've seen in the past, does a lot of disinformation and a lot of propaganda. And I think right now we're in the fog of war. And so, it's hard to make statements about what's true and all of the casualties and everything like that. Of course, during a war, during an attack like this, there may be casualties, but the U.S., I believe, has planned this operation out meticulously in order to have the least amount of civilian casualties possible.
And I think...
no, but Sierra, on what basis do you say that all of these, that there's going to be a regime change in Iran without having boots on the ground? And how do you assume that there's going to be this mass uprising of people? Because the people who've been protesting are against, are not necessarily pro-America.
Right. Well, I think that, I don't think that the U.S. is expecting the Iranian people to be pro-America. The Iranian people have repeatedly, some of them have repeatedly called for U.S. intervention. And what President Trump said in his original message was that this was instigated by their failure to negotiate on nuclear weapons and, agreeing to a red line of not having nuclear weapons. So that's the main objective here. And then regime change, is also an Israeli objective that the U.S. is kind of supporting. And so I think that we're giving the Iranian people the opportunity to do what they want to do, but we're not going to, the plan is that we're not going to be putting boots on the ground and actually going in and trying to do it for them.
All right. Will that actually happen?
All right.
That
well, we're going to take a short break.
All right, taking for a very, very, very quick break. But like we said, an important address from the U.S. president expected in just a while from now. In the meantime, missiles from both sides continuing, at least the sixth wave of missiles which were fired at Israel. Iran claims at least 50 children have been killed when an elementary school was bombed. What does this mean for the next few days? We'll talk about that. Coming up in just a bit, has the Iranian leadership, big figures in the top leadership of Iran, been wiped out? That is the claim that Israel is making. How true could it be? We'll talk about that back in a minute.
करियर से अर्ली रिटायरमेंट हो या नए करियर की शुरुआत, रहो दोनों के लिए रेडी। पीएनबी मेटलाइफ रिटायरमेंट प्लान्स के साथ लॉक करें 10.2% गारंटीड एन्युटी रेट फॉर लाइफ। पीएनबी मेटलाइफ, ऑलवेज रेडी फॉर लाइफ।
Sound check हो गया? Visuals ready? Lights okay? Everything is ready? Wait, are you ready? ये सिर्फ एक कॉन्सर्ट नहीं है. This is my life. This is my story. One night, no repeats. Book your tickets now.
From 1983 to now, I have seen cricket evolve, but the mindset to win never changed. I tell you that what win matches and what doesn't. This T20 World Cup, let's talk cricket, controversies and more on NDTV.
Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
Expert advice. The latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decision. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide, and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma, and I am your automate.
After the roaring success in Delhi, Hyderabad and Mumbai, the NDTV DP World PGTI Golf Pro-Am now travels to Ahmedabad. India's finest professionals, the city's most accomplished business leaders. Great golf, great company. NDTV DP World PGTI Golf Pro-Am. The course of champions, the conversation of leaders. 8th March, Kalhar Blues and Greens, Ahmedabad.
को यहाँ से जाना ही होगा.
जय मां दुर्गा!
There is no bigger battle in 2026. And nobody has reported Bengal like I have. Buckle up for an unforgettable election thriller. Will the BJP breach Mamta's fortress?
टीएमसी जावे, बीजेपी आसपे.
Can Didi fight off her life's biggest challenge?
বিজেপি ডাবল ইঞ্জিন সরকার এই লড়াই বাঁচতে হবে.
Battleground Bengal with Manogya Loiwal.
First India tour in your city. Rag on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets.
Straight from the heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world. Join me, Gargi Raut, as I track all the developments as they break. Live from the end.
NDTV is the only Indian media network that is reporting live from Israel. Fighter jets and transport aircrafts that are actually lined up.
People of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere.
You're watching our rolling coverage of the big story, which continues to be the crisis and the escalation of hostilities in West Asia. Earlier in the day, Israel launched preemptive strikes on Iran. Since then, Iran has hit back at least half a dozen times. There have been alerts of Iranian strikes, not just on Israel, but the entire neighborhood as well. Qatar, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, UAE have all reported strikes by Iran in the last several hours.
Iran has said that at least a 50 40 children have been killed in the strike by Israel and the United States. What does this mean not just for Iran and Israel, but the entire region and for America? Has the top leadership of Iran been wiped out as is being claimed by Israel? What is the truth of the claims being made on either side? We'll talk about that and much, much more over the course of the next 60 minutes. Let's get you started, though, with the headlines.
Big escalation coming in the West Asia war. US-Israel strike Tehran. Top Iranian officials and Khamenei residents have been targeted, even as Donald Trump says the goal of Operation Epic is regime change and freedom for Iranians. Iran's foreign minister warns Israel and US, says Iranian forces are prepared to teach aggressors the lesson, terms the strikes as unprovoked and illegal. NDTV reports from ground zero in Israel. Iran retaliates by launching missiles. Sirens go off in Tel Aviv. Theatre of war in West Asia continues to expand as Iranian missiles have hit Bahrain, Abu Dhabi, Kuwait and Qatar. All countries have condemned Iranian missiles on their territory. Reports of Ayatollah Khamenei's home and office being targeted come to light as the Iranian supreme leader has been taken to a hideout, even as Israeli military has launched several attacks on Tehran and other cities. Human toll in the West Asia crisis rises as Israeli missiles strike an elementary school in Iran's Minab area. Iran claims that around 51 students have been killed, 60 were injured in the attack. Israel calls the figure incorrect.
Airport after flight operations have been hit there. The airspace over UAE has been temporarily closed. Dubai suspended flight operations after the strikes on Iran, and thousands of passengers have been stranded there. Thousands have been left stranded there at Dubai. Let's get a sense of what's happening right now from George Koshi joining us live. George, over to you.
A lot of passengers have been stuck here since morning, since the flights have been suspended. Close to 346 flights. I mean, that's a very rough number that has been suspended just from Dubai International Airport. And then there is the Maktoum Airport. What we understand is almost the entire airspace has been stranded. In fact, my flight was to be from Dubai to San Francisco. We flew for 4 hours, and after which our flight was brought back here. I can probably just hold the mic, hold the camera across to you just to showcase to you the kind of chaos and mayhem that you can see around me. The officials have been trying their best to kind of, help everybody as much as possible. But then just look at the sheer number of people who are stranded here, who have to pass through this security and pass through immigration to be able to then be accommodated into hotels, etc., until their next flight is announced. It's children, it's older people, it's all kinds of nationalities from across the world, especially Dubai being a very important hub. Also, you must understand the fact that Dubai is also known for its A380. So every A380 would almost accommodate 2 to 3 flights. Number of people that usually accommodates 2 to 3 flights. So that's really the kind of ground situation that we are seeing here. The officials are also grappling at a very crucial time in the season where it's also quite understaffed with the Ramzan season, where after post-afternoon a lot of people take breaks, etc. But despite all the chaos, whatever is possible is being done with food, water, drinks, etc. being provided as people stand here in lines for long hours.
Dubai International Airport is actually a very large airport, a huge connectivity hub for the entire region. Any word on how long before any of these, situation is brought under control? Any word coming in from the authorities right now?
For the moment, what we've been told is that, we'll have to wait for at least 11 p.m. today before they'll take a decision on whether the flights can be moved on. They're also looking at alternate routes through which these airplanes can be taken through. In fact, our plane did make 3 rounds to try if they could fly over Afghanistan or Pakistan and try and still make it forward, because we were probably the last of the flights that had set off before all of the flights and the no-fly zones actually came up. It's also during that time when a couple of missiles were kind of intercepted in Dubai, and post which the entire air traffic was controlled, and all of the planes were asked to be grounded back in Dubai.
Reporting live from the Dubai airport, where because of the airspace being shut, thousands of people are left stranded over there. And this pretty much, Gauri and Vishnu, is something that we are seeing across several airports. This entire region, like we have been explaining, with the airspace shut, there isn't really much of an option left for people. But right now, one thing is clear, that the toll is mounting. Iran has said that when an elementary school was struck, at least 50 children have been killed there, many of them girls. At least 60 more are left injured. Israel, on its part, has said that they have struck at a meeting where the top leadership of Iran was gathered, that Ali Khamenei was there, that you had the Iranian president present there as well. And Israel and US have jointly said that they want to remove the existential threat posed to them and to the entire neighborhood by Iran.
Indeed. And, just to get a sense of what's the word coming in from the US, and then we get in Vishnu as well for his take. But I want to first get in Simon Marks joining us from Washington, D.C. to get a sense of what is it that the Trump administration is now watching out for. Donald Trump has been closely following the entire, Operation Epic Fury at his resort in Mar-a-Lago. But walk us through, what is it that you are picking up from right now from the Trump administration?
Well, it's just after 8:30 in the morning here in Washington, D.C., 5:30 in the morning over on the west coast of the United States, and Americans are waking up to the news that their country is now waging a war for which they have been completely unprepared by their own government. At no point has the United States government effectively explained to Americans what the purpose of this military action is, what the cause of it is, and what the outcome is likely to be beyond calls for the regime in Iran to fall. There's no indication from the Trump administration of what kind of regime they want to replace the government led by the supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, and also, of course, by the Iranian president Masoud Pezeshkian, both of whom appear to have been targets of this military operation, an action that in and of itself may be illegal under American law, because a statute enacted by President Ronald Reagan in 1981 prohibits assassination attempts against foreign heads of government and foreign senior officials. But the big gap in all of this is, after the fall of the regime, then what? And the President of the United States has not been able to articulate that to the American people.
All right, let's also welcome Manjeev Singh Puri, former Indian ambassador, joining us, along with President of the Jerusalem Center for Security and Foreign Affairs, Dr. Dan Diker, Ashok Sajjanhar, former Indian diplomat, and President at the Chintan Research Foundation, Shishir Priyadarshi, also joining us live on the broadcast. Ambassador Puri, do you want to weigh in on the point which was being made earlier?
Thank you very much, Gauri, as well as Padmaja. Thank you for having me. Your correspondent is absolutely right. But what are we seeing? We are seeing absolute power being used absolute. And the business that he mentioned very rightly about American law being skirted, over the past few weeks, many people have said, if you need to use military, you need congressional approval. But let's leave all that aside. That's for American people to decide. What has happened is not unexpected. After that huge amount of armada was assembled out there, believe me, it's just not possible that there won't have been action. And Mr. Trump kind of hinted at that when he said the Iranians are not behaving well, they're not doing well. And last night, after Mr. Witkoff and Jared Kushner left Geneva, it did appear it could happen any time, and so that has happened. I'm sure the Iranians were prepared themselves too. Now, that this is destabilizing, without any doubt about it. That it serves a certain end as far as the Israelis are concerned, perhaps domestically for President Trump, perhaps also for his vision a legacy-oriented American president and his own interest in oil and all of those particular things, as well as ensuring that in the Middle East, those who he considers his allies don't have anybody else who kind of confronts them, which is the way Iran has been portrayed over the last several decades. So this is actual power play in action, and you're seeing it. It has lots of impacts. I think your correspondents covering the aviation sector, this is the first shot itself that the flights can't go, they can't move across. And with Pakistan airspace being closed over us, it's a very tough call for Indians trying to go westward.
Absolutely.
We haven't yet heard about what may happen on oil movements. That may take a few days, etc., for all of that to come around. But all in all, certainly a very serious situation evolving in what we should consider and what we do consider our extended neighborhood.
Ambassador Puri, I wanted to come to just that aspect. While we keep a very close watch on how things are unfolding, and on this I'll get both Mr. Shishir Priyadarshi and also get in Vishnu as well, which is that, the direct India impact factor. And I think there are three very direct impacts here. You're talking about the Chabahar port, you're talking about IMEC connectivity projects, you're talking about 50% of our overall oil imports coming through the Hormuz Strait and that entire region, which is going to be under tremendous turmoil, and the fact that we have a very large diaspora that actually resides in this particular region. Shishir Priyadarshi, to you first, and then I want to get in Vishnu also on this.
I think the two biggest concerns that India would have, one would be energy security. I mean, it's going to weigh heavily, and the impact of, the smallest of price rises is very significant on the economy. So energy security. Second, the fact that we have a huge diaspora. I was hearing Vishnu a little while ago when he was talking about India, having successfully evacuated its citizens in the past. But Vishnu, look at the numbers we are talking about. Now that the conflict is across so many of the Middle Eastern countries, it's about 9 million. But one point I want to kind of introduce, especially because I have two wonderful colleagues also from the Foreign Service here, does this open up the possibility of an opportunity for India's leadership? Because we are obviously close with Iran, Israel. We've just had the Prime Minister come back after a very successful trip. But more importantly, also in the context of the fact that we've just started our BRICS presidency. Now, I don't know. It's a very, very tough call. You've already started getting reactions from Europe, which are clearly saying that, this is absolutely against international law, etc. So because it is in our interest, for no other reason, energy security, large diaspora there, Chabahar port, IMEC wave, which we are pushing, I certainly think India has a much bigger stake in this.
Yes, before Vishnu comes in on that, let me also quickly get another view in from Washington, where Simon continues to be with us. We learned a while ago that you had Pete Hegseth and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. All of them were monitoring the Iran operation. Is that meeting still on? And now fresh word is also in, Simon, that Donald Trump is not going to address the country again, as was being reported earlier.
Monitoring of the military operation, that will be ongoing. I mean, President Donald Trump himself has said that this is a massive ongoing operation. And it's not just going to be Pete Hegseth and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff monitoring in real time what is taking place. There are also battlefield assessments that will have to be carried out that could take days. As to the president's messaging of all of this, first of all, to the American people, this is a president who last July claimed that the United States bunker-busting bombs had obliterated Iran's nuclear facilities, and is now asking the American people to believe that Iran was within 1 week of posing an imminent threat to the United States. He has never explained how he deals with that contradiction, and there's going to be pressure on him to do that in the days ahead. It's also worth just looking at what he had to say to the Iranian people themselves today. Absolutely contradictory remarks. He promised them that the hour of your freedom is at hand. He asked them to rise up and seize your only chance for a generation, but then he also told them to stay stay sheltered, don't leave your home, it's very dangerous outside, bombs will be dropping everywhere. And then seconds later, he said, now is the time to seize control of your destiny, unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the time for action. So it is a very confusing message to the Iranian people. This is the time to rise up. This is the time to act. But don't do it just yet. You need to stay at home because bombs are dropping everywhere. All of which further communicates the extemporizing that is taking place in American foreign policy at a time when Donald Trump is suffering from record low approval ratings and is deeply concerned about the outcome of November's midterm elections.
Simon, what's the strategy, even as we break these fresh images that have come in from the Dubai airport, which has now confirmed that all flight operations are suspended until further notice. Passengers are advised not to travel to the airport at this time and to contact their respective airlines directly for the latest updates regarding their flights. We appreciate the cooperation of our guests. This is the statement coming from, of course, the Dubai International Airport. The airport authorities have put out this statement. But like you said, this is rife with contradictions. What are you hearing about the strategy ahead? Sure, this operation has been launched jointly with Israel, but Simon marks what next? What if this, exhortation to the people of Iran is not reciprocated?
There's no strategy. I mean, the strategy is get rid of the regime and then we'll see what comes next. They have said nothing, for example, about Reza Pahlavi, the crown prince who lives in exile in the United States, the son of the late Shah. He has been kept at more than arm's length by the State Department. This is an administration that, of course, has been engaged in, at one point over the last few days, direct negotiations. Steve Witkoff coming face to face with the Iranian foreign minister. Those negotiations have obviously come to an end. The Omani foreign minister, who was engaged in that shuttle diplomacy, has taken to X over the course of the last hour to say, I am dismayed. Active and serious negotiations have yet again been undermined, he says. Neither the interests of the United States nor the cause of global peace are served by this. And he says, I pray for the innocents who will suffer. I urge the United States not to get sucked in further. And of course, America's regional allies have been warning the United States government for weeks not to spark a war that could spiral out of control in the region.
You know, Vishnu, there are two aspects that Simon has pointed out which are very important. One is there across the aisle support for what the Donald Trump administration is doing right now in Iran? Secondly, the fact that has US thought this through? Essentially, that's what Simon Marks is saying. What after, if at all, a regime change happens? Has Donald Trump thought this through? And the fact that all allies of America in the region right now, how are they likely to back it if this escalation were to continue, if hostilities were to continue from here on?
Well, at this stage, even if you believe the reports that 3 top Iranian officials have been taken out, Mahmoud Pakpur, the commander of the Revolutionary Guard, Aziz Nazirzadeh, the Ministry of Defense, and Saleh Asadi, the head of military intelligence, there is nothing to suggest that Iran doesn't have a line of succession in play. The fact of the matter, as I've been saying over and over again, is that people who've been protesting on the ground in Iran are opposed to Ali Khamenei and his regime. They're not necessarily supporters of America. And therefore, America, in having struck militarily without any sign of boots on the ground, which is what you actually need to physically depose despots and leaders you don't like, as in the case of Saddam Hussein in Iraq many years ago, it just seems that it just seems very difficult to achieve. Now, there is a technology angle in this. The level of surveillance which is now available, the level of the technology that you have using various weapons which are designed for decapitation efforts, those all exist. But as of now, it does seem that Iran's regime is intact. And I dare say you will not hear very much in the West on the success of Iran's ballistic missile strikes. The fact of the matter is there is a whole bunch of videos which have now come in from Bahrain, from Qatar, from other regions as well, from Kuwait, from Israel, from Jordan, on Iranian missiles striking targets. What does that show? It shows what I've argued for a period of time. Iranian ballistic missile technology is relatively advanced. The issue over here is about the numbers of missiles that they have to deploy and which side is going to outlast the other. Because America and its allies do not have a finite number of surface-to-air missiles. This being the case, it's a question of who outlasts who. And I dare say, without boots on the ground, it might be difficult for any regime change operation to take place.
You know, since we're talking about the regime change operation, yes, since we're talking about the regime change operation, we'll actually put out for you what is the current status, what are the claims by Israel of the leaders from Iran who they claim they have targeted, and what has been Iran's response. But before that, quick news update. DGCA has issued an urgent safety advisory to airlines as well. It said refrain from operating within the affected airspace at all flight levels and altitude. As of now, this is valid till the 1st of March. So India has been absolutely clear that we're going to take absolutely no risk, and that airspace has been shut. DGCA has issued that urgent safety advisory saying all airlines should refrain from operating within the affected airspace at all flight levels and all altitudes. But let's put out those names now. What are the claims being made by Israel right now? Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, Supreme Leader of Iran. Assassination attempted. We showed you a satellite picture of the compound which he is believed to have occupied. However, Iran has said he was taken to a safe location. And remember, this was anticipated. This had been going on for a while. The build-up had been going on for a while. So he has been taken to a safe space. Then the president of Iran also targeted in strikes according to the IDF. Iran claims he as well is safe and sound. Mohammad Pakpour, IRGC commander-in-chief, targeted in strikes. Israel says he is eliminated. There is no response to that claim just as yet. Ali Shamkhani, senior advisor to Khamenei, also targeted. Again, Israel claims he has been eliminated. And Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, former president of Iran, also targeted. These are all names being reported by the media in Israel and the IDF. And let's take that across, in fact, to our guests who continue to be with us. All of these big names, but the actual confirmation so far not available on any of them. The primary among them, of course, Ambassador Sajjan Har, being Ali Khamenei himself.
Yes, thank you very much, Padmaja. Thank you very much, Gauri, for having me on the show. You are very right. You know, when it was mentioned by one of your panelists that it was against the American law to take out heads of state or heads of government, you know, by force, then it is not only against the US law, it's also against international law. The United Nations does not permit that action should be taken against any head of state or government, even of the nature that was done against Nicolas Maduro, apprehending him and extraditing him from his capital city. The second point allow me to make is that, when we are talking of boots on the ground, definitely that is a big no-no. It's absolutely impossible. One is the distances involved. The second is in terms of the domestic politics of the United States, particularly of the Republican Party and President Trump's MAGA base. I don't think, if you want to take out a regime from any country as large as Iran with 90 million population and such a huge territory, it is impossible. You'll have to really put in huge numbers, and the number of body bags, of course, will be enormous, which I don't think there is appetite in the United States to deal with that. Of course, Mr. Trump today morning, when he was talking about that America is striking Iran, he did try to sensitize his own people, saying that wars always cause casualties, and our people should be ready as far as these casualties are concerned, that they are going to happen. So I think the things are going to be very difficult. It's going to be very long drawn out affair. Some people who are saying that, this is again coercive measures that are taking place against Iran. I don't think it is only coercion. This is serious business. The last point I want to make is, there is no plan for the day after, even if there is. And I doubt that very much. I agree with what Vishnu is saying. I think there is very little likelihood of the people there. The people might be against the economic difficulties and problems, but they don't want any external agency, any external power to come in. So I think even if there is some change, because these are the most serious opposition to
and Ambassador Sajjanar, let me take that point. Let me take that point to Dr. Dan Diker. He's the president of the Jerusalem Center for Security and Foreign Affairs, which is that as things stand right now, there has been a strike. We've put out some of those big names that have been targeted by the American and the Israeli strikes, essentially going for the jugular. But with the fact that as things stand, there has been a retaliatory strike from Iran, where does this take American commitment from here on? Because we've been talking on the show the fact that it cannot happen till the time there are boots on ground, and the fact that there is not bipartisan commitment to back this up to the hilt.
I think we'll have to get Mr. Diker back. In the meantime, the MEA has issued a statement, Gauri, on the Israel-Iran war, saying we urge all sides to exercise restraint. So the first official statement has come from India, Vishnu, which says we urge all sides to exercise restraint, avoid escalation and prioritize the safety of civilians. Dialogue and diplomacy should be pursued to de-escalate tensions and address underlying issues. Vishnu.
Padmaja, what I'd like to say over here as we read the MEA statement, it is par for course for India to call for both sides or all sides to actually settle down, bring down tensions. It's something we've seen statements like this in the case of Ukraine as well. But I think we need to spend just a little bit more time on what I see to be a real mess, which is civil aviation. And there's a statement in the last little while which has come in from Air India as well, which says, in view of the developing situation in parts of the Middle East, all Air India flights to all destinations in the Middle East have been suspended. Now, this is just one airline. Air India Express has done the same. Indigo would have done that as well. So here we are, where we've got approximately 8 to 9 million Indians in the Middle East who are stranded over there presently with no opportunity of coming back. And it's not just airlines. Dubai, which is one of the most important aviation hubs anywhere, is shut down at the moment to flights. In fact, if you look at Dubai itself, the Burj Al Khalifa, one of the most iconic buildings in the world, was reportedly evacuated because there was a sense that it could be struck as well. Now, I did reach out to Air India because I was curious to know how people would actually be able to travel west, beyond West Asia. And the answer is this: ultra long haul flights which travel, for example, to San Francisco or to British Columbia in Canada, Vancouver, those flights might be impacted at this stage because they cannot operate over Afghanistan because of our own restrictions in flying over that territory. But flights which are traveling to Europe will have to now fly across Saudi Arabia, go up towards Egyptian airspace before crossing over the Mediterranean. That is going to be considerably longer, right? In terms of flight routes. What does that mean? It means tickets will get more expensive. It means airlines will need to spend more on aviation fuel. It means that flights will be cut down, right? And it'll mean more pressure on airports in Europe as well. So it is a real mess, and there are lakhs of passengers, India alone, who will be impacted by this situation.
And speaking of
already.
a mess, let's cut across to Dubai now. George Koshi joins us live from there. Dubai Airport has confirmed that all the flight operations at the Dubai International and the Dubai World Central have been suspended. What does that mean on the ground? What do you see around you? Over to you, George.
Well, it's been chaos since morning. In fact, I was to take a flight from Dubai to San Francisco. My flight went all the way up to, we flew for about 4 hours, after which it turned back. We did several circles of multiple routes, and the captain kept appraising us of the fact that he was trying to look at alternate routes because we'd already flown so much. But at the end of it, he said it wasn't possible and we had to fly back. Then again, we had to wait for almost 40 minutes before we got a slot to fly down and land. And it was chaos here at the airport. Let me just quickly pan around and show you what the airport's looking like. There's people from all over every country. Also, what we must understand is that this is also one of the key aviation hubs, and flights haven't taken off since 8 a.m. in the morning. There've been people stranded on buses on tarmacs for a long time. People have been waiting for hotel rooms to be assigned to them. If I could just kind of take you through the airport corridor itself, you'll see old people, young and all kinds of nationalities actually being stranded here at this point of time, waiting for their luggage to come in some cases. They've all been asked to pick up a Dubai immigration, cross that, take a visa, come across to this area, and then pick up their luggage and then wait for the next alternative. Hotel rooms are also slowly, what we understand, not being available. Prices have gone really high. The ones that the airlines had promised to give them is also taking a whole bunch of time. People who have been waiting in line since 9 a.m. and 10 a.m. in the morning have still not been given hotel rooms. But the authorities are doing the best that they can in this situation. Just think of the sheer amount of people who have landed up here, and it's probably understandable, therefore also the fact that it is chaos personified.
Indeed, it is chaos personified. I was just doing some very basic back of the envelope calculations. You know, just to Dubai, India flies 21 flights daily across 4 airlines. This is just to Dubai, and Dubai is a big hub of connectivity for the entire region. So you're actually talking about hundreds of flights, thousands of passengers with absolutely no visibility on when this is actually going to improve. George, have you been able to speak to any passengers till now? What have they been told from the authorities till now?
Well, 346 is probably a number that we hear of the flights that just got cancelled since morning until now. So that itself is sheer large number, and also must understand that Dubai is also the biggest hub for the A380s, which probably fits in enough passengers that fit into 3 flights on one. So that's the large number of people here. Well, I was a passenger too, right? Like I told you. We have absolutely no idea of when the next flights could take off. And what we understand, at least from the official channels, is that decision will be taken only after 11 p.m. tonight.
I think Vishnu wants to come in there.
You know, I mean, the point that I'd like to mention is that Emirates, which is the airline which is one of the largest in the world, it operates out of Dubai, its hub is grounded. So you have an impact of this across the world. And just in terms of India itself, Emirates operates 160 to 170 weekly flights out of India. Think about that. All of those flights have been impacted on one airline, which is Emirates. What about Air India? You know, every single Air India flight now to that entire region, they've stopped. Air India Express as well. I haven't got a statement from Indigo. You can bet that they're doing pretty much the same. So this is going to be a real mess going forward in terms of people and their lives being impacted. And there's no way, Shishiji was saying that you can bring back our Indians. It's not easy to do that. Not at all. 9 million Indians over there. So essentially for the moment, it's wait and watch.
And I think, which is why the one question that everyone across the world, including people in India, are asking, how long is this going to go on? You have missile strikes from both sides. How long can this be sustained? What is the plan for what follows? You're talking about a regime change operation, but has that been thought through? Has there been a plan devised of exactly when do you say enough is enough? And I sense Ambassador Puri wants to come in on this. Ambassador Puri.
Thank you very much. I've been listening, and also, what should I say? So sad, but at the same time, I'm kind of smiling. Simon was absolutely prescient. There's obviously no plan, but there is a different kind of plan. Please note, Iran was a bugbear as far as President Trump is concerned. Please go back to what happened to the POA in Trump 1.0. Like climate change, these are his bugbears. What is his interest? One, of course, is this business of a legacy elimination of nuclear weapons. Nobody can have it. Only we can have it. Israel is my friend. All that particular element. My friends in the Arab world should be protected. All that. Then there is oil. Let's not underestimate any of that. Shishir, you were wonderful in mentioning opportunity for India, not in the near future. But if and when by some chance something happens in Iran that allows the lifting of the Iranian oil embargo, then maybe price of oil can fall. Let's not get into the fact that we are the BRICS chairperson. What an unenviable position to be in. Iran was just made a member of the BRICS. You know, what a situation we are finding ourselves in, which is why, Vishnu, you are absolutely right. There could not have been any other statement from us at this particular time.
Okay.
And on civil aviation, let me make one point. Let's not rush into this evacuations, etc. There's no war raging. And Iranian capacities to be able to hit these countries is not of that order at all. And where they are hitting is actually they're trying to hit American bases. I'm not so sure so much. It is. And even the oil, it'll take a few days before, you know, your stocks become problematic, etc., etc. And you have to import from different places. So let's say, you know, there's a huge issue happening in our neighborhood. Can it be resolved in a day or two? Doesn't look like it.
No.
But on the other hand, let's remember, while the Iranians do have capacities, capabilities, including ballistic missiles, they are faced with the most strong military in the world with a great deal of desire to cause harm. Will it bring about change? People don't want it. But sometimes, you know, what's happened, it's not people who are in charge. They are left with very little options. We don't know all that. I don't want to jump to all those conclusions.
Yes.
In some senses, I go back to what Simon said. Will the American polity, etc., react on all of this? Europeans are making their points, but, you know, frankly, it doesn't really matter to Mr. Trump, for whom there's no consideration of what has happened to us or any other country.
You know, when it comes to the statement by the External Affairs Ministry, the reason why it's important is because while we see what's happening in the rest of the world, this particular situation is going to have political ramifications within our country. Because remember, when it comes to our equation of Israel vis-a-vis Iran, vis-a-vis other countries, that is a politically very sensitive topic. And already in the last 5 to 6 hours, questions have been asked of the government that we just had the Prime Minister's visit to Israel merely 2 days ago. So you've had the opposition parties asking, is India now going to choose a side? Our statement has been unequivocal. We are on the side of peace. We want a de-escalation to take place. But why was this allowed? Is it being linked to the Prime Minister's visit to Israel, which concluded just 2 days ago? And like some people are questioning, does this attack have the endorsement of India? That statement or that claim, of course, largely political, but it is going to be scrutinized and it is going to be spoken of very, very closely in the next few days as well, Gauri.
Indeed. And, you know, not just political, you'll have strategic impact for India. You'll have an economic impact on India. You know, when you talk about the impact here, look at how we have our very robust, deep linkages with Iran. You know, there is the energy aspect, there is the connectivity aspect, then there are the people-to-people ties. And, you know, something that the Prime Minister also mentioned when he was there in Israel, India's view is completely different and we stand by it. And that's exactly what our diplomatic position and official position has been all along. But, you know...
Can I just jump in over here?
Yes. And, you know, but I was coming to just that, you know, the strategic aspect, the economic fallout, all of that is going to have a direct bearing on India as well. Yes, Vishnu.
No, you're absolutely right. And this impact is going to have, it's going to play itself out over the next couple of months. I think the entire situation with oil prices is going to impact nations across the world. I think you're going to see the stock markets take a massive hit when they open next. All of that's going to happen. This aviation business I've already discussed. But can I just say that it is my belief that neither Iran nor America can or will expect to sustain this level of military attacks or defenses for more than 4 to 5 days. Neither America or Israel or Iran have the ability of sustaining this volume of ballistic missile launches, that volume of surface-to-air missile interceptions. The military part of it will end. Now, does it end with decapitating strikes which have removed the Iranian leadership? And if they do succeed in doing that, right, will people on the ground bite? Will they move to a revolution, a change? That is unanswered at this stage. But I cannot imagine that this level of military attacks can be sustained by anyone indefinitely.
And since we're talking about how long this entire face-off is going to continue, my question is, for the US president and for Israel, are they going to be looking at some kind of, trophies to claim, Ambassador Sajjanhar, and say, we've taken out or we've eliminated X person, Y person, and hence we think the larger objective has been achieved, because everyone will now want a way out. You're saying we want a regime change. What if it doesn't happen? How long will you wait for the Iranians to rise up, supposedly rise up? A day, a week, a month? How long will you keep going on? What if they never rise up the way you want them to?
Yeah, thank you very much, Padmja, for that question. Excellent question. Let me put it two ways. I think over the last 47 years, for the adversaries, for powers that are hostile to Iran, to have a regime change there. Because it is, from outside, from the United States, Israel, etc., there is attacks coming. There have been protests in Iran over the last several years. We saw this Masa Amini thing in 2022, before that 2009, 2019. But this is the most serious challenge to the Iranian regime over the last 47 years. So I think if there is a change that has to come, it will come now. But as we've been talking, there is no plan for the day after as to what happens, who takes over. And Reza Pahlavi has not got any support either from Europe or from the United States. Even Mr. Trump had sort of, not taken on this idea, although he is trying to project himself and say that, he is working with the American authorities, etc. But that is not there. So I think that is one aspect. The second is, as far as trophies are concerned, you've said, Mr. Trump will always come out with a statement that he is the winner. That is his style. And, he cannot do anything different. Whether it was in the case of the 12-day war last year, if you remember, he said he has obliterated, he has completely demolished what the Iranian nuclear plan was. But then within a few months, you say that, they are very close to manufacturing a nuclear weapon, which is a threat to the United States. Because you see, if it was only the nuclear enrichment of Iran, the discussions were going on in Oman, in Geneva, etc. But Israel has also always wanted a regime change. But it is the way ahead is very, very unclear. Okay. The last point, what Vishnu was mentioning, and we are talking about the impact on the economy, because now the Houthis have started also sending out missiles.
Shipping lines will be directly impacted.
All the shipping is going to be impacted. They will have to go round the Cape of Good Hope. So I think there are going to be more serious problems than all of this put together.
Okay, now this is very serious, and an update that's coming in, and I want to get in Mr. Shishir Priyadarshi on just that. Democratic senators are now voicing out their opinion. They are saying that they want to now come out with some sort of a resolution that will limit the president's ability and capability to be able to carry out additional military strikes without congressional approval. Now, while this is, one may say, is regular political rhetoric, this also comes in the backdrop of a president who's seen his executive powers being checked by the US Supreme Court just a week back. So to that extent, do you think that there is now going to be limited appeal of the president of the overall American polity to be able to back several military strikes from here on? Shishir Priyadarshi. And then I want to get in Vishnu on just that.
Sure. No, look, certainly, my biggest concern as this has been unfolding is that no matter who the leader is, and President Trump is probably at one extreme of the kind of characteristics of leaders that we have, no matter who the leader is, they do appear at least to listen to people. I mean, and they listen to them, they may not act on it. Now, whatever one hears, President Trump is surrounded by people who only tell him what they think he wants to hear. And I'm fairly certain that they would have suggested that you take out some of the key leadership, and then there'll be this outpouring of support for the overthrowing of the regime on the Iranian streets, and that's lo behold, you get your change. That's not going to happen. What the Democrats and thanks for bringing that up have proposed, well, truthfully, should have been done a long time back. And I've been speaking to a number of people who matter in the US, and in the context of concerns with India, they've always said, don't think silence means acceptance of the US approach to India. But I've also been countering back saying that as far as President Trump is concerned, for him, silence means acceptance. If people are silent around him, they're very happy with what he's saying. And hence, this initiative to limit his powers, which certainly didn't totally work with on the tariff case, because trust me, even though it was struck down, he could very well use this present war as an emergent situation, saying, "Oh, I'm going back to my 50% tariffs to all concerned." Final point, because it was spoken, and I think every such session needs to look, how will this end? I don't think it can end with winners. I mean, people may proclaim winners, and certainly all sides do, but it'll end when the cost of carrying on, as Vishnu said, such an escalation is seen to be too high. And that's what the point, I think, back channel diplomacy, front channel diplomacy will come back. So the issue to me is not whether diplomacy will work or not. It will finally work. It's just that how much cost would have been incurred prior to diplomacy working.
All right. In fact, either the cost of this conflict gets too much to bear, or both sides walk back, each one of them claiming a win in their own way. And now Israeli media networks are reporting, and I've checked across two separate networks, they are saying that the Iranian defense minister and the IRGC commander, Mohammad Pakpour, have been killed in Israeli attacks. That's what now is being reported across Israel. Is this going to be claimed as a win by America? What happens in the next few hours? Coming up is a broadcast on exactly that from 8 to 11 for the time being. All gentlemen, thanks very much for joining us. Quick break, don't go anywhere, because if you want to make sense of what exactly this conflict is about, who has achieved what, and for how long will this go on, stay tuned.
Some moments in life are lifelong. Some memories are lifelong. Blessings are meant to be lifelong. Trust is also placed lifelong.
Heart lifelong, love lifelong, bond lifelong, memories lifelong.
True love is lifelong, isn't it?
Love lifelong, bond lifelong.
We respect our loved ones lifelong too, don't we? Some relationships stay shining lifelong. Just like Tata Power Solar Roof. Best quality solutions, lifelong service guarantee and unmatched expertise. Ye on the quality lifelong.
करियर से अर्ली रिटायरमेंट हो या नए करियर की शुरुआत, रहो दोनों के लिए रेडी। पीएनबी मेटलाइफ रिटायरमेंट प्लान्स के साथ लॉक करें 10.2% गारंटीड एन्युटी रेट फॉर लाइफ। पीएनबी मेटलाइफ, ऑलवेज रेडी फॉर लाइफ।
साउंड चेक हो गया? विजुअल्स रेडी? लाइट्स ओके? एवरीथिंग इज रेडी? वेट, आर यू रेडी? ये सिर्फ एक कॉन्सर्ट नहीं है. दिस इज माई लाइफ. दिस इज माई स्टोरी. One night, No repeats. Book your tickets now.
From 1983 to now, I have seen cricket evolve, but the mindset to win never changed. I tell you that what win matches and what doesn't. This T20 World Cup, let's talk cricket, controversies and more on NDTV.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
expert advice, the latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decisions. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your Automate.
After the roaring success in Delhi, Hyderabad and Mumbai, the NDTV DP World PGTI Golf Pro-Am now travels to Ahmedabad. India's finest professionals, the city's most accomplished business leaders. Great golf, great company. NDTV DP World PGTI Golf Pro-Am. The course of champions, the conversation of leaders. 8th March, Kalhar Blues and Greens, Ahmedabad.
को यहाँ से जाना ही होगा।
जय मां दुर्गा!
There is no bigger battle in 2026. And nobody has reported Bengal like I have. Buckle up for an unforgettable election thriller. Will the BJP breach Mamta's fortress?
TMC जावे, BJP आसमे.
Can Didi fight off her life's biggest challenge?
BJP double engine সরকার এই লড়াই বাঁচতে হবে.
Battleground Bengal with Manogya Loiwal.
First India tour in your city. Rag on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets.
All right, even as American President Donald Trump announced major combat operations, Iran struck right back. In fact, in a statement in the morning, Iran made it very clear that any bases of America, any property of America in the entire region is now going to be a legitimate target, and which is why across the region, multiple strikes have been carried out by Iran. In Bahrain, the US Navy's 5th Fleet headquarters in the Middle East was. Iran claims that direct missile strikes were carried out in Manama. In Bahrain, Iran says that they carried out this direct missile strike in the Ali Al Salem air base in Kuwait, which is a key logistics and air operations hub. That too was targeted with ballistic missiles by Iran. Now let's talk about the Al Udeid air base, which is in Qatar, in Doha. This is the largest US air base in the Middle East. It is the headquarters of the US Central Command, and Iran claims that a direct missile hit took place there. In Al Dhafra, in Abu Dhabi, UAE, this is the host to US fighter jets and tankers. Iranian missiles were intercepted here. And at Muwaffaq al-Salti Air Base in Jordan, which is a key regional base for the US, this as well was targeted by ballistic missiles from Iran. And finally, in northern Iraq, the Erbil Air Base, which is a key regional base for the US, missile and rocket strikes have been reported. So Iran also not holding back. Now the question is, who will blink first, and how long can this conflict really go on? Because neither one at this point is willing to concede. Taking a very, very quick break. This big broadcast resumes on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
love is lifelong, isn't it? Just like Tata Power Solar Roof, best quality solutions, lifelong service guarantee and unmatched expertise. Ye on the quality lifelong.
करियर से अर्ली रिटायरमेंट हो या नए करियर की शुरुआत, रहो दोनों के लिए रेडी। पीएनबी मेटलाइफ रिटायरमेंट प्लान्स के साथ लॉक करें 10.2% गारंटीड एन्युटी रेट फॉर लाइफ। पीएनबी मेटलाइफ, ऑलवेज रेडी फॉर लाइफ।
The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live. Unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Center.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France. In Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
Across the country.
He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else. Only on NDTV network.
साउंड चेक हो गया? विजुअल्स रेडी?
This is a war that has global shockwaves, and it is way too serious for the kind of misinformation and half-baked videos and reports that you're seeing across social media and many other platforms. Here on NDTV, I guarantee you that we verify simply everything we put out, because this is the channel that pioneered war reporting. I'm Shiv Arur. Over the next 3 hours, I'll be joined by the #1 conflict reporting team to bring you perhaps the most important story of our time. Let's get started with the top developments on this big news day. Big escalation in the Middle East war. US-Israel strike Tehran, the capital of Iran. Top Iranian officials and the Ayatollah Khamenei residence has been targeted. Trump says goal of Operation Epic Fury is regime change and freedom for all Iranians.
People of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere.
Iran's foreign minister warns Israel, and the US says Iranian forces are prepared to teach aggressors a lesson. Terms strikes unprovoked and illegal. Iran has begun hitting back. NDTV reports from Ground Zero, Israel, the only Indian TV crew on the ground. Iran retaliates by launching missiles. Sirens go off in Tel Aviv. Aditya Raj calls Ground Reports the most watched conflict reportage today on NDTV. Chaos unfolds at the Dubai airport. It has shut down operations, and the Al Maktoum airport as well. Thousands of passengers remain stranded as the UAE airspace is temporarily closed. 3 million Indians live in the United Arab Emirates. We are tracking them. Reports of the Ayatollah Al Khamenei's home and offices targeted in Tehran. The Iranian supreme leader has been taken to a hideout as Israeli military attacks Tehran, and Trump promises regime change and a possible decapitation of the Iranian leadership. Israeli missiles strike an elementary school in Iran's Minab area. Iran claims that around 51 students have been killed, 60 injured in this attack. These claims are not verified just yet. And we're starting with breaking news right now. Reports in Israel coming in suggest that Iran's defense minister has been killed in the strikes. Now, I want to exercise absolute caution because there is a lot of fog of war and misinformation doing the rounds, but Israeli media reports across the board are saying that Aziz Nazirzadeh, who is the defense minister of Iran, has been killed in the strikes, according to Israeli local media reports. This was a strike that happened somewhere in Tehran. We don't know which particular strike this refers to, but this is a big story that is sweeping all platforms and all news organizations in Israel at this point of time. Aditya Rajkol, my man on the ground, is reporting all of this live to us from Tel Aviv, where the Israeli media is reporting live that Aziz Nazirzadeh, the defense minister of Iran, has been killed in the airstrikes. Once again, no confirmation, no official word from the Israeli government, the IDF, or the Iranian government so far on this news break. Okay, a shrinking circle. I want to show you about the Ayatollah Mohammad Beheshti, the shrinking circle of the Khamenei and the leadership of Iran that is being targeted directly as part of the attacks that are taking place. Remember, President Donald Trump has specifically said that regime change is the outcome that he desires. I want you to take a look at all of the people you see on your screen, because these are considered the circle around the Khamenei right now, who, remember, has been taken to a safe house after his ceremonial home was targeted in a missile attack. You've got Ayatollah Mohammad Beheshti, Chief Justice of Iran, killed in the 1981 IRP in the headquarters bombing. This is a shrinking circle. Qasem Soleimani, commander of the IRGC Quds Force, he was killed famously in the 2020 US drone strikes in Baghdad, Khamenei's most trusted military lieutenant. Then there was Mohsin Fakhrizadeh, senior nuclear scientist, assassinated in 2020 near Tehran, considered the architect of Iran's nuclear program such as it is. Then you've got Hassan Tehrani Mogaddam, founder of Iran's missile program, died mysteriously in a 2011 explosion. Then there's Syed Khodai, who's an IRGC colonel who was shot dead in Tehran 4 years ago. That's in 2022. Mystery assassination. Ali Shamkhani, senior advisor to the supreme leader, killed in Israeli airstrikes last year. That's in 2025. One of the high-profile hits during that particular exchange last year. Brigadier General Amir Ali Hajizadeh, commander of the IRGC Aerospace Force, the head of Iran's missile and drone program, killed in Israeli airstrikes last year in 2025 as well. The second high-profile killing that took place last year. Mohammad Pakpour is an IRGC commander. Israel claims that he has been killed. He has been killed in strikes today, that is the February the 28th, 2026. We've got more breaking news coming in. Big suspense over where the Ayatollah Khamenei is at this point of time. Remember that there are stray reports suggesting that he's been taken to a safe house, but that safe compound where Iran's Khamenei has been safe has been struck. Now, Iran's foreign minister has just put out a public statement saying Khamenei is alive as far as I know. Very, very telling words. As far as I know, the Khamenei is alive, says the Iranian government. Reports say that Khamenei has been taken to a hideout now. Let's just listen into what the Iranian foreign minister has just said.
Officials are safe and sound and alive. We may have lost one or two commanders, but that is not a big problem.
Israel and the United States carried out strikes in Iran with one clear aim: the removal of Ayatollah Khamenei's regime. And according to Israeli officials, Iran's supreme leader, the Khamenei, President Pezeshkian and other top figures of the Iranian regime were on the hit list. The office of Iran's supreme leader, the main headquarters of Ali Khamenei in downtown Tehran, have been targeted in the early morning strikes. The residence of Khamenei in Tehran has also reportedly been hit, but the outcome of these attacks remains unclear. Most importantly, whether the Khamenei is safe in his compound, as the Iranian foreign minister is suggesting, or whether he has in fact been killed. Reports say that the Khamenei was not in Tehran when the strikes took place. It is learned that he had already been moved to a secure location beforehand. Where, no one knows exactly, for obvious reasons. As far as the Iranian president is concerned, Iran says so far that he is safe, but Israel claims that a top commander of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, or IRGC, Mohammad Pakpor, has been killed in today's strikes, which would make it a very, very high-profile hit from the Israeli side. He's considered one of the most powerful men in Iran. Pakpor was promoted to the rank of Major General by Khamenei last year in 2025, following the elimination of his predecessor, Commander Hossein Salami. So far, there's been no official confirmation from Tehran regarding Pakpor's death, but Khamenei's inner circle is gradually shrinking. Leaders close to him, his top aides and generals, have been gradually eliminated in numerous strikes over the years, like I just showed you. Take a look.
Plumes of smoke over Tehran's most secure district. Multiple strikes reported near the political nerve center of the Islamic Republic, the zone housing the presidential compound and the National Security Council. Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz called it a preemptive strike. Reuters reports the 86-year-old supreme leader was moved to a secure location. US President Donald Trump announced that regime change in the aim of the strikes.
People of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations.
With every escalation, a deeper pattern is emerging. For decades, Khamenei relied on a tight ring of military commanders, nuclear architects, and political confidants. One by one, the circle has thinned. The killing of Qasem Soleimani in 2020, under orders from US President Donald Trump, was seismic. Soleimani was not just a general, he was the architect of Iran's regional strategy. His loss left a strategic vacuum. Mohsen Fakhrizadeh was central to Iran's nuclear ambitions. His killing in Tehran in 2020 sent shockwaves through Tehran's scientific establishment. Ali Shamkhani, senior advisor to the supreme leader, a key strategist and diplomatic channels, is also gone, killed in Israeli airstrikes 2025. The man overseeing Iran's missile and drone arsenal was also eliminated last year amid intensified conflict. The men who formed the very backbone of Khamenei's power structure have been systematically removed through bombings, drone strikes, assassinations, and air raids. Now, as Israeli strikes edge closer to the very heart of Tehran, the question is no longer just about retaliation, it's about survival. Bureau Report, NDTV.
And NDTV is the only Indian network with a reporter in Israel at this point of time. My senior colleague Vishnu is also live with me, but Aditya has been spent most of today in different parts of Tel Aviv and perforce has been inside bunkers and rocket shelters through the day because of the sirens and alerts that have been sounding practically non-stop. Aditya, very brave reporting. You've given us an edge in terms of our viewers getting a first-hand perspective of being in a country that has launched these strikes and is now the target of retaliatory attacks. What is the current situation right now? It's getting to be the evening now. What is the current situation?
Well, I can confirm through my own eyes that it is the 8th time now, Shiv, 8th time that Iranians have now retaliated with fresh missiles. In fact, I am inside a bomb shelter right now. And for the benefit of our viewers, I'll just give you a look of where I am right now. This is a bomb shelter in Tel Aviv. This is a neighborhood where I am. There are people, elderly children who are sitting here right behind me. And they are just waiting for the next message as to when it is safe to move out. 8 times through the day, they had to leave their homes and actually enter this particular bomb shelter. What we are, of course, learning is that this is a very, very grim, a very, very dramatic situation, Shiv. Of course, we've been reporting about the multiple strikes that have happened from Iran, not just in Israel and been intercepted, but in other countries like UAE, Qatar, and of course, Kuwait and Bahrain as well, where there have been casualties that have been reported as well. One Pakistani national has been killed in UAE, and there are multiple airports throughout the Middle East that are shut. There are airspaces that are completely shut as well. And now an official logo of Operation Roaring Lion has been launched by Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel. So they've called this Operation Roaring Lion. And at the same time, the Americans have called this a fury that is taking shape. But will this fury now shape into a much wider regional conflict? One has to wait and watch. But here in Israel, I can tell you, the life has come to a standstill where people are waiting for the next steps of the American and the Israeli government, whether this will continue for the next few days, whether the escalation will happen from both sides, or will there be talks that could perhaps bring in some temporary ceasefire.
Okay, we don't know what that ceasefire is going to look like because at this point of time, everything appears to be in escalatory mode. Vishnu has been tracking, both sides of this escalation. Vishnu, in real time through the day, we've tracked how this initially looked like a preemptive warning shot. It turned out to be a larger wave of attacks. We've seen Iran respond by hitting 5 different targets in 5 different countries at this point of time. What is your sense, Vishnu, before we go back to Aditya, of where this is headed?
5 days of intense military action, Shiv. Neither side can afford to go on indefinitely. The Iranians have a finite number of ballistic missiles, numbering in several thousand. Many of these have been fired today alone. The Americans and the Israelis and their allies have a limited number of surface-to-air missiles, and therefore it is a battle of attrition, exactly along the lines of what we've seen in these missile exchanges in the last couple of days. The big point over here, in one sentence, assuming America and Israel manage a regime change, in other words, manage a decapitation strike, I should say, will there necessarily be a regime change? Are people in Iran on the ground necessarily pro-American? They have their problems with Ayatollah Khamenei, but what is to suggest that there isn't a line of succession already in place beneath Khamenei?
The US and Israel, Vishnu and Aditya, stay with me. The US and Israel launched this attack since early this morning. The US has named it Operation Epic Fury, while Israel has called it the Roaring Lion. According to the US president, this particular operation is aimed at freedom of Iran, like you heard Vishnu say, a decapitation, where the clear outcome being aimed at is regime change, which means a complete removal of the rulers of Iran. Take a look at this.
11:30 a.m. Explosions erupt across Iran's capital, Tehran. Buildings go up in smoke. Early reports say it's an Israeli strike on Iran. Less than an hour later, US President Donald Trump confirmed the American-Israeli joint operation.
They attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests.
Called Operation Epic Fury, the preemptive strikes were meant to send a clear message to the Iranian regime.
When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do.
Targets across Iran were struck, including Supreme Leader Khamenei and President Masoud Pezeshkian. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu confirmed attacks, calling for a regime change and to remove the existential threat.
יחד עם ארצות הברית נכה קשות במשטר הטרור. ניצור תנאים שיאפשרו לעם האיראני האמיץ לפרוק מעליו את עול המשטר הרצחני הזה.
Shortly after Iran retaliated, a barrage of missiles on Israel, the conflict expectedly escalating.
Since morning, it's the 7th time that we are now moving towards a bomb shelter. It's a regional conflict now. It's developing into 7 times Iran has launched retaliatory missiles against Israel, but also several other countries. In UAE, we saw Dubai airport has been completely shut after the Ben Gurion airport in Tel Aviv was shut. And we, of course, also know how the situation has developed in Dubai. One Pakistani national has been killed. You can see the siren that is buzzing. I'm going inside a bomb shelter. But several other countries, US bases attacked, but residential areas have been attacked in Qatar, in UAE, and several other areas.
Iran then struck US bases across Bahrain, Kuwait and Qatar. The rapid escalation made West Asia airspace shut down. Iraq, the UAE and Bahrain closed their airspace while Israel declared a state of emergency.
So I'm just moving inside the Tel Aviv airport. You can see the sirens that have just come in. We're trying to get inside the airport. You can see all these people are also trying to rush in. But we don't know if this is some kind of a missile or rocket that has come in. But this is the latest that we are picking up. We are getting inside the airport, even as the sirens have come in of an incoming rocket at the Ben Gurion airport of Tel Aviv, Israel. This amidst the geopolitical tension between US and Iran and some kind of a preemptive strike that can possibly happen against Iran.
Iran claims over 35 girls were killed in an attack on a school. In Tel Aviv too, civilian areas were struck. West Asia is on the brink again. Bureau Report, NDTV.
Now, there's a great deal of suspense over where this war is actually going, what the next escalation is going to look like. We've already seen missiles fly into Iran. We've seen missiles fly out of Iran. But I want to show you just how prepared America and Israel are currently at after a day of attacks on Iran. Just take a look, for instance, at the number of warships from which many of the cruise missiles that hit Iran today were actually launched. The United States has 2 carrier battle groups in the Persian Gulf and the Mediterranean. And I want to name some of the ships that are there. You've got the USS McFall, which is currently in the Persian Gulf at this point of time. You've got the USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier that's in the Arabian Sea and has been for a while now. You've got the USS Frank E. Peterson, heavily armed Frank E. Peterson, which is also in the Arabian Sea. It's part of that carrier battle group. The USS Michael Murphy, same carrier battle group. The USS Delbert D is in the Black Sea. It's in the Black Sea and in the Red Sea. The Delbert D Black is in the Red Sea, I beg your pardon. The USS Roosevelt is in the Mediterranean. On the other side, of course, the USS Gerald R. Ford, which has had a little bit of trouble is in a place near Greece, just off the coast of Greece at this point of time. So you've got a lot of maritime sea power of the US Navy that is currently got its sights and sensors trained directly on Iran. In fact, many of the cruise missiles, including the Tomahawk missiles, and I have an image that's gone completely viral today. I'm going to see if my producers can line up that image of Tomahawk cruise missiles flying into Tehran, many of which are very likely to have been launched from US warships. Let me see if my producers can line up that image so we can show you what those Tomahawk cruise missiles look like while I go to our guest. Dr. Ron Malka is former Israeli envoy to India. Sushant Serene is strategic affairs expert. And Glenn Carl is live with us from the United States as well. Thanks very much to all of you. Glenn Carl, I want to come to you first to get your sense of where this is headed. The US president has made it very clear that he wants the outcome to be regime change. He wants the people of Iran, to rise up and take what's theirs, in his own words. Do you see that as the outcome?
Well, I don't know if any of us can see the outcome yet, but I think Vishnu put his highlighted a very important point, and that's the resources that the belligerents have to use. And for the United States, they are vast, but they are constrained. There will be a time in the not too distant future, we're talking days or possibly weeks, when missile strikes and the ordnance start to reach their limit and run out. And then the prospect, if it were necessary, of a military occupation of a country of 90 million people with a vast multi-layered apparatus, inefficient and weakened as it may be, is a daunting one. And one of the few things that Donald Trump has been consistent about in his public life is his hostility. And for once, his actions have actually confirmed what his statements have been, his hostility to an invasion and a major foreign war, as Americans would call it. So it only makes sense, what's happening, if it is an attempt to so destabilize the regime that there would be then a clash inside Iran, and hopefully, from the American or White House's perspective, someone would seize power who is not in a Revolutionary Guard faction. Other than that scenario, this could be yet again a dramatic kind of semi-kabuki intended to so destabilize the regime that it will agree finally to the nuclear restrictions that everyone in the world has been trying to have Iran adhere to, or to stop its various capabilities militarily. But quickly this is becoming a actions box in the future opportunities, and a polarized, a binary choice seems to be more and more likely with each hour, which is either regime change or failure.
I just wanted to make a quick point over here, Shiv, if I can. And my point is this, and you will not read a great deal about this in the Western media at all, but if you actually assess Iran's military performance today, the fact that there is copious footage of ballistic missile strikes from Qatar to Kuwait, to Jordan, to Bahrain, to Israel, the Iranians have actually evolved. There was always a sense that the ballistic missile program was becoming stronger. They have been using hypersonics in the past, and the fact that they're hitting targets, including with drones, the footage is absolutely clear, taking out radar sites, for example. It just goes to show that this is not, as of today, a one-sided battle.
We've got some breaking news coming in right now. The Iranian Supreme Leader, the Khamenei's first reaction on the strikes is imminent. He's about to address the world, the nation, very, very shortly. his address on the strikes from an undisclosed location, presumably his safe house, is going to be on air shortly. Remember, this is standard operating procedure. He had done very much the same thing the last time the missiles had hit Iran as well. After Operation Midnight Hammer as well, he had put out a statement, a video statement, very likely to be recorded and broadcast. That's going to be going on air very, very shortly. Remember, this comes in amidst reports. There are some stray reports about where Al-Khamenei is at this point of time, but for the moment, he is about to address the nation and put out a statement. Dr. Ron Malka, I want to come to you very quickly for a reaction on this. Lots of speculation about Al-Khamenei. What do you think they've done with him right now? Where do you think he is? Do you think this particular operation is going to end without his elimination? I've seen some reports in Israel suggesting that he's actually being targeted now.
Well, all the leaders of this radical regime are a target. But I don't think it's really important if this person or that person is eliminated. At the end of the day, what this operation or this war is trying to get is to create the right conditions for the Iranian people to take their future in their hands, to be controlling their destination, their future. And I think this is what it's about. And it doesn't matter if the one or two or others will survive. In the end of the day, we want to see the end of this regime, and hopefully the Iranian people will choose their leaders and will strive as they should be, because they have all the conditions, all the ingredients to be a striving country.
Vishnu, if you're there, go ahead. Vishnu, you can hear us, right? Go for it.
I'm now in
I just wanted to ask Glenn Carl a question. I just wanted to ask Glenn Carl a quick question. I just wanted to know what the end game over here is likely to be. All right, a couple of days to a couple of weeks going forward. That's understandable that militarily there would be fighting taking place. But what happens after that? Because there is this assumption that people in Iran are pro-American. I don't necessarily see that happening. They may be anti-Khamenei, but they're not necessarily pro-American.
Well, there are two critical points. No one has any sense, no one in the Trump administration from the president down, to my knowledge, has uttered or explained really what the objectives are and what the day after the bomb stop goal really is, other than, quote, regime change, unquote. Now, it could be logically consistent. One can argue that it might be lunacy or wise to say, well, we will break the regime, and then, as Trump said, that the people will figure it out. Now, that would imply a power struggle. And who holds all of the weapons in Iran? It's the Revolutionary Guards and not the population. No one is going to go gently into the good night. No one has ever given up power willingly. In particular, the thugs and the murderers and the Revolutionary Guards. So that implies there's likely going to be terrible strife, and strife is a euphemism for a lot of death and fighting, unless somewhere there is an alternative power, individual or faction. One normally would look to some element of the military. There could be a general someplace who is a liberal. There's no indication that that's the case whatsoever. And then who knows? But that seems to be the only logical explanation for what the U.S. Is seeking to do, other than to break the China of the leadership, as it were. Now, on the Iranian population, American attitudes, here I differ from you a little bit, Vishnu. Polls have shown for decades that the most pro-American Muslim population in the world is Iran, up to 80%. Which have favorable feelings and so on. That's sort of irrelevant, though. I mean, what that really means, I think, is they aspire that the powerful hand of the U.S. will come and save them from the horrors they've lived for decades, and that they all wish to have a modern life where individuals have some rights and they can pursue their own destinies as they wish. It's also true, though, that any population tends to become nationalistic when a foreign entity goes around killing people in your country, whether you hate the regime or not. So the pro-American attitudes, I think, are real, but that doesn't mean it would necessarily support long-term what the U.S. would do. However, the hatred of the regime by Iranians is so intense that the population may well be willing to accept the horrors of civil strife and war over the endless horrors of the Khamenei regime and the mullahs.
I want to show our viewers for a moment what the retaliation has looked like. For the first half of today, you've basically seen what Tehran looked like with all those explosions in different parts of Iran's capital. But what has that retaliation looked like? And like I said, with the only network reporting from inside Israel, from inside the UAE as well, they first hit 2 missile strikes in northern Israel. Then there were strikes in Kuwait, which houses a US Army base. Explosions were heard over there. Then Qatar, which houses the largest US base in the Middle East. That missile was apparently intercepted. Bahrain houses the US naval base headquarters there. Explosions have been reported. And in fact, one of the most dramatic explosion videos has been caught on camera in Bahrain as well. In United Arab Emirates, which contains the Al Dhafra base, which has a large US military presence, there was an explosion there and a warning has been issued. So Iran has hit out at 5 different targets, including Israel and American assets in the Middle East. I want to bring in Sushant Sareen at this point of time, one of India's most well-regarded strategic affairs commentators. Sushant, you know, the words have been said, the missiles are flying in both directions, actually in multiple directions right now. How are you reading how this is going to unfold? I'm keeping my question broad because there are still so many things we don't know about what the outcome or the intended outcome is going to be. So your preliminary assessment and reading, Sushant.
So Shiv, first, it's not very clear how much damage is being done on either side. Okay, yes, the Iranians have managed and their missiles have managed to slip through some of the air defenses of the countries around and American air bases. But how much damage have they actually done? First. Second, it's having an impact on many of these countries which otherwise were taking a kind of hands-off approach. The kind of comments that have come out from some of the Arab countries is not something that Iran should actually look forward to. Because they were trying to keep a hands-off approach, and whether they continue with that, it's not very clear. Third, look, the way I'm looking at it, and I hope I'm completely wrong, regardless of whether the regime change operation works or it doesn't work, what we are looking at is a kind of a larger regional destabilization, and allow me to explain in a minute or so. See, if the regime change does not work, if the Americans are supposed to, give up this operation maybe in a couple of days because of the kind of losses being undertaken, because of the kind of pressure being put, it kind of emboldens Iran and some of the other countries to say that, okay, fine, we can do many things and there's very little that the Americans can do to us or any other country can do to us. And if they are successful, I don't see how the regime of change operation will work without putting boots on ground. So if the idea is to decapitate the leadership, if the idea is to completely degrade the entire security structure that has been built up over the last 40 odd years, and virtually leave, and I'm not making this up, this is what Donald Trump said today morning, literally leave Iran defenseless, then what you might be looking at is a kind of a civil war situation. The best case scenario would be an in-house regime change, a somewhat more moderate leadership within the same bunch of people takes over and starts bringing in reform, some kind of smooth transition takes place. And the worst case scenario is a kind of civil war with separatist forces taking over, a complete destabilization of the country. And if that happens, it might work in terms of the larger objectives of Israel and the United States, that Iran is completely defanged. But what does it do in terms of the kind of instability it radiates from Iran? Iran is in a very pivotal place geographically. And what does it do to the larger regional stability, the kind of forces it unleashes? We've seen something similar in North Africa. We've seen something similar in West Asia earlier, whether it be Syria, whether it be Iraq. The kind of horrible forces that were unleashed, which still haven't been put back in the bottle. So if Iran goes, and is very severely destabilized, or there is a civil war-like situation, apart from the humanitarian disaster, it's a political disaster and a regional political disaster. So it's not looking good from where we are today. Hopefully things work out. I don't know, but knowing the Middle East, nothing ever works out.
All right, what I'd like to do right now is just go full screen to a couple of images so that I can describe to our viewers what the main developments have been today before I bring in Ron. It all started earlier on today when, believe it or not, there were these strikes on Tehran right at a time when people felt that there was a chance at negotiation. Let's see what happens. Would there be an 11th hour deal? There wasn't any 11th hour deal. They were still talking when in fact Israel and America struck. When Donald Trump went on record, what he said was that the goal over here, as far as he was concerned, was regime change. He didn't use those words. That's what he implied. He reached out through his message to the Revolutionary Guard. They said, you can get immunity or death. Lay down your arms. And then he reached out to people in Iran and said, take over your government. The president, in other words, Donald Trump, is giving you what you want. Now, that's all very well, but is that necessarily going to result in the change on the ground? But Ron, why don't you come in on the broader consequences of this? We don't know what the end game is going to be, but it's now impacted so many countries, more countries in West Asia than we've ever seen in a conflict in recent times. What is the implication of that?
Well, first, I'm talking to you now from the shelter. So just like Aditya said before, there are some missiles that are shot to Israel and now most of them are being intercepted. We are ready to that. We are ready for more. And the Israeli people is very strong, resilient, as you showed before. And I think that all the Israeli people is united around the understanding that this is a justice war. We couldn't avoid this war. We tried to. We did the best. We gave all fair chances to the Iranian regime to come back from his vicious plan. We knew that, not us, all the countries in the region knew that this Iranian regime should not have, in any case, nuclear weapons. Once we realized that they are continuing with their plan to achieve one, we didn't have any other choice but to strike, and it's a preemptive strike to defend ourselves. It's an action of defense for us, and I think that the other countries in the region have now realized that what we said before was right, that the threat is not only on Israel, it's all the region, because what this radical regime in Iran tried to do and aspired to do is to gain control on all the region, and even more than this. And I think the war for humanity, because we cannot allow this radical regimes exist. Yes, so more countries are dragged to this war. They see that Iran is really aggressive, as we always stated and said. And I think that what we're going to see after we achieve our goals, and I'm very optimistic that we will achieve the goals, and in the end of the day, there will be good conditions for the Iranian people to get control, and really to take things to their hands and be responsible for their own future and destination. I think that after that, we'll see expanding of the Abraham Accords. We'll see more and more countries stepping in. Regarding Israel and India, I think that this will be the great news for the IMEC vision, the Indo-Middle East Europe Economic Corridor. After this war, when this radical regime of Iran will be weakened, hopefully will be changed.
I'm glad you've used the phrase "after this war." It's difficult to imagine what that's going to be like right now while we're in the middle of it. But I want to show our viewers, since we're talking about Iran, Israel, the United States, and all those military assets that we've just seen deployed in the region, I want our viewers to consider something called the escalation matrix or the escalation ladder. This is basically a series of steps, a sequence of steps that makes a war more and more intense until it spirals completely out of control. Now, right now, this is of course theoretical, but I'm sharing this with you because things are precarious at this point of time. The first step, limited targeted strikes, precision strikes meant to send out a warning, not to trigger a war. Those were the first ones that happened earlier today. Proportional retaliation happens from Iran's side, missiles or drones responses aimed at showing resolve. That has already happened. So until point number 2, step number 2 of the escalation ladder, we have seen this conflict reach this point. Then expanded military targets, hitting strategic bases, naval assets and command centers. This has partially already begun happening from both sides. You've heard the Israeli Defense Forces talk about taking out command and control centers of the Iranian military in western Iran. You've seen Iran striking the naval headquarters of the US fleet in Bahrain and other places as well. So this step 3 of the escalation ladder is where we are at right now in a partial sense. Number 4, proxy activation. Hezbollah, Iraqi militias, the Houthis in Yemen to stretch the conflict. Now, we've heard noises from Yemen and elsewhere, but nothing material has happened just yet. None of the usual drone or missile strikes from Yemen or elsewhere have taken place just yet. It has only so far been from Iran. Number 5 in the escalation matrix, civilian infrastructure pressure, increasing civilian risk, target energy, ports, cyber networks, and big cities. Tehran has been hit. No Israeli cities have been hit just yet. Everything has been intercepted so far over Israel. Then there's the Gulf spillover. You've already got the Houthis saying that they're going to target shipping in the Red Sea, US bases in the Gulf. The Strait of Hormuz becomes very, very important because this is a choke point for the sea lanes of communication and trade and the movement of global oil. This comes under threat almost immediately, and that is going to be one big escalation point. Then a direct Iran-US confrontation is the next step up that escalation ladder. US forces move from support to sustained, direct, aggressive, heightened military strikes on Iran, even though they already have been firing cruise missiles. A strategic escalation is next, a broader war targeting areas deep inside Iranian territory, basically an intensification of what is finally happening. And then there is the nuclear threshold pressure. If things reach this point, they've already gone completely out of control. It means all global organizations have failed, to reach any kind of a talking point between the two sides, and things have simply been allowed to spiral. Iran expands its nuclear program. Israel signals extended strategic deterrent posture. So these are the theoretical steps on the escalation ladder that could potentially happen. At this point of those 9 steps, we are on step number 3. Welcoming onto our coverage. Okay, I'll get that information for you in just a moment. But Sushant, do you want to comment on this for a moment? Do you think this is going to be a contained exchange, or do you think there's a chance that things could spiral from here?
One always hopes that it remains contained, but we all of us, I think, on your show today, we've seen how wars play out, and it's very difficult to contain wars. It was kind of unusual. One of the exceptions was what happened during Sindoor, that we left the confrontation while we were ahead, and we didn't push it through. But out here, we don't know how this is going to play out. See, I think earlier the ambassador was talking about IMEC and all of that. Look, that's again, in some ways, that's the best case scenario. that the Abraham Accords become more acceptable, more countries join in. But let us imagine that that does not happen. Let us imagine a situation where Iran actually manages to deter both Israel as well as the United States. Please tell me, if you are a country in the region where you then say that, okay, Iran has shown that it can resist the greatest superpower in the world and the regional superpower, then Iran becomes the superpower. You think if you're Saudi Arabia, you are not going to, in a sense, want some kind of an accommodation with Iran. And that means that you will not move ahead with something like the Abraham Accords. So what you will be looking at is again a kind of new destabilization which takes place in the region. As of now, the Saudis have taken a pretty strident stand against the Iranians, and some of the other countries are also joining in. But it will all depend on how this war plays out. Now, I agree that there is huge amount of power that both Israel and the United States bring to bear. Regardless of what their arsenal is, I'm sure they have the capabilities to replenish their arsenals. But Iran is a bit of this X factor there is always in Iran about what kind of crazy things they might do, what kind of something different they might do to change the kind of equations that everybody is expecting. So I would say that it's been just 12 hours since this war has started. Let's wait for another 24 to 36 hours. Maybe the situation will become clearer then.
Right. It's too early to predict what will really happen out there. Ron Malka, good to see you here again. But, the question arises that what kind of a transition will take place, or what do you really determine will be the consequence of the initial strikes that have happened in Tehran and other localities in Iran? Because Trump has been speaking about the regime change. Is it so simplistic that a regime change can happen? With the way things have happened after the 12-day war, we saw the regime very much in power, in control of the situation. In fact, there's an intelligence assessment by the Israeli intelligence also, which says that the regime change may be very, very difficult in foreseeable future. What do you think?
Well, I do think that regime change is very difficult. It's not something easy. It doesn't happen in a day. But the difference between now and what happened then in the 12 days war is the resistance of the Iranian people. We saw them coming out in millions, striking against their regime, saying that they want a change. They want to see another way of conducting their country because they were starving. And this is a big change, because change of regime should come from the inside. It can get help and maybe create the right conditions for them. And these are, as I see it, the targets of this war, of this attack, to create the right conditions for the Iranian people to get control on their own future, their own lives, because this is what they want to do. And after what we saw, the massacre by their own regime, killing with machine guns indiscriminately their own people, children, women. So I think this is a big change. This is a different situation. And what we realize and what we understand now, that once the conditions will be there, I think that the Iranian people will make the big change. And this is what we think is going to happen. And this is big difference from what happened just in last July.
Stay with me, Ron Malka. Aditya, I want to come back to you for just a moment because, the day is ending right now. A night will pass. Tomorrow, we're going to have to see whether there have been attacks taking place overnight. The last exchange that happened saw very aggressive exchanges of drones, missiles, and rockets overnight as well. You remember that, Aditya? Are you hearing alerts about that tonight as well in Israel?
Oh, absolutely. In fact, I've been speaking to people out there, and the latest sound just came in of interception. So what I can tell you is that while I've been sitting with you for about 40 to 45 minutes, there are 2 sirens that have gone out. That means there have been repeated attempts to missiles and rockets coming in from the Iranian side. What I can also tell you, Shiv, is a grim story about development in Dubai, that in the Palm Jumeirah area, there has been a hit that has happened on ground. We do not know whether there's been damage or any kind of casualties out there, but this is a very popular area in the heart of Dubai, the Palm Jumeirah, where we have received multiple videos and confirmations from locals that there's been a huge damage and a ball of smoke in the air. So continuously, the Iranian retaliatory attacks are continuing, even as I report from a bomb shelter inside Tel Aviv neighborhood. It is, of course, a very, very chaotic moment also for the people, because they were at Shabbat, and at 6 p.m. they were about to leave their homes to get probably grocery, etc., etc. But that is not going to happen now. All shops, markets, business establishments are completely shut all across Israel, and that seems to be the case for tomorrow as well.
All right. Well, I mean, it is going to be very, very tense going forward. There is absolutely no doubt about that, Aditya, and I take your point completely. But is there any proof or evidence, Aditya, at this stage coming in on Iranian hits on Israel? Last time around, there were areas which had been targeted and there were some hits, and the interceptor system didn't work quite as effectively as some people expected. What are you hearing this time?
Well, absolutely. I remember from the 12-day war, there were casualties that were reported. In fact, even after the ceasefire that was announced after the 12-day war, there was a civilian locality just outskirts of Tel Aviv that was hit, and there were civilian casualties there as well. But as of now, even though there has been a barrage of ballistic missiles that have come in, Vishnu, from the Iranian side, there's been no hit, luckily. Till now, there would be around about 150 to 200 missiles that would have been come in. I don't have the exact number yet. But as of now, from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem to the northern and the southern parts, there hasn't been a hit. There was one reported hit, perhaps in Haifa, but there hasn't been any significant damage or casualties till now. So till now, it does seem that the Iron Dome and other air defense mechanisms are at play and very much effective. Last time, it was around about 95 to 98%. There were some missiles that did hit Tel Aviv and other areas as well. So we'll have to wait and watch. You never know, because there have been statements that have been coming in from the Iranian side that they would be looking at long-range missiles and others. And perhaps it's a long night ahead for me and for the rest of Israel.
We're going to take a very quick break. Aditya, stay safe, stay with us. We're going to return after this. We've got some of the biggest voices. I'm also going to show you all the big defining images of the day. Various people are saying all kinds of things about the visuals, but Vishnu, me and Aditya are going to decode those pictures, because this entire story is about what you can see, but also what you can't see. We can't see the Khamenei. He's going to address the world in a very short while from now. That will be live on NDTV, and it will be translated live here and only on this network. Very quick break. Back with you in a moment.
True love is lifelong, isn't it? Just like Tata Power Solar Roof, best quality solutions, lifelong service guarantee and unmatched expertise. Ye on the quality lifelong.
करियर से अर्ली रिटायरमेंट हो या नए करियर की शुरुआत, रहो दोनों के लिए रेडी। पीएनबी मेटलाइफ रिटायरमेंट प्लान्स के साथ लॉक करें 10.2% गारंटीड एन्युटी रेट फॉर लाइफ। पीएनबी मेटलाइफ, ऑलवेज रेडी फॉर लाइफ।
All right, team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
expert advice, the latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decision. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide, and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma, and I am your Automate.
After the roaring success in Delhi, Hyderabad and Mumbai, the NDTV DP World PGTI Golf Pro-Am now travels to Ahmedabad. India's finest professionals, the city's most accomplished business leaders, Great golf, great company. NDTV DP World PGTI Golf Pro Am. The course of champions, the conversation of leaders. 8th March, Kalhar Blues and Greens, Ahmedabad.
इनको यहाँ से जाना ही होगा।
जय मां दुर्गा!
There is no bigger battle in 2026. And nobody has reported Bengal like I have. Buckle up for an unforgettable election thriller. Will the BJP breach Mamta's fortress?
TMC जावे, BJP आसमे.
Can Didi fight off her life's biggest challenge?
BJP double engine সরকার এই লড়াই বাঁচতে হবে।
Battleground Bengal with Manogya Loiwal.
We're standing by right now for the Supreme Leader of Iran, who is going to make his first public words since the attacks on Iran started earlier today. Let's first quickly get you the headlines, and then we'll take you live straight to Iran for that address. This is a huge escalation in the Middle East war. US and Israel strike Tehran. Top Iranian officials and the Khamenei's residence have been targeted. Trump says the goal of Operation Epic Fury, that's his name for this operation, is regime change and freedom for Iranians. I'm going to take you to Iran in just a moment.
People of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere.
Iran's foreign minister warns Israel, and the US says Iranian forces are prepared to teach aggressors a lesson, terms the strikes unprovoked and illegal. NDTV reports from Ground Zero, Israel, the only Indian TV crew in that country. Iran retaliates by launching missiles. Sirens go off in Tel Aviv. Aditya Raj Kaul, live on NDTV. Chaos unfolds at the Dubai airport. The shuts Operation XP and Al Maktoum. Thousands of passengers remain stranded as UAE airspace is temporarily closed. 3 million Indians live and work in the UAE. Reports of Ayatollah Khamenei's home and offices targeted. The Iran Supreme Leader has been taken to a hideout as the Israeli military attacks Tehran. His national address is coming up in just a few minutes from now, we are told by local media in Iran. Israeli missiles strike on an elementary school in Iran's Minab area. Iran claims that around 51 students have been killed and 60 have been injured in the attacks, but no official confirmation yet. The big Middle East eruption is our top focus tonight. Iran, as you know, has hit back with a wave of missile strikes after being struck first by the US and Israel. Here are some of the top defining images of this big global story today. Panic in Doha, Qatar, as an Iranian missile or a rocket was seen falling from the sky and exploding on a road. This was in the capital city of Doha, Qatar, which houses the largest US base in the Middle East. This is that video. Two satellite images accessed by the New York Times show the damage inflicted by Israeli strikes on the secure compound of the Iran Supreme Leader Khamenei. Reports suggest that Khamenei was not at his residence and has been taken to a safe house. This satellite image going viral at this time. In retaliatory strikes conducted by Iran, the US Navy's 5th Fleet headquarters captured on camera in the most dramatic video of the day. This is in Bahrain. where the headquarters of the US Navy's 5th Fleet at the Naval Support Activity Area in Bahrain was struck by either a drone or a missile. Massive fires continue to rage in Bahrain after what are being described locally as a wave of Iranian missile and drone hits. A girls' elementary school has reportedly also been hit in Iran, killing at least 50 girl students. Images show workers removing debris from the school with books, backpacks being left behind. If this is confirmed, if the numbers carry out, this could be a war crime. This is a humanitarian crisis in Iran. Israeli forces have also targeted Iran's ballistic missile launchers. Thermal imaging shows the exact moment when Iranian missile launchers were actually hit. This is in western Iran. These are drone video clips released by the Israeli Defense Forces. Iran has also released footage of some of the ballistic missiles launched at US bases in the Middle East. It's difficult to tell if these are actual missile strikes or archival footage released as part of propaganda, but these are very much Iranian weapons being launched in these videos, released specifically today by Iranian state media. Israel is calling these combat operations Operation Roaring Lion. Trump is calling them Operation Epic Fury. Last year's attacks by the United States on Iranian nuclear facilities was called Operation Midnight Thunder. According to the US president, this particular operation that began early this morning is aimed at freedom for Iran, regime change, and an opportunity for the people of Iran to rise up and take over their country and take their country back. Take a look.
11:30 a.m. Explosions erupt across Iran's capital, Tehran. Buildings go up in smoke. Early reports say it's an Israeli strike on Iran. Less than an hour later, US President Donald Trump confirmed the American-Israeli joint operation.
They attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests.
Called Operation Epic Fury, the preemptive strikes were meant to send a clear message to the Iranian regime.
When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do.
Targets across Iran were struck, including Supreme Leader Khamenei and President Masoud Pezeshkian. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu confirmed the attacks, calling for a regime change and to remove the existential threat.
יחד עם ארצות הברית, נכה קשות במשטר הטרור. ניצור תנאים שיאפשרו לעם האיראני האמיץ לפרוק מעליו את עול המשטר הרצחני הזה.
Shortly after Iran retaliated, a barrage of missiles on Israel, the conflict expectedly escalating.
Since morning, it's the 7th time that we are now moving towards a bomb shelter. It's a regional conflict now. It's developing into 7 times Iran has launched retaliatory missiles against Israel, but also several other countries. In UAE, we saw Dubai airport has been completely shut after the Ben Gurion Airport in Tel Aviv was shut. And we, of course, also know how the situation has developed in Dubai. One Pakistani national has been killed. You can see the siren that is buzzing. I'm going inside a bomb shelter. But several other countries, US bases attacked, but residential areas have been attacked in Qatar, in UAE, and several other areas.
Iran then struck US bases across Bahrain, Kuwait, and Qatar. The rapid escalation made West Asia airspace shut down. Iraq, the UAE, and Bahrain closed their airspace while Israel declared a state of emergency.
So I'm just moving inside the Tel Aviv airport. You can see the sirens that have just come in. We're trying to get inside the airport. You can see all these people are also trying to rush in. But we don't know if this is some kind of a missile or rocket that has come in. But this is the latest that we are picking up. We are getting inside the airport, even as the sirens have come in of an incoming rocket at the Ben Gurion airport of Tel Aviv, Israel. This amidst the geopolitical tension between US and Iran and some kind of a preemptive strike that can possibly happen against Iran.
Iran claims over 35 girls were killed in an attack on a school. In Tel Aviv too, civilian areas were struck. West Asia is on the brink again. Bureau Report, NDTV.
And Aditya Raj Kaul is NDTV senior executive editor who happens to be the only Indian journalist reporting live from Israel. And his work today has pretty much been a broadcast from a bunker. Aditya, that is the nature of what Israel is facing as part of these retaliations. In a moment from now, I will be joined by 3 more people who are going to be in bunkers in different parts of Israel, very much like you, bomb shelters, very much like you, Aditya. We're going to have Fleur Hassan Nahum, who's the deputy mayor of Jerusalem. Ron Malka, as we know, is also in a bunker. And we'll have, we will also have Elon Levy, ex-spokesperson of the PMO in Israel, and he's also in a bunker. He's going to join us shortly. So, Aditya, everyone we need to speak to in Israel tonight is inside a bomb shelter right now, telling us very clearly what the situation is.
Well, that's right. One big breaking news coming at this hour is that the first conversation between US President Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, has happened. This is the first phone call after the US-Israel airstrikes in Iran and the retaliation that we have seen. We are waiting for a statement from the Israeli Prime Minister's office or the Trump administration on what has happened. In fact, it's interesting you mentioned Fleur Hassan. I had spoken to Fleur Hassan 2 days ago. She's the Israeli envoy, special envoy on trade and innovation. She had told me, in fact, when I asked her about Iran, that it's almost imminent. And she had almost predicted that it could happen this weekend. So perhaps she has more to share, inside details of what is happening right now. But clearly, Shiv, what I can tell you, it's a very, very significant and fluid situation. You know, we've seen conflicts in the past in the Middle East. We've seen Middle East erupt in many ways. But this seems to be much bigger in scale, in magnitude, in consequences as well. What we are witnessing right now is not just a kind of a preemptive strike, what was being discussed early in the morning at around 11:30 Israeli time. It has now consumed several other countries. It has now spread wide across the Middle East. There are at least 7 to 8 countries that are engulfed in this entire conflict now. In fact, now latest reports that are coming in are from Dubai in UAE, where fresh strikes have happened. What I can tell you is that the Palm Jumeirah area of Dubai has been hit. The Gulf Times in UAE is also reporting that fresh Iranian missiles, third wave of Iranian missiles in UAE have been in fact intercepted by the UAE, and there are several other countries, Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar, etc., who are now bracing for fresh wave of attacks. So it seems to be a long night, locally. It seems to be a long day for the common Israelis, even as we continue to report from this bunker. The consequences of this seem to be wide. Will the US and Israel be able to sustain this for a very long time? And how will Iran react to this? Because it does seem that there are a lot of casualties at the highest level that the Iranians have faced, even though they are not admitting it.
Aditya, stay with me for a moment. 2 images from today's coverage that capture the weapons that have been used in this attack. I want to play one of those videos on my screen just now because people with their mobile phones have captured some of the most troubling images of the actual attacks. Now, this is one of the most viral videos today. I've put a red square around it because that weapon is moving so fast. That's a BGM-109 Tomahawk long-range cruise missile, very likely launched from a US Navy warship somewhere in the Persian Gulf. These are devastatingly accurate long-range cruise missiles with a range in excess of 1,000 kilometers that are launched from ships. They travel long distances at low altitude and then come careening into their targets. These are weapons that made their debut during the Gulf War, 30 years ago, 35 years ago in the Iraq-Kuwait war. And they are still there. They've obviously been upgraded massively, and they are still being used in the Middle East. So a kind of legendary and very feared weapon in the Middle East, captured on camera in a very surreal kind of visual that has become the face of today's escalation. Let me show you now the other weapons that are being used today. We've just spoken to weapons experts who've confirmed to us that all of these weapons are currently being used in this exchange. I've just shown you the weapon that you saw flying right now. This is what it looks like when it's standing still. That is a Tomahawk cruise missile. The Iranians have fired presumably Shahab-3 medium-range ballistic missiles at this point of time. Let's keep moving as quickly as possible. Stealth fighters used by the Israeli Air Force, the Imad precision-guided ballistic missiles are very likely to have been used by the Iranians. F-15 fighters have been spotted in the air in some areas in unverified videos. MiG-29s of the Iranian Air Force have already been spotted, but airstrikes have most likely been conducted by Israeli F-15s. Ghadr medium-range missiles have also been brought to bear. Air-launched standoff cruise missiles like the Delilah and Rampage have likely been fired from Israeli F-16 fighter aircraft. In response, Spice precision-guided bombs of the kind that India has also used during the Balakot airstrikes have also been used by Israel in some of the strikes today. We are told JDAM precision munitions, both by Israel and the United States. We don't know for sure if they've been used, but they are available to the attacking forces and possibly used against Iran. Penetration bombs, because there are lots of bunkers, there are lots of missile depots, ammunition depots that are claimed to have been struck. So it's very possible that the GBU-28 class of bunker buster or penetrator bombs have been used by either Israel or Iran. Israel is well known to use long-range strike drones like the Heron and the Iton. Again, these are used for surveillance as well as attack, so we don't know precisely whether they've been brought to bear, but they most definitely are on standby at this point of time. So this is just a rough view of the kind of weapons that have existed. This is another. I've just shown you all those pictures of the weapons that are used. This is another super viral video. Idyllic farmland. We don't know where this is, but a farmer in one of these areas has captured what is an incredible video clip of about 21. We've counted about 21 Tomahawk cruise missiles just whizzing past towards their targets in Tehran. We don't know who took this footage, but it's been out and it's in all the media. This is perhaps one of the most compelling pieces of visual evidence or visual clips of the actual attack on Iran. This is, of course, where it actually began. So the Tomahawk cruise missile clearly being used by the US forces on the initial attack wave. Now I want to show you about Iran's axis. Now, Iran is a large country with a large conventional force, but it has also been known to operate via its proxies. Iran's Axis, it is the #1 sponsor of terror according to the United States. Remember, India has close relations with Israel, the United States, as well as Iran. But Iran has the Hezbollah in Lebanon, considered to be one of their biggest proxies, the Badr organization. In Yemen, they've got the Houthis under Ansar Allah. who have a large conventional force. They've been known to use missiles and attack drones to hit Israel. Right now, they are threatening to target ships and shipping lanes in the Red Sea. That's over there. The Palestinian territories, Iran controls the Hamas and the Palestinian Islamic Jihad in Gaza and in the West Bank. In Bahrain, Iran has control over the Al-Ashtar brigades. So these are all the proxies of Iran which haven't been activated yet, but could potentially be activated if there is a larger escalation. Aditya, I want to come back to you now. The escalation is in full flow right now. It has stopped at step 3 of the escalation ladder that we described a short while ago. But Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, where you are at right now, has just had a conversation with the US President. The Al-Khamenei is expected to speak very soon. So all eyes are going to be on those two things. We're waiting to find out what that conversation between the Prime Minister of Israel and the President of US was about. What are you hearing, Aditya?
Well, that's right. We don't have any information, Shiv, yet on what kind of information or what kind of conversation happened between Trump and Netanyahu. But it's the first after the massive strikes in Iran and the kind of intense retaliation we saw from Iran to multiple countries witnessing these rocket and missile attacks, casualties being seen, and multiple videos, hundreds of them that we have received from UAE, from Israel, and other places of interceptions that have happened, but also, the many missiles that have hit places in Qatar as well as in UAE. It's very important to now see what exactly Ayatollah Khamenei and apart from that, Donald Trump say in their respective speeches and address to the nation, because this could really mean that this war or this conflict is much more wider than expected. And this has much, much deeper consequences. The US has given a very strong response and said, and Donald Trump has said that there are only two options, surrender or perish. Is this the road that US is going to walk further? Have Israel and US really made up their mind that regime change will happen eventually by hook or crook? Only time will tell. As of now, democratic kind of a transition where people actually overthrow the government like we saw in Bangladesh and other places is far-fetched dream right now because there's a sizable population that is with Ayatollah Khamenei as well. And there's no substitute for Ayatollah or Pezeshkian as this page who are opposing them within the system. So it would be very difficult to democratically have a transition, whether they forcibly do it, physically do it, using the military force, perhaps the next 24 to 48 hours will have an answer.
Okay, Aditya, I'm going to let you go for about 15 minutes. I'm going to allow you to charge your batteries and come right back to us because we are going to need you for longer. You are our lone man on the ground there reporting for virtually the entire Indian media. But I'm joined now by Flor Hassan Nahum, who's the Deputy Mayor of Jerusalem. Okay, I apologize. We'll go to Flor in just a moment. We have Jeffrey Sachs with us, Columbia University professor, one of the most well-regarded economists and commentators. He's put out a video right now that's going viral on what he believes is the real reason why Iran has been attacked. Professor Sachs, good to have you. Thank you for being here on NDTV on a big day for the region and a big day for the world. I'm going to ask you to tell our viewers what you've said in that video, Professor Sachs. Why do you think Iran has been attacked?
This is the U.S. Attempt to continue or maintain or sustain its global hegemony. This is a war for control of the Middle East. It's a war for control of the oil of the Middle East. It is not at all what Donald Trump said about any threat from Iran. This is just an imperial lie. This is an imperial war, and it is a very vicious one, and it is probably the start of World War III, I have to say. I hope that it's not the start of nuclear annihilation, but I think it is a global war. And it is a war of U.S.-Israeli hegemony in the Middle East and a war for global dominance. The United States invaded Venezuela to control the Western Hemisphere oil. Now it is trying to overthrow the government of Iran to control the Middle East oil. This will hurt India terribly, by the way, and it's also aimed at China. So Asia is the loser in this war, and this is a completely criminal action. But whether anybody stands up and tells the truth about it, that is fearful of the United States or Israel, I don't know.
What do you think is going to happen next, Professor Sachs? You know, as far as the escalation ladder is concerned, attacks have taken place on various cities in Iran. There have been retaliatory attacks on US bases in Bahrain, in Abu Dhabi, in Qatar, and a couple of other places. In the past, things have kind of ended at this point. Do you see them escalating onward from here?
Well, of course, there is no path of de-escalation by the U.S. and Israel. These are hegemonic actors. They have announced their goal. Their goal isn't to return Iran to the negotiating table. Iran was at the negotiating table. Their goal was not to prevent Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. It didn't have one, didn't want one, and had said so for the last 12 years. Donald Trump ripped up the agreement, the JCPOA, that put Iran under a rigorous monitoring regime. This is about global hegemony. And countries like India have to decide, are they independent countries? Do they sign up to U.S. empire? This is what this is about. Israel, by the way, is the most violent country in the world, kilometer by kilometer, by far. But it also banks on having the United States behind it. And it's not just Trump. This is a long-standing CIA project that is underway right now. So this is a very, very dangerous occurrence. This has nothing to do with what is stated. This is about U.S. control over the Middle East, and the idea is U.S. control over the world. The idea is that India will fall into line, the Middle East will fall into line, Latin America has no choice, Europe is a vassal state. That's what this is about.
Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump have just spoken over the phone, according to the latest of what we're hearing, Professor Sachs. In your mind, you know, what might they have discussed? Obviously, I'm not asking you to conjecture, but from everything we know, Netanyahu is calling this Operation Roaring Lion. President Trump calls it Epic Fury. What do you think they talked about?
Well, Trump takes his orders from Netanyahu. This is very simple. Netanyahu came last week and ordered the war, and the war goes on. The United States is actually not even the lead agent in this. The Zionist lobby in the United States is so powerful that it puts the United States repeatedly into these wars. The American public is absolutely against this. This is quite interesting. But the American public does not count for anything right now in our affairs because we do not have a constitutional country. We have basically a military state, and Trump is the figurehead of that military state.
As far as the Al Khamenei is concerned, Professor Sachs, do you see this playing out in the same template that it has before? His ceremonial home has been targeted. He is about to make a national address in a short while from now. The same boilerplate statements have been issued from Iran saying, there will be a crushing response, and you've seen these token attacks on different, bases of the American military in the Middle East. Does Iran have the capacity to do something bigger in your view?
I don't think that the U.S. has the capacity to overthrow the Iranian government in a day or a week or a month, as it believes that it does. If you look at almost all events like this, even overthrowing Bashar al-Assad or overthrowing Milosevic in 1999 or overthrowing Muammar Gaddafi in 2011. The United States does not usually have the means to do this in a day or a month. Maybe they're drunk with their supposed success in Venezuela by exfiltrating a president, but this is not Venezuela. This is a country of 100 million people. It's a vast region. It is a mountainous region. It is a region that understood for many, many years that the United States was out to overthrow it. So it's not unprepared or caught off guard. The Straits of Hormuz, I believe, will be attacked. And so I don't think that these are pinprick operations attacking the Gulf. I think it's preparatory to closing the Straits of Hormuz. Now, all of this then depends on things that I don't properly understand in terms of the military dynamics of the next few weeks. But what I do understand is something about geopolitics. This is a brazen, illegal, vulgar overreach by the United States that I do not see how it can have a success, frankly. You know, one success 73 years ago was when the CIA and MI6 overthrew the Iranian government and installed a police state. I don't see how that can happen in today's world. But that's the model of the United States, that they will soon install a police state. I doubt that this is at all realistic.
Professor Sachs, Reuters reporting a piece of breaking news right now since you mentioned the Gulf of Hormuz. Reuters quoting the IRGC Navy that has announced that no vessels are any longer being allowed to cross and has closed the Strait of Hormuz to any traffic. This is huge. This is Reuters reporting this right now. What do you think the fallout of this immediately is going to be?
Well, I think that this is the Iranian plan. The United States will try to defeat Iran to prevent this from happening. But I would anticipate that there will be a massive disruption of world oil flows in the coming weeks, and that this will most likely, again, I'm guessing, everybody knows I'm guessing because nobody can really anticipate, but I'm guessing that this will put the world economy into a serious crisis in the coming weeks. Again, I'm not there as a military strategist. If the United States thinks it has something up its sleeve, I would be surprised, quite frankly. By the way, I heard just 5 minutes ago that one of the U.S. bombs killed 100 schoolgirls in a school outside of Tehran. This is mass murder. We should not forget the school children that are dying right now. We'll hear more about this, but I just heard this from a reliable source 5 minutes ago. This is a brazen, murderous, illegal attack, and it's very dangerous for the world. World leaders are pathetic right now. In Europe, they all fall in behind Trump. In Canada, they fell in behind Trump. In Australia, they fell in behind Trump. No one wants peace in this world. They just want to satisfy a mad emperor. This is very dangerous for all of us, I have to say. If people cannot speak the most basic truth of a premeditated, murderous, illegal strike on another country, well, how can we avoid World War III?
What role do you think Russia will or can play in what lies ahead, Professor Sachs? Because the Iranian regime will be looking to Russia. They've been looking to Russia for their weapons supply chain in the run-up to this as well. How do you see the Russian role?
I think both Russia and China will try to find ways to sustain the Iranian regime. This is, as I say, an attack on China as much as it is an attack on Iran. This is part of an American hegemonic move. India should not feel comfortable about that, however. It's going to suffer directly from this, and the whole world suffers when the United States behaves like the British Empire. We don't need another global empire.
Yeah.
This is the most basic point.
Final question, Professor Sachs. There was an 8-minute video statement that was put out by Donald Trump. I know you've seen it.
Yes.
After these attacks began. What did you think of that? Because he was very clear, even if you accommodate all the hyperbole that you usually grant Trump and his brand of communication, he was very specific about his intended outcome being regime change and the people of Iran rising up and taking back what's theirs. Do you think he's painted himself into a corner, or does that not really matter in Trump's world?
It doesn't matter, but he has painted all of us into the edge of a global precipice. He's a very mentally unstable person. He is delusional and he is a megalomaniac. But on top of that, behind him is the CIA and Mossad. So this is not Trump alone. These are grandiose ideas, long-standing. So it's not only Trump. But there's no brake. There's no foot on the brake. This is only an accelerator towards expanded war right now. And the only way that it can stop is if the BRICS countries, and that means India, that means Brazil, that means Russia, that means China, that means South Africa, and others, and it's Iran, which is a member of the BRICS, says this is not the way the world can work. They have to stand up to American hegemony. This is the only way the world can be safe. And so this is actually a responsibility of the BRICS right now, which is the only standing bulwark against America's global empire. And the empire has gotten a lot more violent today. And it's shown it doesn't want to hide anything anymore. It just is in open war.
Professor Jeffrey Sachs, as always, you give us a great deal to think about as we continue to report this. So I thank you for your time here on NDTV. Look forward to our next conversation with you, because this is clearly something that's going to be going on for a few days. Professor Jeffrey Sachs, thank you very much. I'm going to take our viewers straight back now to Israel, where this entire exchange began earlier today. Okay, Aditya is live with me. Aditya, we are still counting down for that national address by the Al Khamenei in Iran. What are you hearing inside Israel? These are very, very tense moments, Aditya, I can imagine, for you and everyone else in Israel, given that, nightfall and the warfare that takes place in the darkness is very much a reality between Israel and Iran. The last exchange that happened saw the use of some of their longer range weapons. Iran tested some of their hypersonic weapons for the first time as well. It could very much happen this time as well. Cities were targeted as well. It's going to be a long night, Aditya.
Well, it's certainly going to be a long night, Shiv. It's a little past 6 p.m. this evening in Israel. And as you asked me this question, there's a fresh, siren that has come in, and this is from the Home Front Command. This is the 11th time that this notification has come in. That means incoming missiles could be on its way from Iran. But there are very, very, dramatic videos that we've received from Dubai in UAE as well, where Palm Jumeirah has been hit, a hotel there, a very popular location. The government in Dubai has confirmed that 4 people have been injured and have been shifted to a hospital. Now, who would have imagined just 24 hours ago that this could take such a shape of a regional conflict? Now, it's not merely about the countries in the region. It's also about how it's going to change the global economy, how it's going to shape the connectivity in the region and beyond, and particularly when it comes to oil. Especially we in India have been taking a lot of oil from the Gulf countries, and that is certainly going to take a hit because connectivity might be a huge issue if the Iranians do block the main connectivity routes in the region. We'll have to wait and watch what Donald Trump also says, apart from Ayatollah Khamenei, because it does seem like that the US administration, along with Netanyahu, have worked out this plan thread by thread. They've gone to the drawing board and actually timed it day by day, it almost seems like. But here I am again stuck in a bunker reporting for NDTV inside Israel's Tel Aviv, which is in fact one of the main areas where we continuously see such attacks take place, and now explosions in Dubai.
Aditya, just stay with me for a moment. Sorry to interrupt. Stay with me for a moment. There's some breaking news coming in. More explosions have now been heard in Dubai. More explosions have been heard in Dubai right now. We understand that the UAE has intercepted some more incoming drones or weapons. There is okay, that's a big impact that's been captured on camera. We don't know exactly where that is, but residents have been hearing explosions all day today. Most have reported seeing falling debris from the interception of ballistic missiles over Dubai. What we showed you earlier was Abu Dhabi. We're trying to get specific and precise information about what's happening in Dubai. This particular video, courtesy Nexter, is reportedly from Dubai. I want to exercise maximum caution on NDTV and tell you that we're still trying to corroborate as much information as we possibly can so we get you accurate information. The UAE has intercepted a third wave of missiles. The Ministry of Defense there has announced that the United Arab Emirates air defenses have successfully intercepted a new wave of Iranian missiles and drones launched towards the country and dealt with them with very high efficiency without any serious material damage. That's what we're hearing from the Ministry of Defense of the UAE. We'll have Anjana Shankar live with us in a short moment from now. I'm going to ask my producers to, on a war footing, get me Anjana Shankar. She is our reporter on the ground in Abu Dhabi. We'll have a voice. Abhishek Sengupta will be live with us from Dubai in just a moment. From now, Abhishek Sengupta is live with us from Dubai. Abhishek, explosions in Dubai, interceptions in the air. Can you tell us clearly what's going on?
Yeah, as you can see, I'm actually right now in my backdrop. Burj Khalifa is still, is shining bright. I'm also standing in my backdrop is the airport, which is of course closed. If you look from here, you can feel the calm, which is quite unusual for a Saturday evening. You can imagine it's Ramadan and people have just sort of retired after iftar. But yes, if you speak to residents whole day long, they've been hearing explosion, especially closer to the Dubai and Abu Dhabi border. So Jebel Ali Port is a very, very key location. And it also sits in between Abu Dhabi and Dubai. In fact, the first wave hit Abu Dhabi. That was the news that we woke up to this morning. There's been one casualty so far. And as you rightly said, the Ministry of Defense just confirmed that we've successfully intercepted the third wave of attacks here, missile attacks. We've had some damages, material damage, but of course no further casualty. The one death in Abu Dhabi, a Pakistani national, that has been confirmed. But apart from that, yes, there is a bit of panic amongst residents who've been reporting hearing explosions, thuds, booms, but according to the Ministry of Defense, those are all successful interception of the ballistic missiles that Iran has been firing all of this morning.
Abhishek, there are some stray reports, and we don't want to report anything without getting a corroboration, and that's why it's good to have you right now. Dubai, the United Arab Emirates, home to millions of Indians. Many families anxiously watching right now. There are reports of a fire in the Palm Jumeirah area as well. Anything you're hearing about this? I can imagine social media will be full of stray reports right now.
Yeah, it is absolutely a buzz, and it is very difficult in these times of crisis to actually independently verify. But yes, the Dubai media office has just confirmed that. In fact, it's also now on covered by the Western media as well. The Fairmont Hotel on the Palm Jumeirah has been hit. That's been officially confirmed by the Dubai media office. Of course, there are other images that I have seen as well, but it's very difficult to independently verify at this point in time if they're true. But yes, official sources say that there's Palm Jumeirah, the hotel on Palm Jumeirah has been hit, as have several other areas have seen falling debris from missiles that have intercepted, but no major material damage. So there's no reason to panic as such. There's been no other casualty reported so far. No major material damage apart from that.
You know, one person was confirmed dead in the strike in Abu Dhabi. Anything you're hearing about any casualties in Dubai? Advisories have of course been sent out by the Indian mission in the United Arab Emirates, Abhishek. But
yes, that's right.
There's a much larger level of concern and worry for Indians because the UAE has a huge expat population. Anything you can share?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, as you can imagine, UAE is home to almost 200 nationalities, and every small or big country have sent out advisories for their citizens living in UAE, in Dubai, and the Indian embassy has been no exception. They sent out an advisory earlier in the afternoon, and they've asked all of us to sort of restrain caution. And of course, yes, you're right. I mean, almost more than 2.5 million, a significant proportion of UAE's population are Indians. We are all resorting to the official sources as of now.
Okay, stay with me, Abhishek, because the video that we have on our screen, I'm told, is a video of Iran's Shahid drone impacting the ground somewhere in Dubai. Abhishek will be able to perhaps talk a little bit more specifically about where this has apparently taken place. But in this footage, if you look very closely, and I'm going to try and get our producers to freeze the frame at that operative point, you can actually catch a glimpse of the actual drone as it is diving out of the sky. That black object you see there is the Shahid drone as it makes impact, and then there's that huge fireball. Not clear if any casualties have been inflicted in this particular attack, but this is in a kind of downtown area, office towers and buildings, a busy part of Dubai, obviously, where that drone has actually struck. So, Abhishek, anything you're hearing about this Shahid drone attack in Dubai? It's a pretty dramatic video that we're looking at right now.
Yeah, that video just popped up, so I'm unable to at this point in time see. But just to let you know, I mean, UAE has been home to one of US's major Air Force bases, the Al Dhafra base. So the attack started this morning with Al Dhafra base, and clearly by the looks of it, that has now spilled over to Dubai. Dubai, of course, the beating heart of UAE. Several areas close to the border, like I said, border with Abu Dhabi, are the worst hit, because I'm right now standing, if you see, it's the edge of Dubai-Sharjah border, which is the other end of town. You can clearly see, if I can just pop onto my left side, you'll see Burj Khalifa shimmering in the backdrop, and the airport areas, all gone quiet because airspace is closed. I haven't seen the video closely enough to exactly tell you where it landed, but it's very, very, it's quite a safe bet to say that it might have landed somewhere in between Dubai and Abu Dhabi, close to the border, which has been clearly the worst hit as of today.
These are very, very dramatic pictures coming in. Abhishek, I'm going to request you to stay with me for just a moment longer as we very carefully and responsibly try and decode this stream of pictures that are coming in. We don't want to get it wrong. Recognize that these can be upsetting pictures for families watching, who've got their loved ones in the United Arab Emirates. But these are missile interceptions and drone strikes that are taking place reportedly in downtown Dubai. These are images from Nexta. We are doing our best at our end here on NDTV to corroborate all of these images, but these two images are confirmed, they're verified, of strikes that have taken place, interceptions. I'm just going to pull out that information for you. Missile debris falling on a building, fire at the Palm Jumeirah, a Shahid drone fired from Iran, flying over the Burj Khalifa drone. A drone has also been spotted in another part of Dubai. Air raid sirens are blaring in Israel in the meanwhile. And I'm going to go across to Aditya, who's inside a bunker, a bomb shelter in Tel Aviv. As we continue to show our viewers these latest images coming in from Dubai, there are air raid sirens blaring in Tel Aviv, Aditya, again.
Well, that's right. It's the 11th time that the sirens came in. It's the 11th round of the Iranian missiles that are striking, Israel. But till now, thankfully, there hasn't been any kind of a casualty or a major impact down on ground. Just to give you a glimpse of where I am, I'm actually trying to move around this bunker a little bit. This is where I am right now. On my left, you can see the main gate of this bunker where people are actually coming and, going out. There are elderly, there are children who are completely stranded here. And even as NDTV continues to report from here inside a bomb shelter, this is underground on the basement of a building. People are still, scared. People are still waiting for the Home Front Command to give clearance so that they can come out. Every half an hour, almost every 45 minutes, there have been these signals from the Home Front Command asking people to take precaution inside these bunkers. And clearly, it seems that it is a long night ahead because the videos that are coming out are clearly signifying that Iran is not going to stop. The retaliation is going to continue. And on your screens right now are two videos that I have received from Dubai, from a source who has confirmed that the Al Jumeirah area was in fact hit. And these are videos of the moment when the Iranian missiles actually hit in the heart of Dubai at the Palm, a very popular location out in Dubai. Nobody would have imagined or thought that one of the most safe locations, Dubai, a huge business district as well, would be hit in the Iranian drones. Now, Iran may have a defense that, they are trying to strike the US bases, but there are civilian localities that are being hit. And all these countries are not going to take this very lightly.
Okay, there's information coming in that hypersonic weapons are reportedly also being deployed by Iran. We're going to get a confirmation on that in just a short while from now. There are some videos coming in which NDTV's team is processing and looking at very, very closely. I'm going to ask for Vishnu Shom to join us live because he's looking at some of this imagery, and I won't, of course, put it on air until we have a categorical confirmation on this. But before we put those pictures on air, Vishnu, you're looking at some pictures right now suggesting that some of the deadliest weapons in Iran's arsenal, the Fatah family of hypersonic weapons, are being used right now. Is that your understanding, Vishnu?
Yeah, it was just a matter of time before this would be deployed, and the footage, and it's all come from Nexstar, seems to indicate that the contrails, or which a hypersonic weapon leaves behind, quite clearly visible over here. We've seen this a couple of years back. It's called the Fatah 1. This is the Fatah 2 as well. The Fatah 2 is a proper hypersonic weapon. It travels upwards of Mach 10, Mach 15. Some would say, given its trajectory, it's impossible almost to intercept. It's difficult as it is to intercept an incoming ballistic missile. A hypersonic missile makes it that much more difficult. But in addition to this, some of the other footage that I've been seeing, is of Dubai, is of that Palm Jumeirah area, a weapon, possibly a drone or possibly a missile, falling next to a well-known hotel in that particular area. This is now getting completely out of control in a sense. Why? Because Reuters now reporting, Nexstar now reporting that Iran has been issuing threats to ships passing through the Straits of Hormuz. The Straits of Hormuz, 20% of the world's oil supplies flow through that. It is critical for the entire world. It is critical for India. It is a geographic choke point. Remember, Iran uses naval drones as well. If oil tankers are targeted in that area, then this will be catastrophic for the world in terms of oil prices, in terms of what exactly happens with this situation. And as has been the case in the last couple of times that we've actually seen Iran and Israel get into this sort of situation, It's the nighttime, Shiv, when it gets potentially much, much more intense.
Yeah.
So Straits of Hormuz, Palm Jumeirah in Dubai, and Fateh 2 hypersonics. It's all getting, fairly intense.
This is incredible because Iran's hypersonic missiles like the Fateh 1, the Fateh 2 has a range of about 1,500 kilometers, hypersonic speeds of about 15 Mach, built to penetrate all manner of air defenses. Those pictures from Nexta will be on your screen in a few minutes once we've fully corroborated them. But as Vishnu correctly pointed out, these are the most advanced weapons that have been used by Iran so far. They are understood to have used some of those weapons in the last exchange that took place last year in 2025. But very, very dramatic pictures, and the most troubling pictures coming in right now in a wave of visuals from Dubai in the United Arab Emirates. So that's what we are looking at right now. Abhishek continues to be with me. Abhishek, have you been able to gather any further information about what we're looking at? There appears to be a stream of images coming in from Dubai, suggesting that, I don't want to make it look like it's a barrage of attacks. It could be, the single attack from different angles, but it's pretty worrying. There's a big fireball. What looks like a Shahid drone, according to one report, has hit the ground, not intercepted in the air. There's a large fireball and a large fire visible in those pictures as well. What are you picking up, Abhishek?
It's for all of us to see. I'm actually standing right in the open, clear skies there, and it's all quiet. A lot of what you see, maybe like you rightly said, just a repetition of images from different angles. Yes, there have been incidents, but most of those are actually successful interceptions of the missiles, as the Ministry of Defense of the UAE have put out. There have been 3 waves since this morning. We woke up to the first wave, which sort of resulted in 1 casualty, a Pakistani national who died of a falling debris on his head, not really directly from a missile attack, and which is what a lot of residents here are not able to understand. What they see in the sky are actual interceptions of those missiles. So debris that's falling. There have been 4 more injuries reported, but no other casualty. And of course, there's been 1 major damage, as you rightly mentioned, on the Palm Jumeirah. That again is not officially out whether it was a direct missile hitting the property or a falling debris that resulted in the fire. But yes, it's very easy to say that there's a lot of panic doing the rounds, especially in WhatsApp groups. So which is why the UAE authorities have always been stressing since morning to officially follow the platforms that they must in this situation.
Okay, we've got more pictures coming in, and I want my viewers to stand by for some fresh images that we're going to be putting on our screen shortly, but our attention needs to remain fixed on these pictures coming in from Dubai, because they capture the very latest of what mobile phone cameras, citizens on the ground have been able to capture, and these are the videos that are the center of attention, across the internet as well. I want to advise viewer discretion, because some of these images can be troubling. I don't want to make it look like this is a bombardment happening in Dubai. It is not. You've seen our reporter Abhishek Sengupta standing out in the open. Things are calm right now. So this was a drone strike that took place, some time ago. It's been filmed from different angles as well, but that doesn't mean that things are completely calm. Yet there could be more attacks. Vishnu wants to come in on this. Vishnu.
As we see this footage, Shiv, I think the key point that we also need to remember, because this directly impacts India, is that Dubai airport is shut down, number 1. Number 2, Emirates, one of the world's largest airlines, which has some of the the largest number of routes out of India. It's not the largest anymore, it used to be, but it transports tens of thousands of Indian passengers every day. That airline is effectively grounded at this stage. This has a cascading effect on aviation across the country. So as we play this image or this footage out of the attacks that Dubai saw earlier on, just a little while back, I can also tell you that international civil aviation has been massively hit. It's ground to a halt. And remember again, if our viewers have just tuned in, all Indian airlines have been told, whether it's Vistara, Air India or Air India Express, that do not fly to the Middle East at this stage. Now, this is one of the most intense, most heavy airspaces that exist for Indian travelers. There are 9 odd million Indians in the Middle East. No Indian airline flying there right now. And Emirates and Dubai Airport, believe it or not, shut down for the moment. Shiv.
Dubai Airport shut down, airspace shut down. No aviation traffic anywhere in that region. The IRGC has released footage that it claims is footage of the Burj Khalifa being hit by a Shahid drone. So the United Arab Emirates is in the in the violent spotlight right now, but we are still going to exercise all caution before we release any sort of footage. There's a message from the White House right now saying that President Trump is monitoring the situation overnight at Mar-a-Lago alongside members of his national security team. The president spoke with Prime Minister Netanyahu by phone. Prior to the attack, Secretary Rubio called all members of the Gang of Eight to provide congressional notification, and he was able to reach and brief 7 of the 8 members. So Trump is watching from Palm Beach, and this is playing out overnight here in our hemisphere. We're going to take a very, very quick break. We're going to be back. Reporters in all of the places where these attacks are taking place, and we will bring you the most accurate information right after this. Stay with us.
True love is lifelong, isn't it? Just like Tata Power Solar Roof, best quality solutions, lifelong service guarantee and unmatched expertise. ये on तो quality lifelong.
करियर से अर्ली रिटायरमेंट हो या नए करियर की शुरुआत, रहो दोनों के लिए रेडी। PNB MetLife रिटायरमेंट प्लान्स के साथ लॉक करें 10.2% guaranteed annuity rate for life. PNB MetLife, always ready for life.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live. Unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Center.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France, in Italy. At Srinagar. Hi, Mr. France. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
Across the country.
He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought
Well, good evening and welcome. In case you are joining in just now, the intensity of the attacks in West Asia, in the Middle East, now appears to be greater than we believed earlier on. This on a day when the United States and Israel struck Tehran in an effort at decapitation, in an effort at regime change, and that's what Donald Trump pointed out. But the footage that you see on your screen now, the very latest developments, show Dubai under attack. Now, just to be absolutely...
Okay, there are reports coming in that the iconic Burj Khalifa, one of the most recognized landmarks in the world, in the heart of Dubai's skyline, has been hit by a drone. There are unverified reports and unconfirmed videos that have come out. I'm going to try and put some of those on your screen in just a moment, because there are unverified social media handles putting out all kinds of stuff. So my team is working very, very hard to try and get you verified information. This is an image that's just come in from Dubai, claimed to have been released by the Iranian government. The left-hand side of your screen, I want to put that picture big. The picture on the left, let's fill that screen with that picture. That's the Burj Khalifa. That is, the Iranian government has claimed that the Burj Khalifa or an area near it has apparently been hit by a Shahid drone or some kind of a missile. We don't know what kind of projectile it is, but this is clearly Iran trying to hit the big, high-value, eye-catching targets in the city of Dubai. There's a huge plume of smoke that you can see rising from just below the Burj Khalifa, which is one of the tallest buildings in the world as we know it. This is huge. This is one of the most crowded and congested parts of Dubai. It's downtown. The Burj Khalifa claimed to be under attack from Iran, according to the Iranian government. It's evening in Dubai. There are pictures of missile intercepts taking place. There is a drone that is apparently impacted somewhere near the Palm Jumeirah, creating a fire. And these are pictures that you're seeing on your screen, Vishnu. The Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps has released pictures suggesting that they've hit the Burj Khalifa now.
No, that footage seems to be quite clear. Again, we need to be very careful as we talk about this footage because of, fake footage which comes online. There may be mistakes which are committed. We're trying to go through it. But the fact of the matter is that the government in Dubai has formally said that there have been attacks in the Palm Jumeirah area. The footage that you see is of a drone hitting the base or close to the base of one of the most iconic buildings anywhere in the world, the Burj Al Khalifa, one of the tallest and most iconic structures, certainly the most iconic, some would say, in Dubai. So that's number one. So the images of Dubai, and this certainly resonates for people in our country, lakhs of Indian nationals in the United Arab Emirates, many would be in Dubai. The other key point is that Iran has now, according to Reuters, been signaling to oil tankers going through the Straits of Hormuz that they cannot proceed. No ships are allowed to cross the Straits of Hormuz, is what the Iranians have been sending a message. This is one of the most important choke points geographically anywhere in the world. 20% of the world's oil flows through that. If there is an attempt by Iran to shut it down, and I believe that that is the case, then that would be absolutely catastrophic. This on a day where we've seen multiple attacks by the Israelis and the United States on targets in Tehran, at least 5 other cities, and very sadly a school in Iran where reports suggest even more than 80 to 100 young children have lost their lives. Iran countered this, right, and attacked Israel fiercely. There have been a few hits, for example in Haifa, but by and large, on the basis of what we know at this stage, their missile defense shield is holding, right? However, there have been attacks in Qatar, there have been attacks in Bahrain, in Kuwait as well. We've been deluged with footage throughout the day. It becomes more vivid at night when you actually see the streaks of the missiles in cases, and it's dusk over here when you see the strikes going down in Dubai. The point I was telling Shiv a little while back, and I want to repeat this point because there are lakhs of air travelers out of India every single day. These passengers looking to travel west, looking to travel to the Middle East will certainly be in trouble because flights are not operating there. Dubai airport is shut. Emirates has been shut down for the moment, I repeat. The situation seems to be, and Shiv, I'll bring you in over here. The key point is that Iran now sees this to be an existential battle, right? What they are doing right now is to unleash every last bit of their weaponry, including their hypersonics. And we've got footage of that as well. We're trying to verify it, what exactly it was targeting. But those are weapons that fly at a speed of up to Mach 15 times the speed of sound. Their trajectory, which is lower than normal ballistic missiles, makes them very hard to intercept. But a final point, Shiv, before I bring you in on this, what is happening over here? What is happening is what Donald Trump said in the morning when he told the Revolutionary Guard in Tehran, we will give you immunity or we will give you death. Lay down your arms. Take over your government. He was telling the people of Iran, because there have been protests in Iran, this is the US president giving you what you want. This is an attempt at regime change. There are at least 2, possibly 3 top members of the military, of intelligence, perhaps even the defense minister of Iran, who may have been killed. But on Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader, no clear word right now. And we are nowhere close to seeing perhaps the beginning of the end of the regime in Iran. Shiv?
I just want to summarize what we're seeing right now, because I have a feeling that this is going to become the central part of what we're going to be reporting overnight. These are images coming in from the city of Dubai, one of the busiest and biggest cities in the world. There are pictures coming in of a drone strike in the Palm Jumeirah area. Missile debris and explosions have been reported in different parts of the city. The Iranian Guard Corps have reportedly put out a video suggesting that the Burj Khalifa has been hit by a drone. A drone interception has been seen over the Dubai skyline. The Dubai airport is shut right now, no flights going in or out. Airspace around the United Arab Emirates is completely closed. The Strait of Hormuz, according to one report, it is still contested right now, has apparently been shut by the Iranians, which will have an enormous effect. We don't know if that is confirmed just yet, but there are reports floating around saying the Iranians have said it. As a result of a lack of communication, there are no corroborations on what we're seeing from the Iranian side. Lots of stray statements and pictures floating around on social media. So what Vishnu and I are doing right now is, in real time, attempting to make sense of this tsunami of information, data, and pictures that are coming in from a very troubled region. Abhishek Sengupta has been trying to get us to help us navigate this kind of morass of information coming in. Abhishek, this is difficult, because you're standing in a place now where everything looks calm. The Iranians are putting out images of the Burj Khalifa being hit, presumably a little earlier today, because it looks like it's a daylight picture. I don't know if you've seen this, but there's a big plume of smoke at the base of the Burj Khalifa in this video that's been put out. Is this from today? Are you hearing anything? Have any advisories or warnings gone out? Is local media reporting it? Abhishek, any light you can throw on this?
Vishnu, I think I can put it to bed with just one statement. I'm standing right in front of Burj Khalifa. I'm unfortunately unable to zoom my camera, but it's shimmering. It's shimmering like any other day. Whether there's been an incident like that, I have yet to see on any of my informal WhatsApp feed, formal news channels. No local media has yet reported. The only thing that's been reported so far, in a nutshell, one casualty earlier in the day during the first wave of attack. There was a second attack successfully intercepted. During the third attack, which was also successfully intercepted, there was a material damage at a hotel on Palm Jumeirah. Of course, videos of which you've seen, I have seen, and a lot of us have seen. Residents throughout the day have noticed a little bit of fireworks in the sky. All of that are interceptions, debris falling. But I can safely say I'm standing in the open. This is I mean, this is the best evidence you can have. It's live pictures. You know, you can't have anything more real than this.
Let's make that frame with Abhishek a little bigger. Let's put that frame a little bigger, because what we are doing right now is practically, possibly a live fact check, and I want to bring Vishnu in on this as well. You've got the Burj Khalifa behind Abhishek. He says it's shimmering like it does every night. The pictures that have been put out, reportedly, Abhishek, by the Iranians, show a plume of smoke, admittedly at the base of the compound, not on the tower itself. On the base of the compound, in the video that they've put out, the tower itself is completely intact. The lights are on. Everything looks okay. So the tower itself doesn't look damaged in that. So I'm not very clear about this. But you're saying from where you're standing right now, it doesn't look like it's been hit. I've got some messages right now where people in Dubai are also doubting whether this video is real and whether the Burj Khalifa has been hit. So we need to be absolutely certain about this.
But is it not true, Abhishek, that the Burj was evacuated?
Yeah.
Is it not true that the Burj was evacuated earlier on in the day? Because there have been reports suggesting that had also taken place. Abhishek?
Been tracking all the news, the official news sources here, the Dubai Media Office, the WAM, which is the state news agency, and of course, Ministry of Defense, the Ministry of Interior, and also NCEMA, which is always activated at times like these. We saw NCEMA sending out messages during COVID. We've had no such official confirmation of the Burj Khalifa being evacuated, but I won't lie, I've seen some news floating regionally. I've seen Turkish media report, but locally here, no media has officially reported. And I'm sure if that had happened, we would have definitely got a whiff of it, as we did when the hotel was hit on Palm Jumeirah. There is no shame in admitting that, yes, attacks have happened, but I think there's greater pride in saying that we've successfully intercepted. There's been no damage, no major material damage, and just one casualty so far. That's the bottom line. And if at all Burj Khalifa was...
This video is now, Abhishek, being picked up all across the world. Arabia Post has it, the Clash Report has it as well. Now, and several others, which seem to indicate there has been some sort of a drone strike, I would suggest, at the base of the Burj. But this happened earlier on, and again, this is just one sort of video. I think the more telling video was the one that we brought our viewers earlier on, where, and this is confirmed, in the Palm Jumeirah area, next to what looks like a large hotel, was a strike which took place. There was a bit of a fire over there. It's been brought under control. Dubai authorities have issued a statement on this. But, there's another statement as well. I'm just going to go back to that point, that Dubai International Airport at the moment remains shut. That's something that's going to impact air travel all across the world. But here we are now, several hours after the attacks actually began, and I'm going to just run through some of the key points which have developed as we see this dramatic footage of Dubai. We are playing the footage of Dubai over and over because there are certainly Indians who'd want to know about what's happening in the United Arab Emirates. It began in the morning with missile attacks onto Tehran. Footage appeared of the residence of Ali Khamenei, flattened. It was a satellite picture which came. There are some reports which suggest that 3 top leaders, including the head of the Revolutionary Guards, the defense minister of Iran, and one other person, had been taken out in attacks this morning. Ali Khamenei, at this stage, it's unclear what his condition is. The Iranians say there's nothing wrong, he's absolutely fine, and there may be a statement from him. Now, people were wondering what exactly took place, and Donald Trump answered that question in an 8-minute sort of piece of information which he let out, where he said he was offering the Revolutionary Guard in Iran, that's their most formidable group of soldiers, immunity or death. Lay down your arms. And he was reaching out to the people of Iran who've been protesting lately for the last few weeks. Take over your government is what Trump said. So this was an effort at regime change, pure and simple. Iran retaliated, and retaliated fiercely. The impacts that we are seeing all across the region, in West Asia, in, for example, Haifa, in parts of the United Arab Emirates, in Qatar as well, in Kuwait as well, indicate that there has been an element of effectiveness of these Iranian counterattacks, but the death toll, fortunately, has been low. Where the death toll has not been low is an attack on a school of children in Iran, where between 80 and 100 children have lost their lives. Now that is very, very sad. News that has come in, and it's now more or less been confirmed. The numbers go between 80 to 100 is what we are being told right now. In the evening, just in the last little while, Reuters and now several agencies are saying that the Iranians are cutting off the Straits of Hormuz. This is a worst case scenario because 20% of the world's oil flows through the Straits of Hormuz. At some stage, we'll try and bring up a map of the Straits of Hormuz because it is a geographical choke point, and if Iran, which lies to the east of the Straits of Hormuz, uses its maritime drones or other drones to try and shut it down, there would be an immediate impact on oil markets. So that is a cause of serious concern. Remember, everything that the United States and Israel has been doing so far has been by using air power, as it were. But to physically get the Straits of Hormuz open, should that be required, might require boots on the ground. I'm just speculating, but this is a frightening reality. The other key point, as a result of this, air travel globally has been impacted. India has stopped all flights of all airlines to the Middle East, to all destinations. Dubai International Airport has been shut, along with other airports in that area. Emirates, one of the world's largest carriers, has been shut. Flights from India to Europe are taking a much longer route through Saudi Arabia and then north across the Mediterranean. They used to fly across Iranian airspace in the past. So those routes are now impacted. No flights to the Middle East, back and forth. Ultra long haul flights to the west coast of the United States and Canada, those are likely impacted quite badly as well. So that is the situation that we see. We do not have accurate casualty counts in terms of what has happened in Israel, where the missile shield, from all accounts, appears to be working quite well. So lots of developments in the last several hours as we see this footage. And this is what I was talking about, of a property in Dubai which was actually struck, and a drone possibly struck a part of the Burj Al Khalifa, one of the most iconic buildings anywhere in the world. So that is the situation today. If you're asking how long is this going to last, there are various ways of looking at it. Number one, it could last for perhaps no more than 4 to 5 days, because both sides have a limited amount of munition. Iran cannot be firing ballistic missiles endlessly, or hypersonics endlessly, and surface-to-air missiles. Israel doesn't have an infinite supply, nor does America. So it is at one level a battle of attrition. Shiv?
Very, very true, Vishnu. Before I just get into that hugely serious point, I want to tell all of our viewers, and this is a very important disclaimer to make right now, and I'm going to have it written across different parts of our screen, that there is an absolute unstopping stream of visual information, claims and counterclaims coming in from Israel, Iran, and elsewhere right now. Old videos, new videos, a lot of AI coming in as well. So I want you to be cognizant of the fact that NDTV is doing everything it can to make sure that we're getting you only accurate pictures. There may be a couple of slips, but we will correct them as quickly as we possibly can, because we're doing this in real time and it is extremely difficult, but we will and are doing our absolute best to bring you accurate information. Vishnu, you wanted to comment on that?
We've got some breaking news coming in. Massive disruptions on Air India's fleet. AI-1, and this is tomorrow, AI-161, 162, AI-111, which is the flagship flight. Delhi to London, impacted. Mumbai to London, impacted. Amritsar to London, impacted. By impacted, I mean cancelled. London to Amritsar, cancelled. Delhi, New York, cancelled. New York, Delhi, cancelled. Mumbai, New York, cancelled. New York, Mumbai, cancelled. Mumbai, Newark. And Newark, Mumbai, cancelled. Delhi, Chicago, cancelled. Chicago, Delhi, cancelled. Right? Delhi, Toronto, and Toronto, Delhi, cancelled. Delhi, Frankfurt, Frankfurt, Delhi, cancelled. Delhi, Paris, Paris, Delhi, cancelled as well. These are all cancelled flights. So what I reported just a few minutes back, and this was based on information from Air India, that they were taking a longer route and they were getting to Europe. They are not doing that right now because, as we've seen in the Indigo crisis a few months back here in India, a few weeks back here in India, there is a cascading impact on civil aviation, and it doesn't impact one Indigo, it impacts airlines across the world and across the region. There are any number of flights which are unable to operate or have been unable to operate over the Middle East, which have made landings in other airports across Europe and other places. There would be a capacity crunch in those airports as well. So this is an absolute meltdown. If you are planning to travel outside India, you had best check with your airline on the status of those flights. Now, more pictures coming in of Dubai as well. I'm just seeing another picture of, of this missile or drone striking the base of this hotel that we've been talking about. One final point before I go back to Shiv is hypersonics are now in use. Hypersonics are the most powerful weapons Iran presently has. They travel at great speeds. There is a distinctive they look very distinctive when they fly. You can actually see this aura, in a sense, around them. We've got pictures of that. We'll try and get more details of that in a little while from now. The loss of lives is the most critical aspect in all of this. There has been a tragic loss of lives in Iran among school children. We do not have a confirmed loss of life in any of the other areas. But I think the larger point, and Shiv come in on this, is that the way Iran is responding to the attacks on its soil is that it sees this as an existential battle. They are not holding back, as they did in the last couple of years, on their military firepower. They have attacked all of these countries. It's the most widespread series of attacks in the Middle East since, I would suggest, the Second World War, right?
And they're calling it Operation Truthful Promise 4, Vishnu. Truthful Promise 4 is the code name of the retaliation by Iran, which is a carefully chosen name. Truthful Promise 4. So the 3 times before this, Iran is basically saying that their existence has been under threat and that they have promised their people that what the West wants and what the hegemonic Israelis and the West wants will never be allowed to become a reality, and that's why they've called it Truthful Promise 4. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. The fact that Iran has chosen the targets that it has, whether it is the Kuwait International Airport, images of which are going to be landing in just a moment, Vishnu, Dubai, Qatar, Bahrain, Abu Dhabi as well, all suggest that Iran has been primed and ready for Truthful Promise 4 for many weeks, perhaps months now. So as we look at all these pictures of various weapons, streaking across the night sky towards different targets, including in Israel, Vishnu is absolutely right. Iran has been in a kind of geopolitical pressure cooker for a very long time. They've been struggling to make that supply chain work to get their weaponry and arsenals up to scratch for this kind of offensive operation, and that's what we're actually seeing play out now. Vishnu, I just wanted to point out that in video after video, we're looking at
it's just all pouring in now, Shiv. It's pouring in. Okay, now we've got an update from Reuters coming in. The US and Israel attack. Okay, Trump confirms a major. Sorry, so this is a bit older. This is known. I beg your pardon. There's all sorts of news coming in now. No, I think the point I wanted to make and talk to you about was to the question on how much longer this is going to last. At this stage, it's anyone's guess. And I think the larger question is, if this was a decapitation attempt, if it was a regime change attempt, what guarantee is there? And I've been asking this all day, that people in Iran who may hate the regime of the Ayatollah Khamenei would necessarily be okay with what America is doing to their soil. There doesn't appear to be any guarantee of that. So will air power alone be able to change the minds of people over there? Why would Iran not have a succession plan? And given the extent of the videos that we are seeing from Iran, the strikes have been much more successful than in the past. There has not been 100% interception of all incoming ballistic or hypersonic missiles. Therefore, the loss of lives in this region, one of the most prosperous in the world, for so many reasons, is something that we really need to get into. How long is this going to last? This is the world. I mean, you read about this, Shiv, we would have read books about this, right?
Yeah.
You know, novels about this, about some crazy scenario developing, the Straits of Hormuz cut off, it results in a disaster and a war and somebody wins. It's happening in front of our eyes.
It's happening in front of our eyes, and Vishnu, you know, I've just gotten information that many of the videos that we've looked at, including the bombing of the 5th Fleet Naval Headquarters in Bahrain, you know, to the drone that has struck downtown Dubai. Those are all Shahid drones. Vishnu, this is actually a very interesting little nugget that I want to bring up, and I want your views on that, because the Shahid drone are these small kind of loitering unmanned combat vehicles, kind of suicide drones that the Iranians have developed, which are being used to devastating effect if they've been able to penetrate you know, fairly sophisticated air defenses in some of these big cities. And these are slow-moving drones. These are not even fast-moving missiles or projectiles, Vishnu. I can count 3 videos where these Shahid drones have apparently hit their targets.
You know, I've got a bit of a you know, write-up, just one sentence or 2 sentences on the Shahid drones, and I think it answers your question. As of early 2026, these drones have evolved from simple flying mopeds into sophisticated ecosystems of jet-powered variants, mesh networked swarms, and even Western-produced clones. That's how sophisticated these are. This weapon system, and remember, it costs a fraction of the price of a single missile which can intercept it, deployed in this variant, in this avatar, over significant ranges, causes massive damage, as you can see. It is, it's quite something. You know, they've got ranges up to 900 kilometers plus. I beg your pardon, some of them, for example, the Shahid 136 can go up to 2,500 kilometers, right? 2,500 kilometers. That's what these can do. They've got airburst warheads as well, right? They've got mesh networking, right? They utilize relayed drones and airborne modems to form an airborne mesh network. Swarms of these can fly together. And Iran has got any number of these. And you know, they've been used in the war in Russia, Ukraine as well. And this is going to be a real headache. I'd also like to make one more point. In as much as you know, all of these countries, the United Arab Emirates, Qatar, they've got formidable air defenses. It's not in the same league as what Israel operates, even though the Americans have deployed, you know, their THAAD, theater air defense missile system, to take on ballistic missiles. Israel itself is much better armed, and you know, in the numbers that they seek. The number of attacks that you're seeing in a place like Dubai and elsewhere, it just indicates the sophistication of the Iranian attacks has gone up. People will not be talking about this. They will be talking about the great defenses which have taken place. But I think we need to pause and understand the significance of what is happening at this time. These are significant attacks. Attacks on Iran, attacks across a host of countries. It's all happened in the last couple of hours. This situation looking to get far worse before it gets any better. Shiv?
Vishnu, I'm going to bring on our experts onto our coverage tonight because this is a situation that appears to be escalating with the pictures coming in. You know, again, a small disclaimer. Some of these pictures, some of these drone hits are not from precisely this moment. They are from minutes, even hours ago. We're depicting them. We'll try and get you accurate time information as well, so you have a you know, an accurate sense of when this is taking place, and not as if it is a you know, a runaway kind of situation. Things are, we are told, calm in many of these cities, but there are developments which we are reporting. Welcoming onto our coverage tonight, Ryan Ball is a senior Middle East and North Africa analyst at at Rane. Daniel Carman is former Israeli ambassador to India. Natasha Hausdorff is a British barrister and lawyer. Brigadier General Asaf Orion is a retired Israeli brigadier general and defense strategist. And Lieutenant General Raj Shukla is a former army commander. Welcoming them all onto our coverage tonight in a situation that is very much in motion. But before I go to my guests, since we've got an eye fixed on Dubai right now, where most of the pictures coming in are from the city of Dubai. I have with us Rahul Kulshrestha, who is in Dubai at this point of time, and I want to go across to him. Rahul, good to see you. I hope you're safe and at a safe distance from where some of these more worrying pictures are coming from. The airport is shut, and I'm guessing you're not able to fly out. What are you seeing right now? Because the pictures coming in from agencies and social media suggest that multiple places have been hit. There have been explosions in different areas. What are you hearing and seeing, Rahul?
Hi, Shiv. We have come here for a vacation, and we were basically doing the touristy stuff.
Yeah.
So we spent the first half at the Dubai Mall, and then we went up the Burj Khalifa. And when I was on the top of the Burj, I heard a sort of blast. Wasn't sure what it was, tried to look around, couldn't see anything. Then we started getting these reports that there have been attacks and that the Burj is being evacuated and the malls are being evacuated. By that time, by around 7:30 or so, we had already come down the Burj. And there was nothing of the sort because people were still going up the Burj Khalifa. Then we heard about this attack on Fairmont. And we booked a cab. We came back. We were staying pretty close to the Fairmont. I'm at the Atlantis. And